Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 cents.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The sound you hear is that of a man having his right hand hook filed. It's Saturday night in London town, and he wants to be gleaming and presentable. The year is 1739, when a well-sharpened hook in London town was considered prudent. And Captain Rat, that's R-A-T-T, besides being a drunkard, a scoundrel, and a smuggler, was a prudent man. The young man handling the file is named Charles Drew, Jr., and he is performing this intimate little ironmongery because he needs a favor done. Captain Rat can help him out. He can supply the youngster with an alibi, and Junior badly needs one, for he has just shot his father dead. And tonight, my report to you on the shrapnelled body of Charles Drew, Sr.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The year, as I've told you, is 1739, and the place, Long Melford in the county of Suffolk. Long Melford was a small, quiet town near London, and in it, a manor, and in the manor a high-vaulted room of roaring fire, great shadows, and flying buttresses. Directly beneath the buttress that flew toward the west, 2 men, father, son, Charles Drew, Sr., Jr.
Son?
Yes, Father?
The time has come for you and I to have a talk.
I'm grateful. There are things vexing me.
Perhaps what I have to tell you will answer your vexation.
I'm very fortunate.
I've tried to be a good father.
A most excellent father. There's no one richer than you in Long Melford.
Which is what I want to talk with you about.
I know.
I've drawn my latest will. This.
What a gentle and most excellent father I have. Have you ear to what they say of you in the square?
No, what do they say?
That you are gentle and most excellent. What of the will?
I'm leaving everything to your 5 sisters, and to you 6pence, to lend, to spend, to start your fortune.
But the last will, the one before this, you left me everything, and only a kind word to my 5 sisters.
That was when you were 11. Now you are 19.
And a good son.
To whom good?
To you good.
Nay, to the cutthroats and smugglers with whom you cozen.
It is not so.
This is so, I know it. You consort with people of ill fame, and also with Mr. Richardson's housekeeper.
Shall I explain this of Mr. Richardson's housekeeper to you?
'Twould be well.
She is a most excellent housekeeper, and I wish to employ her for our own household.
And this you have been trying to do for the last year.
She demands high payment.
Our family can afford high payment.
But I personally cannot, Father. Not until I inherit your fortune.
And which with this new will never be.
Father.
I don't scare, son. Wave that gun or...
A smattering of intelligence concerning 1739 ballistics. Ammunition was chiefly of two types, round or irregular. The former was manufactured by dropping chunks of molten lead from a great height, and when it reached the vat of water at the bottom of flight, it was round, due to centrifugal forces and gravity. Among men who puttered with this sort of thing, round shot was considered pretty fancy. Mostly, guns were loaded in this era by whatever iron junk was to hand. It should be recorded that Charles Drew, Jr. had stopped at a small junkyard on his way to talk with his dad. This is the reason the coroner found numerous pieces of irregular junk iron in Dad's corpse. Let's see what Dad's son is up to now. Scene, Ye Old Bunnery, a rundown bake shop on Abernathy Lane. The time, 2 hours later. Principals, Charles Drew, Jr. and a Mr. Humphrey, bun baker.
What brings you to Ye Old Bunnery, Charlie?
I want to know a thing.
And that is what?
Humphrey, how would you like £100?
You were saying £100?
All you must do is say you killed a man.
I killed a man. My £100, please.
You must say you killed my father.
I killed your father. My £100.
To the police.
Charlie.
£200 now, and £200 after you've been to the police.
You killed your poor old dad, Charlie?
With this pistol.
Huh? Leave you to be a very rich man?
If someone were to go to the police and said he killed my father, he would be rich too.
With his neck in the gibbet.
I would guarantee that the man would be released. Inside of a week he would be released. There are jailers who would release such a man, persuaded correctly, with enough money.
A guarantee, I know a guarantee. Write me a confession that you killed your poor dear old dad. I will hide it. I will go to the police and confess the deed. If I'm still in jail in a week, I will tell the jailer where to find your confession.
Wrap me up half a dozen of your excellent buns, Humphrey, and I will give you £200, plus the price of them.
Thereupon, Humphrey plucked a quill from his favorite goose in the back goose coop, sharpened it, and presented it to Charlie. With it, the lad wrote out his confession, paid up, and left. Humphrey waited for his wife, got permission to leave the shop, stopped at his house for a moment, then walked into the local constabulary and made history with this statement.
If you boys are looking for a corpus, try 26 Bloom Street. If you're wondering what his name is, it's Charles Drew Sr. If you're wondering who did the murder on him, it's me. And my name is Humphrey.
The police, upon arriving at the appropriate room at 26 Bloom Street, understood immediately that foul play had been done. One of the constables was assigned to look in on the household of Mr. Humphrey, and there saw the Humphrey children at play at Thistle-de-doo, a game usually played with marbles, but by the Humphrey children played with pieces of iron junk, which latter were of a size that could easily be rammed down the muzzle of a gun. The gun was there, too, under a pillow on Mr. Humphrey's side of the bed. Mrs. Humphrey, who in the meanwhile had returned home, shook her head philosophically when apprised of the situation. It is recorded that Mrs. Humphrey's parents had both been put away as confirmed smugglers, a felony against the Crown. The next day, in jail...
Nice of you to visit me, Charlie.
Yes.
What news do you bring? When am I to be released?
I went to see Sir Roger Firebrace.
How is Sir Roger?
Dead. 'Tis a pity, too, for he would have gotten your release in an ounce for a few £100.
Don't forget, laddie, I've got your confession. You've got till Sunday.
The youngster, however, knew another man of note, Sir Chauncey Fenwick. Sir Chauncey was compassionate and understood the situation exactly, but unfortunately had just had one of his periodic fallings out with the magistrate's wife. But Sir Chauncey did not send the lad away empty-handed. He suggested an old sea dog named Captain Rat, with 2 T's.
What's the file, Mr. Drew? You'll be missing me hook and be scraping my wrist.
I'm very sorry, Captain Rat.
Nervous, bean't you?
But I travelled here to London to talk to you.
You see, Sir Fenwick sent you to me.
Sir Fenwick took £500 and said he could do nothing with it. You're my last resort, Captain Rat.
A wee bit dear, Mr. Drew. Aye. Now, what can old Captain Rat do for you?
Do you have any influential friends?
What be you needing?
An alibi.
For yourself?
For a friend.
Aye. 'Tis always for a friend. What about him?
He confesses he killed my father.
And he be your friend?
By killing my father, he made me rich. I bear him no malice.
And for him you want an alibi. Why? Why not let him rot? Why, sonny?
You see...
You kill your daddy, sonny?
Keep the hook, Captain. You almost stuck me.
Pardon, young gentleman. An alibi you want, is it? For a friend, To say what?
That my friend is making a mistake. That he is having hallucinations. That he did not kill my father because he was with you the night my father died.
And where, Mr. Drew, will that leave you?
Since one has confessed to the crime, it is doubtful whether I would be charged with it.
Sly one. Bean't you a sly one, young gentleman? Bean't you?
Oh.
I'll travel down to the jail with you and have a talk with your friend. How's that,
Very good.
I'll need £500 for expenses.
Oh, yes.
Now.
Yes.
It is wasting a Saturday night and all, coming down here to the dungeon speaking to you, Mr. Humphrey. But I don't mind.
And you're going to furnish me an alibi, Captain?
This be a strange one.
I explained it all to you, Captain.
You kill your dad. This one here says he done it. Now the both of you want me to say he couldn't have done it because he was with me.
That lad thought it up. He's the bright one, not me.
My plan will work. By the time you get Humphrey out of here and the police begin to dig about again, I'll be in Paris. Lost. I will change my name, and with my fortune I can...
For your fortune, I will do it.
I gave you £500.
Bah, the pittance. Your fortune, Mr. Drew.
Except what he's promised to me.
What about it, lad?
No.
Bah. Taylor! Pleasant talking to both of you.
It's Saturday night, Charlie. What will you do? It's Saturday night, Charlie. I've got your confession hidden away. And tomorrow's Sunday. What will you do?
And they looked at each other there in the dungeon, the jailed and the young visitor. And the question hung there. What would Charlie do?
It's Saturday night, and tomorrow is Sunday. What will you do, Charlie?
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Tomorrow night, hear the premiere performance of 21st Precinct, a new hard-hitting mystery series revealing the inner workings of the world's largest police force. Precinct, produced by CBS radio team that gave you Gangbusters. It's a program you'll want to listen for every Tuesday night on most of these same stations. Premiere performance tomorrow night on CBS Radio. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the shrapnelled body of Charles Drew, Sr.
It's a short, dusty road from Long Melford to London. Not only that, but these days it's hard to find. In its day, however, it was remarkable for two things. The brothers Shoe Spooner, Dick and Harry, who embarked on a career of highwaymanship on the morn of June 3, 1735, were hung on the eve of that same day from the highest branch of an elm at a fork on Long Melford Road. The other historic feature of Long Melford Road is the fact that on a Sunday morning, a young murderer, Charles Drew, Jr., and his lady love rode a coach down its ruts.
Oh, he's a ranting, roving lad. He is a brisk and a bonny lad. Betide what may, I will be wed and follow the boy with the white cockade.
Liz.
What is it, dearie?
Shut up.
Everyone's singing that song, dearie. It's the rage.
Please, shut up.
Oh, Duck, what's the matter?
You're the cause of it all.
Of what, old Duck?
My killing my father.
You wanted a way to have all his money? I told you a way to do, that's all.
Yes.
Oh, Duck, dearie. You'll see when we get to London what a time I'll show you. Make you forget.
Since I've killed him, I've done everything wrong.
Will you listen to Liz again? Will you?
Surely I'll listen, Poodle.
Oh, Duck.
Monkey.
When you listen to Liz.
Surely.
When we get to London, we change your name, and you forget about Humphrey.
But if I don't get him out of jail tonight, he'll show the police my confession.
But you'll be in London. Start forgetting about him right now.
All right.
And so they fled to London town, little knowing that they had made a road famous. In London, they located a little-known hideaway called Bonhomme Carter's Thorny Bull Inn, on the corner of Asquith and Chiswick. The lad registered under an alias, Thomas Roberts. Liz, however, registered in her own name, Elizabeth Bathall. As this was going on, back in Long Melford Jail, where Mr. Humphrey was, there transpired this.
In 1 hour, Wifey, I'm getting out of here.
You be a fool.
How? A fool?
When'd you ever have so much money?
What bun are you baking, Wifey?
This bun. The lad's given you money, all that money, and he's good for more.
Aye?
All we want.
He's a rich one, that's true.
We can get more money before you show his confession.
How? You said he fled.
His Liz told me they were off to London town. You could write him a letter and say as long as he paid you £20 a day, you'd be willing to stay where you are.
£20 a day? That's a robbery.
I will go to London and find Master Drew and present him with the letter.
How will you find him?
I will ask here and about of him.
London, eh, what?
London.
What of the children?
Mrs. Nickelrod says she will take care of them.
And you, alone in London?
So Mrs. Humphrey went to London. A few observations about Mrs. Humphrey. Wash away the flour and the excess dough. Put on long sleeves to hide the muscles made prominent from kneading bun dough. Comb the hair, exchange shoes for boots, and Gertrude Humphrey was rather presentable. When she went to London, Mrs. Humphrey did all of these things, plus making a mental note not to laugh too much, not only because of the horrible sound she made, but also because of the mischievous twitch it brought on, which she could not control. So, off she went to this place, to that, to this pub, to that, asking for a Mr. Drew. I should like to comment here that in 1739 the gin was of an excellent Holland distillation. However, its chemistry had a peculiar reaction with Gertrude Humphrey. Though she fought it, and though she laughed not at the most hilarious joke, including the historically famous one about Lady Mumbly and the Troubadour, the gin caused her to twitch mischievously. This attracted to her London dandies, who plied her with more Holland gin, and who promised her help in finding Mr. Drew, and who never did. But Gertrude never lost sight of her mission, and one night in a pub in Covent Garden...
Mister.
What's your present, dearie? Well, now, dearie.
I want a gin.
Gin for the lady. What's your name, dearie?
Gertie.
Gertie.
Aye.
Here's your gin, Gertie. Drink up. Well, now, dearie.
Is your name Drew?
Is that what you want my name to be?
I'm looking for Mr. Drew. Mr. Drew! Is there a Mr. Drew?
Yes.
Oh, now, Gertie. I'm the one that's bought you the gin.
Yes. My name is Drew.
You ain't the Drew I'm looking for.
Oh, now, why do you say that?
Here now, lad. I'm the fellow who's bought her the gin.
Here's a guinea, my lad. Find another lady who likes gin.
Oh, I will, that governor. Thank you. Bye, Gertie.
Oh, now, why do you weep, pretty one?
You're so beautiful. Always crying beautiful things.
Gin for the lady. Now, stop that weeping. Here's your gin. I say, mischievous wink you have.
Is that truly your name?
Truly, Ladybird, it is.
Ladybird.
And you were looking for me?
Ladybird.
Well, my name is Drew, and you shouted for Mr. Drew.
So beautiful you are.
What do you want of me?
I've a letter for a man named Drew.
Really?
Oh, I want you to have it. I really do.
Then give it to me.
You must turn your back now.
Right you are.
Yeah. Oh, you want a conniver, you are.
His name really was Drew, Timothy Drew. It's one of those coincidences in history which gave rise to the old saw, truth is stranger than fiction, as they say. And he was a curious man, and a proud man, jealous of his name, Drew. He had heard his name mentioned, and he was forced to find out why. He read the letter then and there. He read it again, a little later, out loud, to the police.
And my missus told you have gone to London with Liz Bathall. But, Charlie, my lad, you shall pay me £20 a day, else I will tell that you have murdered your poor daddy. I have your paper, which you confessed you did, right where nobody but me knows where. So when my wife hands you this letter, you better give her money and find a way to keep it, giving it to her, your faithful servant, Mr. Walter Humphrey. Gentlemen, here in London is a man named Charles Drew. He has murdered his father, and he bears the same surname as I. I cannot permit this deed to go unpunished.
Even in 1739, the London police were thorough, and, goaded by the enormity of the crime, and spurred and accompanied by a man whose name had been besmirched, they combed the alleys, hostelries, pubs, dens. It was late on a moist Thursday morning when Timothy Drew happened into Bonhomme Carter's Thorny Bull Inn on the corner of Asquith and Chiswick. Bonhomme Carter denied the presence of a Mr. Charles Drew, but affirmed that a Liz Bathal was most certainly a guest there. He directed Timothy to Liz's chambers.
Who is it?
Open the door.
No games, dear. It's too early. Who is it?
A representative of the police.
Why didn't you say?
May I come in?
If you be the police, you can do anything, ain't that so?
Thank you.
I ain't done nothing.
Is your name Elizabeth Bathor?
It is.
Do you know a man named Charles Drew?
What's he look like?
I don't know.
Then how can I tell if I know him? Here. What sort do you take me for? There's no one in me closets.
What is this young man doing under your bed, madam?
A man? What's he...
Quiet, woman. Is your name Charles Drew? I'm talking to you under the bed there. Is your name Charles
Yes,
Drew?
sir.
Come out from under there, sir.
That's right, sir. My name is Charles Drew, sir.
And did you kill your father?
It would be a small life living as I have been. Yes. Yes, I killed my father.
I have the original issue of a Gazette dated January 22nd, 1740, from which I'd like to read. The melancholy proof that when a man has abandoned all religious principles and has suffered his depraved appetites and passions to govern his reason was shown yesterday when Charles Drew, Jr. was hanged in Long Melford. Since the hanging elm on Long Melford Road had recently been demolished to make a keel for the British Navy, a new gibbet was erected. This gibbet was equipped with a new mechanical device invented by Mr. Douglas Langford of Eastbourne. Mr. Langford is to be congratulated.
Showroom across America. More and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The man in the striped pants and red galluses and celluloid collar is Master of Arts and Doctor of Medicine at Harvard University, as well as Irving Professor of Chemistry and Mineralogy at this institution. Quite an educated man, a scholar. He has just turned on the faucet for a reason. He has just dissected a colleague, and he needs to wash away the blood. This is Thanksgiving week in the year 1849. The dissector's name, John W. Webster. The dissectees, George Parkman. Dr. Webster has just committed murder because Dr. Parkman was a stubborn man to the very end. And tonight, my report to you on the terrible deed of John White Webster and his crime that shocked a nation.
Crime Classics, A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is the Massachusetts Medical College on Grove Street in Boston in the year 1849. The college was a three-story building, the top two floors of which were reserved as offices and studies for the faculty. Dr. Webster occupied two high-ceilinged rooms on the second floor, just below the suite occupied by Oliver Wendell Holmes. On the afternoon of November 23, Dr. Webster had a visitor, a man much taller and heavier than him, a man of scholastic bearing, a man whose spectacle ribbon touched lightly his mutton-chop whiskers. His name, Dr. George Parkman. Doctor, lecturer, creditor. A man with a purpose.
I want my money.
You'll get it.
When?
When I've got it.
I must tell you something, Dr. Webster.
Oh, can't you just drink your tea and enjoy the afternoon? No? Very well, then. Tell me something, Dr. Parkman.
You're a dishonest man.
Lovely autumn afternoon.
A cheat.
No surgery to do.
A thief who beguiles his friends. I'm not only speaking for myself, you know.
You mean you've been commissioned by my other creditors to come here and insult me? Now, Doctor, can't we just chat? Of course we can. Gentleman to gentleman, doctor to doctor. Of course we can. Lemon, sugar.
Money.
And what to chat about? I know. In surgery yesterday morning, a most peculiar thing.
You're an amazing man, Dr. Webster. You combine your great skill with being a great rascal.
Oh, come now.
I lent you $450 as mortgage on your property. And you turn around and mortgage it again to someone else for $600. How can you do such a thing?
Quite simply. I need a sum of $1,000, and my property is not worth that much.
Good day, Doctor.
Dr. Parkman.
Yes?
Are you going to the police?
Yes.
To disgrace me?
I don't care about the results.
I do. Dr. Parkman.
Don't plead with me.
Of course not. I've something in the kitchen I want to give you.
It's about time.
Quite. I should not have waited this long. Come along. Dr. Parkman, you couldn't give me an extension of a few weeks.
Certainly not.
Certainly not.
Just give me my money now.
I have no money to give you. And you want to disgrace me. And I see no other way.
Don't be a fool.
No other way.
And so Dr. Webster killed Dr. Parkman. And, as I have indicated, Dr. Parkman died hard. At this precise time, the murderer must have observed several moments of contemplation and reflection on what he had done, to consider it, to assess it, and, being an intelligent man, an evaluation of the mess he had gotten himself into. Such moments of intimate musings we cannot know, nor as gentlefolk should we intrude upon. So, give Dr. Webster his moments, and let us perform a superficial examination upon the man biographically. I have here a copy of the Boston Herald of the day. It gives Dr. Webster a neat spread on the front page and says, among other things, this: he was born in Boston about the year 1788. He came from a family of considerable wealth and respectability. He received a most liberal education and adopted the profession of medicine. In 1833, he visited the gay metropolis of Paris, France, and afterwards went to the Azores. In 1837, he was elected Irving Professor in the University at Cambridge, Massachusetts. When his father died, he inherited $40,000. I would just like to depart from the paper for a moment to tell you that when he inherited this money, Eggs were 12 cents a dozen. $40,000 which he wasted, which he threw heedlessly away into the vortex of fashionable life. Money went, debts came, and so on. Nothing novel. Money went, debts came. So did a wife and 2 children. So, having given Dr. Webster his moments, back to him now and observe him. Instrument of death still in hand, pale, still laboring for breath. Suddenly, a murderer. Instrument of death no longer in his hand, but no less a murderer.
Dr. Webster? Dr. Webster?
Hello, Dr. Webster. Well, I'm here. You haven't forgotten, have you?
What?
The tea. You said come to tea.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Well, aren't you going to ask me in?
No.
But you said come to tea, and you said you would sell me a ticket to your lectures.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come in. Sit down, my dear.
Oh, you were teasing. The tea things are all ready, and you've already poured.
Miss Montgomery, my dear.
Yes, Doctor?
Drink your tea, and the tickets are $5 for 3 lectures.
I know how much the tickets are. And you know what?
What?
You've forgotten the cream. I know where the cream is in the kitchen.
Miss Montgomery?
Yes, Doctor, dear?
You don't want tea, do you?
Not really.
Then pay for your tickets and get out.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Well, there will be a vacant seat in the front row for your next 3 lectures. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Littlefield, I said...
I heard what you said, Doctor.
How are you?
I'm all right.
And how are things with you, Mr. Littlefield?
What do you mean, Doctor?
Well...
in the janitoring line, you mean?
That's right.
Well, it's the same as it's been for the last 7 years. Janitoring in a medical college like this, things don't change much.
Oh, I see. One day is...
Just like yesterday, except today.
Oh?
You did something strange today.
How could...
You came down here in the basement and talked to me today. First time in 7 years you've done more than say hello to me.
Oh, I am sorry. I've been rude.
Yeah, you're a doctor. So many things on your mind.
I'd like for you to help me with something, Mr. Littlefield.
What?
Well, if you were to play a prank on someone, hide something from someone so that someone would never find what you hid, where would you hide it?
You mean around here?
Yes.
Oh, lots of places. Just a minute, I'll look to the furnace and I'll be glad to help you. Need some coal.
The furnace?
What?
It needs some coal.
I just said that, Doctor. Yeah, no. I'll be glad to show you some nice hiding places, Doctor. Come on along. Yeah. What are you figuring on hiding?
Now, that would be telling, wouldn't it?
Big? Small?
Oh, kind of like this?
Medium, huh?
Yes, I would say so.
Fine. Just follow me, Doctor. Here's where I come whenever one of you doctors tells me to store his old records.
It's a large room, isn't it? Let's go inside.
And up here in the attic, no one ever disturbs these old storage crates. Huh? Oh, time for me to be going home, Dr. Webster.
A few more places, Mr. Littlefield.
And so forth. A lot of places, good hiding places, rarely visited, if ever. So Dr. Webster shook the hand of Ephraim Littlefield, thanked him, and bade him good night.
Not at all, Doctor. Don't mention it.
And Dr. Webster went back to his apartment on the second floor of the building. No melodrama. The body of Dr. Parkman was still on the kitchen floor, and there was work to do. Light the candles, turn on the faucet, and get to work. Man at work. Dr. John W. Webster, Master of Arts, Doctor of Medicine, Surgeon. Dr. Webster by candlelight. Finish making the tour, downstairs, upstairs, further upstairs, the attic. At 2 o'clock in the morning, and so forth. Work done. And the next morning, about 10, according to the records.
Good morning, Mr. Littlefield.
Good morning, Doctor.
How are you?
Same as yesterday.
Well, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, isn't it?
Same as last year.
So, what are you planning to do to celebrate?
Same as everybody else.
Dinner?
Oh, sure.
At home?
Same as everybody.
Here is something for you, Mr. Littlefield.
What?
Oh, go on, take it. It's $10.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Doctor.
And I want you to buy a nice fat turkey and everything that goes with it.
I certainly will. I thank you again, Doctor, and very much.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Littlefield.
Happy Thanksgiving, Doctor.
And they shook hands again and bade each other goodbye again. And the Thanksgiving season was upon them.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland. Molière wrote a delightful comedy about a man who was not a doctor, but whose wife kept telling everybody he was. It's a physician in spite of himself. Hear it later tonight on the Summer Theater with screen actor Robert Young in the starring role. Remember, it's the Summer Theater on most of these same CBS radio stations later tonight. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the terrible deed of Dr. Webster.
Let's talk about Boston for a moment, a city of genteel culture and tradition. And in 1849, the bookstores were advertising a cultural tome entitled The Runaway Wife, A Tale of Intrigue and Passion. And during the Thanksgiving week, Boston was enjoying the festival that it had practically invented. Here and there in Boston, a man named Dr. George Parkman was missed. But to take his place in the minds of men was celery, turkey, oysters, pumpkin pie, and quince. I would like to add parenthetically that Dr. Parkman was dead, and the only person who was sure of this fact was Dr. Webster, his killer. The same Dr. Webster who at this moment, cold steel in hand, carves surgically from the turkey's sternum and passes then the second helping of white meat to Mrs. Webster.
Now you may pass your mother the celery, Mary Ann. Martha,
Yes, dear.
the oyster stuffing is succulent.
Oh, thank you, dear.
You and I and the children, we have much to be thankful for.
You're a kind husband, that's why. You provide.
Pass the squash.
Marianne, pass your father the squash.
I'll get it. Yes, sir?
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm so sorry to disturb you.
Yes, what is it?
Well, I'm from the police, sir. Daniel Cliver.
Oh, please come in.
Well, I see you're having your Thanksgiving dinner. I don't want to disturb you.
Oh, do come in, come in. Won't you join us?
Well, thank you, no, sir.
What may I do for you?
Is Dr. Parkman here? He seems to be missing from his usual haunts.
John, what is it?
Dr. Parkman is missing from his usual haunts.
And I thought you might give us some information as to his whereabouts.
Me?
Well, 2 days ago, he was seen going into your study at the college.
2 days ago. 2 days ago, that would be Tuesday. No. Oh, yes. Tuesday he visited with me and we had tea. Stayed for perhaps an hour and then left.
You're sure of that, Doctor?
Well, sir, in situations where it is important to be certain, physicians such as I can be counted on to respond with accuracy.
Well,
Tuesday, Mr. Cliver. Since that time, I have not seen Dr. Parkman. Will you have some sherry?
Thank you, sir. No, I'm sorry I disturbed you, sir.
Dr. Parkman not seen in his usual haunts? I wonder where he can be.
I can't imagine. Marianne, pass the yams.
Homie seen in Boston, Thanksgiving Day, 1849. Typical festive scene, and I suppose typical, too, for Boston men whose deeds of murder are 2 days old. And janitors have holidays, too, and families and groaning boards. Mr. Littlefield, for example, in his small brick house in Cambridge, near the college.
Care for more dark meat, Mrs. Littlefield?
No, don't mind if I do.
There you are.
Juiciest bird we've ever had to table. Juiciest.
What did you say, Mrs. Littlefield?
Juiciest.
You know, Mrs. Littlefield, it still worries me.
About the turkey?
The sudden generosity of Dr. Webster. It bothers me. Why he should have given me the money for this dinner.
Eat, Ephraim. Thinking is a bad sauce for a tasty dish.
Still, a man who hasn't spoken a civil word to me in 7 years, to give me a gift, and to ask me of hiding places.
Eat, Ephraim.
And the thing now of Dr. Parkman. Each year for the last 7 at Thanksgiving time he hands me $1. This year he did not. I haven't seen him. Not for 2 days now. I wonder...
What you imagining?
Mrs. Littlefield?
Yes?
I better speak to people. That's what. That's right, Dr. Jackson. Me and my wife were talking it over.
And I'm happy you came to me, Mr. Littlefield.
Kind of putting one and one together we were. Over Dr. Webster's turkey, so to speak, if you know what I mean.
I know very well what you mean. Dr. Webster's asking about those hiding places.
And Dr. Parkman's disappearance. Both happening at the same time. One and one together, I say. What do you think, Doctor?
Time for action, Mr. Littlefield. Let's call on Dr. Bigelow, and the three of us will seek an answer.
Forces gather. Forces conspiring to destroy Dr. Webster. The Furies, the Fates. And their names? Dr. Jackson, Dr. Bigelow, and the man of the gratuitous turkey, Mr. Littlefield. And, as is common in classic tragedy, the pursued senses a feeling in the air. All is not right. Something is amiss. Forces are gathering. Dr. Webster felt it. He tried the air the following morning, sniffed at it, sensed it immediately.
Oh, my.
What's wrong, dear?
Nothing.
But you look so pale.
Nothing wrong. A kiss, dear. I'm going to work.
Oh, something's wrong. I'm sure of it.
And, having kissed his wife and sniffed the air again to make sure, Dr. Webster didn't go to work at all. Instead, he called a hansom, gave the driver an address, and was driven to a more or less fashionable part of town, gave the driver his fare, received a wink in return, and knocked on a door.
Why, Dr. Webster.
Hello, my dear.
Oh, I'm honored. Please come in. I really didn't mean it, you know.
Mean what?
About not coming to your lectures. I wouldn't miss them for the world.
I've come to give you your tickets. Here.
Thank you.
They're free. Miss Montgomery,
Yes.
when Dr. Parkman left my apartment the other day, Tuesday...
What?
Just after you came in, didn't Dr. Parkman look...
Dr. Parkman?
Didn't he look nice? In good health, robust, springy step? You recall you remarked on his springy step?
I?
Yes.
Oh, you've done something naughty. What have you done?
First tell me what happened when you came to my study at the college Tuesday to buy tickets.
Well, I knocked on your door.
Very good.
You opened it for me.
Good.
Bade me enter.
Yes.
Introduced me to Dr. Parkman, who was just leaving.
Oh, excellent.
We watched him go.
And you said?
My, what a springy step Dr. Parkman has.
Bravo, bravo.
Don't be troubled, Doctor dear. I'm your friend. Your very good friend.
Which was nice, because if ever a doctor needed a friend, his name was Dr. Webster. Because let's not forget the Furies, the Fates, the two physicians and the curious janitor, who have gathered and discussed a certain hypothesis and came to an agreement.
Let's take a walk around the building.
And they did. Downstairs, upstairs, further upstairs, the attic.
3 o'clock, gentlemen. I guess we know all we need to know.
Dr. Jackson and...
Forgive this intrusion upon your study, Dr. Webster. We've been waiting for you.
I have the keys. I let these gentlemen in.
I didn't give you permission to do that, Mr. Littlefield.
You know Dr. Bigelow, of course, Doctor. And I've heard you've met Mr. Cliver of the Boston Police.
Gentlemen.
Will you take over, Mr. Cliver?
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Dr. Webster.
Yes, sir?
We found Dr. Parkman, or rather, these gentlemen did, and they called me. They showed me where Dr. Parkman was.
I see. How is he?
Come now.
The last time I saw Dr. Parkman, he was the picture of health. A man with a springy step.
You are under arrest, Dr. Webster.
And they took Dr. Webster away, and they locked him up and held a trial for him, and in spite of his protestations, found him guilty. I must tell you, too, that Miss Montgomery, shy girl that she must have been, completely disappeared in the face of adversity. While waiting for final sentence to be pronounced by the governor and council, Dr. Webster maintained his usual good spirits, partook heartily of the food afforded him by his friends, and generally behaved himself. Then the sentence was handed down. He was to be hanged.
Oh, no.
By the neck until he was dead.
I confess that I killed Dr. Parkman. There. That makes up for something, doesn't it?
On August 31, 1850.
Doesn't it?
And that's when he was hanged. For a deed of blood, for a murder most foul.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive.
Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive?
It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent. When you flash a smile by Pepsodent, you'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever. Tastes brighter, too. New formula Pepsodent contains IMP. There's nothing else as good at getting teeth white.
You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. For more than 2 months, doctors' offices have been burglarized, hospital pharmacies pillaged, drugstores robbed, medical supply firms ransacked, with one purpose in mind: the theft of narcotics. The criminals are expert, cunning, vicious. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of narcotics. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:35 p.m. when I got to room 24. Narcotics detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll be right over. Thank you. Get anything, Joe?
Nothing we don't know already. How about you?
That was the county hospital on the phone. Doc Welch. Pretty fair lead. I told him we'd be right over.
What's he got?
One of our informants, Benny Trounsel. Ready?
Let's go. What's with Benny?
It's bad shape. Somebody worked him over. They found him in an alley off of South Main.
Yeah?
Doc says Trounsel talked before he passed out.
Anything good?
He claimed he knows who's running the new dope racket in town. Says they got him.
No, let's take the stairs here, huh? Why should they bother with small fry like Benny?
That's what I'm wondering. Blackmail, maybe.
Benny's still on the needle? Maybe that accounts for his story.
Doc says his skull is fractured. Morphine doesn't do that to you.
Yeah. Benny mention any names?
I don't know. Doc didn't say.
Here's the garage. Come on. When did they pick up Benny?
About an hour ago. He had a pocket full of bundles on him. Heroin.
Trounsel's small fry. He never had that much dope on him in his life.
That's what makes it interesting. Let's go.
County Hospital? Yes, sir. The line is busy. Will you wait? Thank you. Can I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Welsh. She's expecting us.
Your names, please?
This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday, police officer.
Oh, yes. Around the corner to your left, room 127. The doctor's waiting for you.
Thank you. Come on, Ben.
I hope Benny's still talking. We could sure use a lead.
Yeah. Here it is. 127.
Hiya, Ben. Joe?
How are you, Doc? Anything new?
Just left Trounsel upstairs.
You think we can talk to him now?
Won't do much good. He died about 6 minutes ago.
For almost 2 years, Benny Trounsel, an addict himself, had been one of the most valuable informants Ben and I had in the narcotic gangs. More than once, he had helped us solve a case, but this time, if Benny Trounsel had any direct leads to the nerve center of the newest narcotic ring, he took them with him. Besides his dying accusation that the ring had gotten to him, he left behind only 2 small scraps of information. First, when he arrived at the county hospital, Dr. Welsh reported that Trounsel repeatedly muttered the name Patterson. Secondly, among the few personal effects found in his pockets was a good amount of heroin and a small piece of white paper with 2 words scrawled on it, Tucker Building. Benny Trounsel's body was taken to the county morgue, and the next morning it was posted. At the coroner's inquest, the cause of death was listed as a brain hemorrhage induced by severe blows by a blunt instrument on the sides and base of the skull, inflicted by a person or persons unknown. Besides Ben and myself, the only identification witness at the inquest was a woman who managed a rooming house in Benedict Alley, where Trounsel used to stay periodically. After the inquest, we questioned her briefly in our office.
Miss Strite, you say you can't remember any friends Trounsel had while he stayed at your rooming house?
No, I can't. Besides, if I knew that man used dope, I never would have rented him a room.
How long did he rent from you, Miss Strite?
Oh, about 6 months. I run a respectable house. I don't mind if my people drink a little now and then, but those dope users, no, sir.
Did you know anything about Trounsel, Miss Strite? Where he spent his time, where he had his meals?
Well, don't serve at my place. Too much trouble. Most of the people eat at the Ace lunchroom, down the corner.
Where's that, Miss Strite?
Grant and South Main, right on the corner.
And you think Trounsel might have spent some time there?
He might have, I don't know.
Miss Strite, did Trounsel ever mention anyone by the name of Patterson?
No. Patterson? No.
And you can't recall any friends he might have had?
He had any friends and never set foot in my house. That's all I know.
All right, Miss Strite, thank you.
Here's a card, ma'am. If you come across any information about Trounsel, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
All right. That all?
That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, bye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Big help.
Yeah, not even a good identification witness.
You got those listings we made on the Tucker Building?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Here it is.
Okay, let me have it, huh? Tucker Building, 7310 South Wilshire. I wonder what Benny Trounsel could have been doing out there.
Shouldn't be too hard to check. It's a small building.
Yeah. 6 listings for the whole place. A couple of law offices, real estate guy, dentists, architect, and a doctor.
1 dentist, 1 doctor could be a lead.
Maybe. Pretty thin.
Friday, Romero, you got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. What do you got, Ed?
Letters. Here's a sample. Now listen to this. Chief of Detectives, Ed Backstrand, City Hall, Los Angeles. In view of mounting wave of narcotic robberies, strongly recommend that your efforts to curb this lawlessness be redoubled.
They all like that?
All of them. They're mad. Can you blame them?
Not a bit.
Well, we haven't got much to go on, Chief. The gang's pretty smart.
All right, then let's be smarter. There's no law against it.
Doing our best, Skipper.
Then make it better. I'm sick of that bunch, and I'm tired of these letters. And look at that record. In 2 months, 15 drugstore robs, 8 medical offices, 2 supply houses, 2 hospital pharmacies. Narcotics missing every time. Now, who's behind it?
None of the old-timers. We've checked them out. Gone over every hype and mainliner we know of.
All right, then get on the transients. New faces. Climb on every one of them that shoots the stuff until you get to that gang and break it. If you need help, holler. But get to that gang and break it. You understand?
Okay, Skipper, we'll try.
You dig up anything on that Trounsel case yet?
Still checking out 1 lead.
What?
Slip of paper we found in Trounsel's pocket, Ed. Said Tucker Building on it, that's all. Just going to check it out when you called.
All right, hop on it, fast. We got a lot of pressure on us. Keep in touch with the office.
It was almost noon when Ben and I got out to the Tucker Building. It was a 2-story affair, comparatively small, very modern. We checked with the dentist in the building first, but he'd never heard of anyone by the name of Benny Trounsel. His records and appointment books proved it out.
Well, that's one down, Joe.
Yeah? Let's try that doctor's office now. What's his name?
Let me see. Springer. Dr. Fred Springer. He's on the 2nd floor.
Okay. There's a stairway down there. Come on.
Pretty close to lunchtime. Might not be in.
Maybe. Somebody should be there. We haven't got much time to play with.
Yeah. Chief sure was up in there this morning.
Here's the office. Fred Springer, M.D.
Good morning. May I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Springer, please.
Do you have an appointment?
No, we don't.
Well, the doctor's not in at present. Would you like to make an appointment for later in the day?
No, ma'am. We're police officers. This is Sergeant Friday. I'm Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm Miss Turner. I'm the doctor's nurse.
Then you must take care of the appointment and record books for the doctor.
Yes, I do.
Well, maybe you can give us the information we're looking for, Miss Turner. Did the doctor ever have a patient by the name of Trounsel? Benny Trounsel?
Trounsel?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. Just a moment. I'll check.
Thank you.
No. Trounsel, is that the way you spell it?
Yes, ma'am.
No. The name's not listed here. Let me check the account book. No. Wait. That's funny.
What's that, Miss Turner?
Here in the back of the book in the doctor's handwriting. Look.
Trounsel, the black parrot.
Certainly funny. I can't remember seeing that notation before. It must be fairly recent.
Miss Turner, what kind of a clientele would you say Dr. Springer has?
Oh, it's quite exclusive. Beverly Hills, Bel Air. That's where most of the bills are mailed.
Can you recall seeing Trounsel in the office here, Miss Turner? Small man, thin, walked with a kind of a limp, not very well dressed?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't sound like any of our patients.
Would you show us the doctor's prescription lists for the last 2 months? We'd like to check them.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. Dr. Springer keeps them in the safe. He's the only one who has the combination.
How long you been with Dr. Springer?
About 10 months. Ever since he started his practice out here.
Where was he before that?
Philadelphia. I don't understand all these questions. Is anything the matter?
Just a routine check, Miss Turner. When do you expect the doctor back?
About 4 this afternoon. He's out making home calls.
All right. Here's our card. Would you ask him to call us as soon as he comes in?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Miss Turner. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, say, Miss Turner, there's one more question.
Yes?
Does Dr. Springer have a patient by the name of Patterson?
Oh, yes. One of the doctor's first patients, John Patterson. He lives out on East Beverly Drive.
When we left Dr. Springer's office, we called R&I. There was no make on John Patterson. Ben and I drove over to see him just on a hunch. It didn't pay off right then, but it showed a little promise. When the maid came to the door of the Swank apartment, she told us Patterson was out for the day. We asked her about Patterson's occupation. She didn't know. We asked her about his friends, his business acquaintances. She could remember only 2 people visiting the apartment. One of them was Dr. Springer, apparently a constant visitor. The other, a tall, dark man who spoke bad English. We asked the maid how long she had worked for Patterson. She said ever since he moved to Los Angeles, about 6 months before. A few things started to fall into place, but it was strictly a guesswork operation. Ben and I got in the car and headed for the south end of the city to check out some of the places Benny Trounsel was supposed to have frequented. We met a stone wall. From the Ace lunchroom near Benny's former rooming house to the Black Parrot. No one was willing to talk. Threats didn't work, and neither did promises. Ben and I gave up for the moment and headed back to the office.
Pacific Ambulance 1, call to Alhambra is now code 3.
Seems like Skid Row doesn't want any part of this one.
Yeah, there's a bad feeling. Something's got him scared.
Sure would like to know what it is, or who it is.
Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to
Unit
that, too.
80K. Control 1 to Unit 80K.
Us, Joe. Get it, will you?
I got it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
80K. Call station 2511, code 3.
80K to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's all about.
Well, let's find out. There's a drugstore. They ought to have a phone. Pull over, huh? You got a nickel?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. I'll be back in a minute.
Hall.
2511.
Thank you.
Chief of Detective's Office, Hannon.
This is Friday, Mike. The chief there?
Oh, yeah, just a minute. Backstrand talking.
This is Friday, Ed. What do you got?
You tied up?
Nothing big.
Then check in as soon as you can. Got something good.
What?
You remember the stick-up at St. Agnes Hospital about a month ago? Pharmacy there?
What about it?
2 patrolmen picked up a user down near Union Station about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah?
Guy was way back in his heels. He had 2 vials of morphine on him. Vials had serial numbers.
Good. Did they match out?
Perfectly.
Thanks, Ed. We'll be right in. When Ben and I got back to the office at 3:52 p.m., we picked up Chief Ed Backstrand and went directly to the crime lab, where Lieutenant Lee Jones analyzed the contents of the 2 vials taken from the suspect. Jones told us it was high-grade morphine. We went back to the office and double-checked the serial numbers on the vials with the crime report on the St. Agnes Hospital robbery. They matched.
And there's a good break. These vials were in the loot when the gang knocked over the hospital 28 days ago. Now stay on the trail and we'll crack that gang wide open.
This the arrest report on the guy, Ed?
Yeah. Picked him up in a bar off South Main.
Who is the guy? A transient?
Yeah, here it is, Ben. James Steiner, Phoenix, Arizona, age 37, transient laborer. Anybody talk this guy yet, Ed?
Not yet. He shouldn't be too hard. You better get on it.
Right, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Check you later, Ed. What time you got, Ben?
Let me see here. 25 past 4.
A phone call for you, Ben?
Yeah, who was it?
Your wife. Wants you to pick up some aspirin and a bottle of nose drops for your kid on your way home.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot it.
That the only call we had, Mike?
That's right.
Thanks.
Well,
you got that Dr. Springer's number, Ben?
Yeah. Here it is. Crestview 55284.
Thanks.
Nurse said he'd call us around 4, didn't she?
Yeah.
Dr. Springer's office?
This is Sergeant Friday down at the police department. Dr. Springer there?
Well, no, he isn't, Sergeant. He called in about 20 minutes ago, and I gave him your message. He said he'd call you.
All right, Miss Turner. When he comes in, tell him to call us. Impress on him. It's urgent.
All right, Sergeant, I'll do that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No luck?
I don't know. Just a hunch. He may be ducking us.
Who you calling now?
State Medical Board. Maybe they can check us out on Dr. Springer. I put the call through to the State Medical Board and asked for a check on Dr. Fred Springer. They said they'd call back within the hour. In the meantime, we had James Steiner brought to one of the interrogation rooms for questioning. It was all talk.
Oh, look, it's like I told the sergeant when they booked me. I don't know anything about this hospital job.
Sit down, Steiner.
Oh, all right, thanks.
How long you been in the city, Steiner?
L.A.? Oh, about a month. I came from Phoenix, looking for work. Things are pretty slow in Phoenix.
Where'd you get the morphine?
Huh?
I said, where'd you get the morphine?
The stuff? Oh, I bought it. Just for a pop now and then. I just play around with it. Just for kicks.
Who'd you buy the vials from?
Who? I don't know. A guy in a bar gave me a price.
Which bar was that?
Which bar? The Black Parrot. I'm not hooked. I just play around with it just for kicks.
What did the guy look like, Steiner?
What did he look like? I don't know. Tall, I guess.
Would you remember him if you saw him again?
Remember? Sure. I talked to him a couple of nights at the bar.
Was he on the stuff? Was he a hype?
Hype? Yeah, maybe. Tall fella, dark.
You shooting the stuff?
Shooting the stuff? No, I'm no mainliner. I never took in the veins in my life. I told you I'd do it just for kicks, just a pop now and then.
Take off your shirt. Let's see your arms.
Huh? My arms?
Come on, take it off.
Well,
who are you kidding, Steiner? Your arm looks like a pincushion.
I told you just once in a while, just for the kicks. I'm not hooked on it.
They found 2 vials of stolen morphine on you, Steiner. You can go 2 ways, hard or easy.
Hard or easy? I told you I ain't done nothing. I bought this stuff. I use a cap or a bindle once in a while for kicks, but I'm not hooked. I bought the stuff, I tell you.
Who was he, Steiner? Who sold it to you?
Who? I told you I met him in a bar, the Black Parrot.
Who was he?
He was tall. Dark. He gave me a good price.
Come on, let's have it, Steiner. His name.
I'm feeling sick. You got something for me? I'm sick.
All right. Mike.
Yeah, Joe?
Get some milk. A couple of quarts right away.
Okay, Joe.
You ready to tell us, Steiner? Who was he?
I'm sick. I'm sick.
We're getting some milk for you now. Come on, you better talk.
Max. That's all he said. Name was Max. He gave me a good price. I only take a pop now and then just for kicks.
You think you could point him out for us?
Yeah, maybe. I'm sick. I'm sick.
Narcotics from Merrill.
Hello. This is Dr. Springer calling. You wanted to talk to me.
Yes, we did, Doctor, and we've got a few questions we'd like to ask you. Oh, hold on just a minute, will you? It's Dr. Springer, Joe.
All right, tell him we got to see him tonight. We'll call him back later.
Dr. Springer?
Yes?
Sorry, Doctor. We'll have to see you later on tonight. You be at home?
Well, I have an appointment this evening. Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Doctor. It's about a man named Benny Trounsel.
Oh. I see.
And if you don't mind, we'd like to check over your prescription list with you.
Yes. I'll cancel my appointment. You can contact me here at home. 1538 South Road. I'll be here all night.
All right, Doctor. Thank you. We'll see you later, then.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What'd he say? All right?
Yeah, it's all right. I'll buy that hunch of yours now, Joe. Dr. Springer, he knows who killed Benny Trounsel. I bet he knows why.
When Mike Hannon came back with the milk, we fed it to Steiner, and then we put him back in his cell. We put in another call to John Patterson out on East Beverly Drive, but there was no answer. We left word with Hannon where we were going, and then Ben and I headed out for Dr. Springer's home. It was 7:35 when we pulled up into the driveway at 1538 South Road, a low, rambling ranch-type home. We got out of the car and made our way down the path to the front door. A gray Persian cat followed us. The door was half open. We knocked, but there was no answer. Through the window, we could see the living room was dimly lighted. We went in. We found Dr. Springer sitting in a large carved mahogany chair in the dining room. The room was hung with draperies. He was slumped forward, face down on the dining table. There was a bullet hole in his right temple. On the floor near his right hand was a .32 automatic pistol. In the center of the dining table was a piece of white paper.
Looks like you beat us.
Yeah. Any names on that confession?
One says he killed Trounsel. No, wait a minute. It says, John Patterson. He forced me to this.
What?
I don't know. What's it look like to you? Here's another one. Norberg. That's all it says. Then he signed his name, Dr. Fred Springer.
Ben, come over here. Look at these.
Hypodermic needle. It works. This morphine?
White powder. Could be.
And he was on it himself.
Looks like it. We'll find out when they post him. I'll get it. Yeah.
Sergeant Friday there, please.
This is Joe, Mike. What do you got?
Can you talk all right there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just got a kickback on your call to the state medical board on this Dr. Fred Springer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a registered physician in the state of California. Besides that, his license was revoked in Pennsylvania 2 years ago. Illegal operations.
That explains it. Notify homicide. Get the crime lab in the corner out here, will you? Looks like Springer shot himself.
Okay, Joe, right away.
We'll wait for him, but hurry him up, Mike. We got a couple more places to check out tonight.
Okay, Joe, see you later.
Right.
What's next? Patterson place?
I don't know. Maybe we ought to try Steiner first.
Sounds good to me. Feels like we're getting close.
Yeah, Ben. Real close. 12 minutes later, homicide and the crime lab men checked in at the Springer house, and Ben and I checked out. We went back to the office and found Ed Backstrand waiting for us. We told him our story, and he sent 2 men out to keep an eye on the Patterson place. 2 other men went to work to try and track down the other name in Springer's confession note, Norberg. Ben and I went up to the county jail and picked up Steiner. The 3 of us started out to look for the man who sold Steiner the 2 vials of morphine stolen from the hospital pharmacy a month before. The man's name was Max. He was tall and dark. That was all we knew. The rest of it was up to Steiner. 2 other men from the detail, Davis and Emerson, came along with us to take care of Steiner if anything went wrong. Our first stop was the Black Parrot Tavern. Davis parked the car in an alley down the street. Steiner, Ben, and I got out and walked the rest of the way.
You understand what you're supposed to do, Steiner?
Me? Yeah. I go in first and sit at the bar. You 2 will follow me. I sit at the bar, and if I see Max, I give you the sign. That's okay, huh?
That's right. And you don't try to break for it.
Break for it? Me? I told you, I'm squaring with you guys.
All right, Steiner. Go ahead.
Let's hope it works, Joe.
Yeah. There he goes inside. Come on. Now, look, try to grab one of the booths along the wall if you can, huh?
Right. Here we are.
The first booth, Ben, it's empty.
Yeah.
Fellas left to order at the bar. Waitress got a night off.
Make it a couple of beers, will you?
Couple of beers? Okay.
Joe. So look at Steiner.
Yeah, he's signaling. Must mean the guy putting on his coat over there. No, hold it, Ben. Wait till he gets past us. All right, get Steiner back to the car. I'll tail the guy. You come after me. I didn't know how right Steiner was or how much we could trust him. All I knew was that the man I was following was tall and he was in a hurry. I followed him 3/4 of a block before he turned in at a motel. He went to a cottage at the rear of the lot, let himself in, and closed the door quickly behind him. A minute later, Ben and the others pulled up in the car.
Got him staked out, Joe. Steiner says that was Max.
Let's make sure. Come on.
Which one's he in?
The one down at the end here. Now be careful.
You too.
All right, here we are. Wait a minute right there. All right, look, there's no rear door. He's got to come out the front. Keep the door clear. You ready?
All set.
Cover me. Open up in there.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up.
Just a minute.
All right, Ben, give it back to him.
Don't shoot, we'll come out.
All right, throw your guns out first, then come out with your hands behind your head and make it fast. Watch it, Ben, he's making a break.
All right, mister, that's far enough.
Get out of my way. Get out of
Get him, Ben. That's good, Ben. You all right?
Yeah. He didn't mean it, Copper. He didn't mean it. He didn't know what he was doing.
Well, that must be a good excuse, lady. A lot of people use it. Come on, Ben. Let's take him in. It was 10 minutes past midnight when we got back to headquarters. Both the man and the woman were booked for violation of the State Narcotics Act, a felony. He gave his name as Max Jansen. In his luggage, we found 13 vials of morphine, large quantities of heroin, and a small amount of Panopin. He gave us the names and addresses of 6 active members of the narcotics gang. He identified Dr. Springer as second in command.
Just a few more questions, Jansen.
Yeah, all right.
Why did Springer kill Trounsel?
He had it coming. Trounsel knew the score, and he was blackmailing him, bleeding him white.
Why didn't the gang take care of him?
The boss said no rough stuff. Things were going too good. He warned Springer, but he wouldn't listen.
All right, Jansen, just one more question. Who's the boss?
Do I get off light? State's witness?
It might help. We can't promise you anything.
Who's the boss, Patterson?
Yeah.
138 East Beverly Drive?
That's right.
What about Norberg? How does he figure?
It's the same guy. Patterson and Norberg, both the same.
And what's his real name?
Norberg. Tony Norberg.
What's his front?
He's legit, or he used to be. Importing business.
Where?
Here. Got an office downtown. Do I get protection?
Where's Norberg now?
Home out in Laurel Canyon. Do I get protection?
I thought you said he lived out on East Beverly.
His apartment, his home's out in the canyon.
Where? What's the address?
Do I get protection?
You'll get protection.
Winding Way. 860 Winding Way.
All right, Friday. Romero, take some men with you.
All right, Davis, cover the back of the house. Levine, you cover the front. Come on, Ben.
Yes?
Mr. Norberg in?
Who's calling?
Police officers.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now get your hands up. Face the wall.
You'll never make it, lady. The house is surrounded.
Tony, get the stuff. It's our only chance.
They'll cut you down, Norberg.
All right, Jeannie, give him the gun.
Don't be a fool. They're going to march out the door in front of us, right to the car.
I'm not going, Jeannie. Try it if you want. I'm not going.
All right, Tony, stay. Come on, coppers.
You'll never make it, lady.
I said move. Fast.
All right, Ben, hit the dirt.
She's going for the car.
See if you can get those tires. Come on.
Dead?
Yeah.
Berg was smart. Must be the girlfriend.
Guess so.
Wonder why they start. Why did they get on the stuff, Joe?
For kicks, Ben. None of them ever get hooked. Just for kicks.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Tony Norberg, alias John Patterson, was tried and convicted for possession of narcotics, robbery, and conspiracy, and was sentenced to the maximum term prescribed by law, each count to run consecutively. He died 3 years and 11 days after his arrival at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 9th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Chief Erskine Ertfish of the North Sacramento Police Department, who on the night of August 11th, 1935, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. A sudden wave of jewel thefts is sweeping the city. In 16 days, 16 burglaries have been committed, one each night. They bear the same trademark. Thousands of dollars of jewels are missing. The thief is a master at his trade. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way into work that morning, and it was 7:53 a.m. when I got to room 45. Burglary detail.
Hi, Joe.
How are you, Walker?
Gonna be a scorcher out today.
Yeah, just like yesterday. Ben in yet?
I think he's over in communications picking up the mail.
Thanks.
You guys been busy?
Yeah, kind of. Jewel thefts.
Anything big?
No big hauls, but he's consistent. 16 nights in a row.
Same guy?
Think so. Same M.O.
Yeah, everybody's got troubles. Gotta check some records. See you later, Joe.
Okay, Willie. Burglary Friday. Yeah. Okay, Mike, soon as Ben gets back. He's picking up the mail. Right, bye.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben. Hannon just called. Chief wants to see us.
Take a look at these first.
What do you got, overnight reports?
Yeah, these two.
Yeah.
2 of them.
3 diamond rings, 1 sapphire, 1 necklace, jade. Big haul.
Look at the other one.
Lady's watch, diamond band, emerald bracelet, tourmaline brooch. What's tourmaline, Ben?
I don't know. Must be valuable. It's gone.
Let's see. Owner left house about 9 p.m., returned about 1:30 a.m., found property gone, scratches on the door.
Probably using the cellophane method. Hasn't missed yet.
2 in one night. Well, he's picking up his pace.
Must have a bag full of loot somewhere, whoever it is. You get the description sheets from pawn shop detail?
Yeah, I got him right here. You take half of them. Let's see what luck we got this morning.
Yeah,
Nothing so far.
Me neither. Let's see. I'll get it, Joe. Burglar Romero.
Hi, Ben. Chief still wants to talk to you, boys. He's got an appointment at 8:30. Wants to see you before he leaves.
Okay, Mike. Just checking some buy sheets. Be right in.
Better make it fast. He's in a bad mood this morning.
Okay, Mike. Thank you.
Backstrand again?
Yeah, he's in a bad mood. Come on. Wonder what's bothering him.
Something's bad. He doesn't blow very often.
Chief of Detectives Office, Hannon. Go ahead in, boys. He's waiting.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, ma'am. I'll connect you.
Friday, Romero, sit down. Wait till I get the phone. Backstrand. Oh, yes, Mrs. Winthrop. Yes, ma'am. We're doing all we can. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll do that. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Got trouble, Ed?
Taxpayer, Mrs. Winthrop. You two ought to remember the name.
We do, Skipper.
10 days ago, somebody lifted $2,000 worth of diamonds from her bedroom while she was at the symphony. Last night, she was hit again. A diamond watch, an emerald bracelet, and some kind of a brooch.
Tourmaline.
I don't care what kind it was. It's gone. What's the pitch?
We just read a report a couple of minutes ago, Skipper. Could be a tie-in with those other 16 jobs.
16 jobs in 16 days. You haven't got a lead on the thief yet?
Nothing shows up. No prints, nothing.
What about the pawn shops?
Nobody's tried to soak any hot stuff as far as we know. We double-checked the detail. We got every hock shop in town on the alert.
Whoever it is, they've got to try to pawn the stuff sometime. Unless they're going to give diamond rings for Christmas presents.
And they haven't tried the pawn shops yet, Skipper. We're sure of that.
Look, 16 burglaries in 16 days. Jewels and watches. Good ones. Well, it's got to stop. It's got to stop soon, you understand?
We'll stay right on top of it, Ed. We're doing all we can.
For 2 weeks, I've had half a dozen women calling me every day. Society women. Some of them figure they should get extra treatment.
They're only DR numbers to us, Skipper. They all get the same attention.
I'll try and explain that to some of them. They think you're in on the racket. Maybe you boys would like to take these calls some morning.
No thanks, Ed.
All right, then, let's get some action. Keep the pawn shop operators on their toes and get after every known fence in town. That's all. I've got an appointment.
All right, Ed. Check you later.
Holding a call for you, Ben.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Oh, hi, Max. What? Well, hold it. Be right down. First break, Joe.
What do you got?
Necklace and a watch. Both of them on the stolen property list.
Where?
Henry's Pawn Shop. 5th and Main.
6 minutes later, at 8:25 a.m., Ben and I drove up in front of Henry's Square Deal Pawn Shop. Quick cash, no red tape, watches bought and sold. The proprietor was Max Murphy, an old friend of Ben's.
Well, pal, of all days, it had to happen yesterday. Took the day off and went fishing up at Big Bear. I left my nephew in charge, Harry. A real knothead, that kid.
How do you mean, Max?
Joe, if I told him once, I told him 101. Whatever you do, whatever they come in with to hock, check it with the list. Check it with the stolen property list. What does he do?
He forgot.
He forgot. Oh, a real knothead, that boy.
How old is he, Max?
32. A real knothead. I checked the slips from yesterday. Then I checked the stolen property list. There it is. Hot stuff.
When did the stuff come in, Max, do you know?
About 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Can we look at it?
Oh, sure. Back here behind the car. There it is.
Did you check out the serial numbers on the watch yet, Max?
When I found out, yes. They match to a T.
All right, let's see. Yeah. Description on this necklace matches, too. Let's have a look at your buy book, huh, Max?
Yes, sir, Joe. Here you are. There's a deal right there.
Here?
Yeah, that's him. That's how he gave his name.
Walter Tracy, 132 and a half Blackstone Court, Los Angeles.
Let me check the book for the description, Max.
Oh, sure. Yeah, here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Max, thanks. We'll be checking with you later.
Sure, Joe. Anytime. Sorry.
All right, Max. See you later.
You fellas take it easy.
Right. Want to check and see if we're clear, Joe?
Yeah, I will. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Are we clear?
Control 1 to 80K. Stand by.
Good lead, Joe. Got a description in here.
Yeah, it's too bad Max's nephew had to slip up.
Control 1 to 80K. Call your office immediately. Call your office immediately. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's about.
I don't know. I'll call in.
You got some change?
I'll use Max's phone. Use your phone a minute, Mac?
Oh, you, Ben? Sure, help yourself.
Thank you.
City Hall.
2524.
2524.
Burglary, Levine.
This is Ben, George. You got something?
Hot one. Universal Loan Shop, 6th and Barton Place. Guy just took in a couple of rings. He checked too late.
What you mean?
He checked the form after the guy left. It was signed Walter Tracy.
There they are, Sergeant. Both rings. Fine quality diamonds.
Don't you usually check your stolen goods list before you take in stuff like this?
Usually, yes. Last night, no. I don't know what I was thinking about.
Can we have a look at your buy book?
Right here. There it is. Walter Tracy. 699 Olive Street. 145 pounds, 5'9", dark hair, build, thin.
We'll have to slap a hold on these rings.
I know. I should have thought.
Can you think of anything else that might help us to identify the man?
Well, no. Had a light suit on. Nice cut. Very well dressed.
Thank you. That's all for now. Here's our card.
If the guy happens to drop back, give us a call, will you?
Sure will, Sergeant. Say.
Yeah?
I've got some nice watch bands. Yours look gold. Can I interest you?
No, thanks. Some other time. Come on, Ben. That afternoon and the following morning, despite our alert and our warnings, 2 more pawn shops called in with reports of stolen watches taken in. We checked them out. The serial numbers on the watches matched those on the stolen property list. On the pawn shop account books, the loan was listed under the name Walter Tracy. The addresses were given as number 12 St. Vincent Place and 700 East Flower. The descriptions of the man were the same. Slight build, well-dressed, about 145 pounds, 5 feet 9 inches tall, dark wavy hair. We had the name and description distributed to every pawn shop in Los Angeles and surrounding communities. Through our informants, we checked up on every known fence in the city. For the next 2 nights, we received no reports of stolen jewels. That made up for the double burglary the night before. On June 19th, the box score read 18 successive nights, 18 successive jewel burglaries. At 3:25 in the afternoon, Ben and I sat down to check over the late incoming reports.
Got anything, Joe?
No, not yet, no.
Nothing here. Maybe the guy's left town.
Nope. No such luck. Take a look.
That's it, number 19. He may set a record.
Well, he's making monkeys out of us, isn't he? Look, man's watch, lady's watch, Chinese amber necklace, diamond shirt studs, and a bracelet with 2 large rubies.
He's getting ambitious. How's the value listing?
Let's see. $1,800. 1 haul. I'll get it. Burglary Friday. Yeah. What? Yeah. Be right down. Stall him. Let's go, Ben.
Where?
Kaplan's down on East 2nd. Walter Tracy's in there now, trying to hock a gold watch. Ben, cover the door. I'll go to look like I'm shopping around.
Right, but watch your step. We don't know this guy.
Yeah, stay close to the door, huh?
I'm sorry, that's the best we can do on the watch.
Look, Mac, this is gold. 21 jewels.
Well, that's the best I can do.
Drop dead.
Well, it's the best I can do. Don't get sore.
Yeah, sure. See you later.
That's him, Sergeant. Walter Tracy. I stalled him as long as I could.
All right, I'll check back with you later. Did you spot the guy that just came out?
Yeah, I went up the street.
Let's follow him. Hustle it. You spot him, Ben?
Straight ahead, about 15 yards. He's crossing the street.
Yeah, let's get up a little closer.
We'll lose him, sure, if the light changes.
Come on, run for it. Watch the traffic light.
Yeah. That was close.
He might have spotted us. It's going faster.
Come on, Joe, run.
Yeah. Don't lose him.
This crowd's not helping.
Hey, wait a minute. I bet you're a cop. You're chasing somebody.
All right, let go of my arm, mister. Let go.
Well, you don't have to get tough. Lousy cops think they own the street. I'm going to write the mayor's office.
Come on, Joe. He's running for it.
Yeah, I see him. Watch the signal up ahead.
Hurry, Joe. Almost up to him.
Into the parking lot. Hey, you! Stop!
Look out, Joe. A gun.
Yeah, I see.
All right, get away. All right, smart guy.
It's a nice job.
Yeah. He's too fast for an honest man. Let's take him in. When we got back to headquarters, Walter Tracy was under technical arrest. We took him directly to the interrogation room. We searched him thoroughly. We had him take everything out of his pockets and put it on the table. Then we had him take all the money he had in his wallet, count it out, and hold it in his hand.
What is all this routine?
That's all the money you have on you? $47.17, right?
Yeah.
Okay, keep it in your hand. Ben, shake him down.
All right, Tracy. Take off your coat, shirt, tie, and your shoes and socks.
What kind of a pitch is this? I'm no hood.
Take 'em off.
Two-bit cops. You're not pinning anything on me. I don't care what you do.
Sleeves, pockets, lining. Nothing in the coat, Joe.
Get his shirt.
Take it light with the threads, huh? Costs money.
How about the trousers, Ben?
Let's see. Cuffs, pockets. No. Let me get the belt.
Zipper on the inside of the belt?
No, it's clean. Shoes are okay. All right, Tracy, let's see the soles of your feet.
I hope you don't mind. They're dirty.
Why don't you take a shower? Let's see. All right, Joe, nothing. Put your clothes back on.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, you. What's your name?
Huh?
I said, what's your name?
You telling jokes? Walter Tracy, you know that.
Your real name.
How old are you, Tracy?
27.
Where do you live?
No place. Just got in town a couple of days ago.
Where are you from?
Salina, Kansas.
Where you been sleeping the last 2 nights?
The park, Pershing Square.
Clothes don't show it. Pretty natty.
I had 'em pressed.
Where?
Down by the square. I don't remember.
You ever been arrested before?
No.
Where'd you get this gun, Tracy, the one you pulled on us?
I didn't know who you were. Could have been a couple of hoods. You kind of look like it.
Where'd you get the gun?
I won it in a crap game coming out on the train.
Where'd you get the watch?
Graduation present.
You want to run a make on him, Joe? The gun and the watch?
Yeah, I'll call him.
Go on, check. You can't prove a thing.
Pawn shop records, Gilmore.
Gil, is Friday. Can you give me a make on a watch?
Sure, Joe, go ahead.
Time Master, yellow gold, man's wristwatch.
Okay.
Case number 716F23.
Right.
Movement number B351708.
Got it.
Okay. Now give me a make on this gun, huh? 32 S&W automatic. Serial number 579461.
Okay.
Call me back?
Right. What's your station number?
2572.
I'll ring you, Joe.
Thanks.
Having fun?
What'd you do with all those jewels you stole?
When do I get out of here?
I don't think you're going to get out.
You got nothing on me.
How tall are you, Tracy?
Get your tape measure. 5'9".
How much you weigh?
140. I'm 27. My name's Walter Tracy. I come from Salina. I've been in town 2 days, and I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You sound smart. You don't act it.
And you're flying blind, copper.
What'd you do with those jewels you stole?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What color are your eyes?
I don't know. I'm colorblind.
What color would you say your hair is?
You colorblind, too?
You ever been arrested before?
Straighten out. He asked me that.
I'm asking you.
No.
You ever done any big time?
No.
All right, I don't care if you level with us or not. We're going to make you on those prowl jobs, all 19 of them.
Sure. You guys are smart.
You got in Los Angeles 2 days ago, is that right?
Yeah.
You don't know anything about any jewel thefts.
That's what I said.
And how come your name and your handwriting's on the account books in 4 pawn shops in Los Angeles?
It's not mine. You can't prove it.
We can, Tracy. Come clean. What'd you do with the stuff you stole from 1250 Moraga Drive, June 5th?
I didn't steal any stuff.
What'd you do with the rings and watches you took from 1400 Placerville Road, June 9th?
I wasn't in town.
What'd you do with the diamond dress pins you stole June 13th, 123 South Van Ness?
Did I do that?
You're not only kinky, you're a bad liar.
You prove it.
Order get you a sawbuck, your prints bounced, Tracy.
Our handwriting man's gone to work on those signatures of yours. You haven't got a chance. Now, come on. Where'd you hide this stuff?
You can't prove a thing.
Where'd you say you've been sleeping the last 2 nights?
In the park, Pershing Square. You want a map?
Clothes sure look nice.
I said I had 'em pressed.
But you can't remember where.
No, I can't remember where. That a crime?
Friday talking.
Joe, this is Gilmore. Here's the stuff you asked for.
Let's have it, Gil.
No make on the watch, no make on the gun.
Okay, Gil. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
You're in up your neck.
You said that, didn't you?
You're gonna talk, Tracy.
Kind of tired.
All right, we'll let you sleep on it. Come on, Ben. Let's book him.
Right.
I'll get your jobs, coppers.
Sure. Come on. We took Walter Tracy to the county jail and had him booked on suspicion of burglary. He was still sullen. We knew we had the guilty man. Now we had to prove it. As it often happens, the victims never see the burglar. They only know he's been there. They can't identify him, but they can identify their property. Our job was to find the property. When we did, we'd have Walter Tracy. And the 19 victims would have their property returned. But Tracy wasn't talking, and we knew he'd never talk unless he thought it might help him. We took the problem to Ed Backstrand.
Smart punk, Skipper, but he's done time before.
How do you know?
Tried him out last night when we brought him in. He talks like it and he acts like it.
But he won't cop out. Are you sure?
He won't talk in 100 years. He knows he's got us in a spot.
Well, one thing's sure. We're not going to send him up without finding the loot first. He's planted this stuff somewhere in this city. We've got to find it.
Ben and I have got an idea, Ed. It's not going to be easy, but it might work.
What is it?
Tracy tried to soak some of the stolen property at 4 separate pawn shops in the downtown area.
Yeah?
At each one of those 4 pawn shops, he gave a local address. Now, we're sure he must have a room or an apartment someplace in town.
All right. Where?
That's where guesswork comes in, Skipper. Every one of those addresses he gave falls within a certain area.
How big an area?
You got that street diagram, Joe?
Yeah. Here it is, Ed. From Figueroa here to San Pedro, and from Pico down to 1st Street. The area's about 12 blocks wide, 14 blocks long.
That's a lot of territory. How are you going to cover it?
On foot. We'll take Tracy with us.
Plenty of legwork. You sure it's the answer?
We've got to find the stuff, and it's the only way we can figure it.
Hotels, apartments, rooming houses. There must be hundreds of places he could stay in that territory. It'll take a couple of weeks.
Yeah, on foot it will.
All right. It's tough, but it's your idea. Go to it.
An hour after we left Chief Backstrand, we got Tracy out of his cell in the county jail and started our canvass of the appointed area. We took the usual precautions and handcuffed Tracy's wrists to our own. We started the search for his hideout at 1st Street in Figueroa. It was a warm day in Los Angeles. The temperature was 91. After the first 3 hours, I could tell Ben's feet were ready to give out, and so were mine. We couldn't even have the comfort of complaining. That had encouraged Tracy, and he was cocky enough already. He cursed and threatened every step of the way.
My legs off. All right, quit pulling, will you?
Come on, Tracy, up the stairs. Another one to check.
Warm day, Joe.
Yeah, a little.
What do you mean, a little? Must be 110.
Yes? What is it?
You the manager?
Yes.
Could you tell me which apartment this man has in your house, ma'am?
Who, him?
Yes, ma'am, this one.
Never saw him before. He don't live here.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
Yeah. Hot, ain't it?
When are you going to get wise?
Come on, Tracy.
Well, that finishes this side of the street. You want to cross over, Joe?
Yeah, let's go.
I'm hungry. I want to eat.
After we cover the other side of the street.
You can't do this to me. I'm going to get a lawyer. I'll have your jobs, both of you.
Yeah, come on. We only got a couple of 100 places to cover.
Hi, gents. What can I do for you?
You the manager?
I run the place, yeah.
Which room does this man have in your place?
Him? You made a mistake. He doesn't live here.
All right, thanks.
My feet are killing me. Wait till I get a lawyer. I'll burn both of you dumb cops. What do you think you're doing anyway? Making a guy...
All that day and the day after that and the day after that, Ben and I, with Tracy handcuffed to our wrists, canvassed the designated areas, from hotel to hotel, from rooming house to rooming house, and the apartments, too. Every day our feet ached a little more, our pace slowed down, Tracy got more irritable, and the weather got hotter. The second day it reached a high of 92, the third day 94, the fourth day 94. Police regulations say plainclothes officers must wear a coat and necktie on the street at all times. We wore our coats and neckties. The search continued into the 5th day. Our pace got even slower. Ben and I started to lose heart. After a while, we forgot our object was to recover the stolen jewels. All we wanted was to find Tracy's hideout. We knew we were right. We knew Tracy was our man. It was a point of pride. Whether your feet hurt or not, you don't give in to a thief.
Yes? What do you want?
You the landlady here?
I am.
Which apartment does this man have in the building?
Well, none of them. He's not one of my tenants.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on, Tracy.
By the 6th day, all 3 of us had special pads in our shoes. Our feet ached worse than ever. Tracy let us know about his every 3 minutes. By late afternoon of the 6th day, we'd covered more than half of the designated area. The temperature was 95.
You guys gonna go on forever? I'm sweating like a horse.
I'm getting tired of your moaning.
That looks like the manager behind the desk.
Yes, sir?
You the manager?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Can you tell us which room this man has in the hotel?
Him? He doesn't live here. Hey, you fellas look awfully warm. Like to cool off in the lobby? We're air-conditioned.
No, thanks.
I'm hungry. When do we eat?
You're always hungry.
You got the biggest mouth on a cop I ever saw.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. I want to eat. Now. Wait till I give this story to the papers. Mistreating innocent guys. They'll break you.
All right. Come on, up the stairs.
I'm going to get a lawyer tonight. I'll show you.
Yes? Why, Mr. Baker, where have you been?
We questioned the landlady, a Miss Elizabeth Hunter. She told us that Baker, alias Tracy, had rented an apartment from her about 2 months before. That's all the information she could give us. Tracy clammed up. He would admit nothing. We asked Miss Hunter to accompany us as a witness. We took the elevator up to Tracy's apartment on the 6th floor. Miss Hunter, Tracy, Ben, and I.
Down this way. Here. Do you want me to open it?
Please, Miss Hunter.
What? There's a girl. Walter? What is it, Walter?
I told you to get out of town if I didn't come back.
I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave without you.
I thought you slept in the park.
Take a jump.
Where's the stuff hidden?
All right, Ben, handcuff him to a chair. The girl behind him. We'll find the stuff ourselves.
All right, Tracy. All right, you're next.
I haven't done anything neither. See, you can't prove it.
Billy, shut up.
That's better. No talking between you two. If there is, we'll separate you.
All right, Ben, you take the living room here. I'll try the kitchen. And get a window open. It's hot in here.
All right.
Sergeant, you will be careful of the furniture.
Yes, ma'am.
I had no idea. You, Mr. Baker, of all people.
Don't talk to him, please, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Tin cop.
Why don't you spell?
Ben, look. It's only the beginning. He's got the stuff scattered 7 ways for Sunday. We're going to need help.
In the milk bottle?
Yeah, 2 rings, 3 loose diamonds, and this bottle of mayonnaise. We found some kind of a brooch in it. A couple of watches taped to the underside of the kitchen sink.
All right, you. Convinced?
Okay, Ben, call Backstrand. There was a definite possibility that Walter Baker, alias Tracy, had stored some of his stolen loot outside his apartment. We stood little chance of ever recovering it unless we got him to break. Ben called Chief Backstrand, and in 10 minutes he arrived at the apartment with another man from burglary detail, George Levine. Together we went over the 4-room apartment foot by foot. We found jewelry, watches, loose stones in every conceivable place. In cartons of cottage cheese, in jars of cold cream, in the garbage can, everywhere.
Who's your girlfriend? All right, I'll ask her. What's your name? I said, what is your name?
Billy. Billy Crawford. He didn't do anything. He didn't.
All right, Billy. Maybe you can tell us. Where's the rest of the stuff he stole?
He didn't steal. He didn't steal anything.
Billy, shut up.
Keep quiet, you.
Ed, wait a minute.
What?
Just a minute. I want to look over here.
Papers. Taped to the underside of that top drawer.
What is it, Friday?
No, you can't. You can't.
Look at these.
All right, you found them. I'll talk.
No, Walter, don't.
Parole papers. He's an ex-con.
Yeah, I'll cop out.
Don't do it, Walter.
Billy, shut up. Dumb dame.
The rest of the stuff, where is it?
On the roof. Inside the ventilator, the one near the front, you'll find a couple of paper bags. That's it.
Levine? Got it, Chief. I'll check it. Your papers say you did time in Oregon. What for?
Fell for robbery. Did 5. I owe him 7.
What about the girl?
Walter, I'm going with you.
Her? I don't know. You figure it.
All right, Friday. Romero, take the girl to Lincoln Heights and book her. We'll take him.
Right, Ed. Come on, Ben.
No, Walter, I want to go with you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. This way out.
All right, easy, lady.
No, wait a minute. Just a minute. Walter?
You're a dumb dame, Billy. So long.
Walter.
All right, come on, let's go. What's the matter? You feel all right?
He lied. He said he loved me. He lied to me.
Don't feel hurt, lady. He lied to everybody.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Walter Baker, alias Walter Tracy, was tried and convicted on 3 counts of first-degree burglary and received the maximum sentence prescribed by law. He is now serving out his term in the state penitentiary. A hold has been placed on him by the state of Oregon, where he will serve out 7 years for violation of parole. Billy Crawford, Baker's accomplice, was tried and convicted of receiving stolen property and is now serving time in the state penitentiary for women. You have just heard the 11th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official police files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Warden Clarence A. Larkin of Folsom Prison, Sacramento, who, on the evening of September 24th, 1937, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen this Saturday evening to a pair of adventure shows featuring 2 well-known Hollywood personalities. You'll enjoy Brian Donlevy, star of Dangerous Assignment. Also on Saturday's schedule is Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell. Listen to both of these exciting programs this Saturday over most of these same NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
It's new, it's different, it's Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Gangbusters is brought to you by Tide, Procter & Gamble's new Wash Day Wonder. The new Sudsing Miracle that gives you all this. The cleanest, brightest, whitest wash you ever hung on the line. That's Tide. T-I-D-E. Tide.
Presents the case of the incorrigible killer who broke out of prison, then broke back in, only to find that when the brakes run out, the penalty is death.
Here with us in the studio tonight is the Honorable Paul V. McNutt, former High Commissioner of the Philippines and Vice President of the National Probation and Parole Association, will be heard at the end of the program, drawing from tonight's case conclusions of vital importance. Gangbusters has asked Chief of Police L.R. Greason of Reno, Nevada, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Chief Greason, you've told me that the killer in tonight's case was probably the most extraordinary in your experience.
Well, that's absolutely right, Don Gardner. I've been a police officer 15 years, and I've talked with hundreds of men and women who are guilty of crimes ranging from chicken theft to murder. But this man, well, you'll see what he was like. Suppose we begin exactly a year ago on a cold, dreary Sunday morning in the city of Tacoma, Washington. In the vestibule of a small church not far from Tacoma's business section, a young man with piercing brown eyes and thin lips stood watching the congregation file out at the completion of services. It was evident that he was looking for a particular worshiper, and after a few minutes, he saw him.
Hello, Rick.
What?
Where you going?
Dave.
Who were you praying for, me?
This is the surprise of my life, Dave.
Is it? Let's go over there out of the crowd.
Look, Dave, I got some people waiting at home.
Come on, kid.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a surprise of your life, huh, Rick?
Yeah, I thought they gave you 5 years.
Wasn't there nothing in the papers about my breaking out?
No, I didn't see anything.
Guess I'll have to speak to my press agent.
Honest, Dave, I gotta be going.
What are you worried about, Rick? Look, if you're worried because you think I know you shut your mouth off when the cops picked you up, forget it. I know you were on a spot.
I couldn't help it, Dave.
Didn't I say forget it? Every guy's got to save his own skin. I only got 5 years out of it. What's 5 years? They put you on probation, I hear. Is that why you go to church? You want to make an impression?
Yeah, I want to make an impression.
You're a smart boy, Rick. You mean there wasn't a thing in the papers about my busting out?
No.
At least they should have told you, Rick. After all, they might have figured I'd be out to get you, since it's on account of you I was in.
I told you I couldn't help it, Dave.
You know I'm not the kind to carry grudges, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, Dave. Well,
what's your hurry? I waited a long time for you, Rick. We can have a few words for old time's sake, can't we?
I told you I got some people waiting.
You know something, Rick? I've been a lot of places since I broke out. Salt Lake, Butte, Seattle, Denver. Did all right, too.
Did you?
Well, I got about $4,000 in my pocket right now. You figure it out. Now, I'm planning another tour. How'd you like to come along with me?
Look, Dave, I got a good job now.
And you go to church every Sunday.
Was there anything wrong in that? I got a break and I want to stay out of trouble.
I got a break, too, didn't I? 5 years.
Look, Dave.
I've been working alone. I gotta have an outfit. You sure you ain't interested, Rick?
To be honest, Dave, no.
Well, there's nothing I like more than an honest guy. Okay, I'll get my outfit. There's a couple of guys back there. When I broke out, I promised them I'd come back for them.
You're kidding.
Well, I broke out of the place. I can break back in to get them, can't I?
Yeah. If you want, I guess so.
I'd much rather have you, Rick.
I'm sorry, Dave. I told you I got people waiting.
Okay. Come on, we'll walk out together. Pal. What do you say we meet someplace later after you get rid of your people?
Why?
Talk over old times so I can get the news. After all, I've been away a while.
Okay, Dave. Wherever you say.
How about the hut? Is 2 o'clock okay?
All right. I guess I can make it.
Sure you can make it. If I let you, you'd have had at least 40 cops there for company.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, rat.
I don't know.
I hope you said good prayers in there.
Dave, don't shoot me. Please, don't. Oh.
Rat.
Well done. Tacoma police had no difficulty fixing the guilt in that shooting. But the escaped convict, David Blackwell, was not to be found. One midnight, less than a week later, 2 trustees were on all-night duty in the prison power plant of the Monroe Reformatory from which David Blackwell had escaped. Then the lone guard left them to go to the power plant office. One approached the other for a chat covered by the hum of a large generator.
Blake. Yeah. Is it clear? Yeah. Come on. Behind the dynamo.
You know, we gotta watch our step, Blake. That guard will be back any second.
Relax, will you? Got a half an hour of paperwork out there.
Well, look, what's on your mind?
Listen, you want to crack out with me, let's get started figuring the way. Else I'll look for somebody else.
Well, didn't Dave say he was coming back for us?
Forget Dave, will you?
Well, he said he was coming back to get us out, didn't he? Promise.
That was just so much mouthwash. He's out. So you want to mess around this joint for so they can nail him, stick him back in?
But he swore up and down.
Sure. Before he made it. If you got out, nobody'd find you closer than 100 miles to this place.
Well, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So if we're going to make it, we got to figure our own way. Can't depend on Dave or anybody else. We got...
What's that?
I know, you got me. Came from there.
The guard. Maybe it's the guard.
Don't be a dope. There, behind the switchboard. Come on.
Hey, listen. That officer could...
Dave.
Who'd you think it was?
How did you get back in here?
Same way I'm going to get you out.
Tonight?
Sure, tonight. What do you think I'm going to do? Go knock on the warden's door and ask him for a place to sleep?
How do we do it?
I came over the wall with a rope and a grappling hook. We get back over the same way.
Okay, let's go.
Wait a minute.
What? They got guards on the wall, machine guns.
It didn't bother me coming in to get you.
Yeah, but look, Dave.
Do you want to come or don't you? Make up your mind in a hurry. I don't want to take up residence here again.
Well, if you think it's okay, Dave.
Sure, it's okay.
All right, come on. Let's go. Before that guard gets back in here.
There's one thing, Blake.
Yeah? What?
This ain't out of the goodness of my heart, you know.
We got no dough, you know it.
I don't want dough. I just want you guys to stick with me.
Oh, sure, Dave, I'll stick with you.
It's not going to be any joyride, you know. I got some heavy things in mind. A lot of hard traveling. Well, Blake?
All right, that suits me.
Come on. Open up and take a look around.
No, I don't see anybody.
Okay, head for the wall, right at the drinking fountain. That's where I got the hook and rope. Go on. Flat against the wall.
Hey, there's a guard in that tower. Watch it.
Stay flat against the wall and get the hook. Where is it? Yeah. Okay, I got it. Now listen to me. There's 3 of us. We can only make it one at a time. Go up fast and quiet.
All right, go on. Throw that hook up. I hope it catches.
It will, don't worry. Here goes.
It's over.
Why not pull it tight?
Easy, Dave, easy.
I think it's okay. Watch us, didn't catch.
Oh.
Flat against the wall. Stay there.
I'll try it again, Dave. That thing might never hold.
It got me inside, didn't it? It'll get us out. I'll take another shot at it.
Here goes. Now, pull it tight.
Looks like it's going to be okay.
It's holding.
Okay, Arnie, up you go. Lay flat on top of the wall.
Yeah. But make it snappy. He's up.
Okay, Blake, you're next.
I don't need to be coaxed.
All right. Hurry. Hurry up.
Come on, Arnie. Give me a hand. Yeah. Grab hold. Yeah. Oh, we're making enough noise here to turn it. Oh, yeah, shut up. Come on up, Dave. Yeah.
Move over.
And stay down.
Car's parked right over there through the brush. We'll let the rope down the other side.
Uh-oh, stay down. The floodlights. Hurry with the rope, will you?
Forget the rope. It's only about 15 feet. Hang down and let yourself drop.
I can't jump that.
Down like this. Let yourself drop.
All right, watch out. Here I come.
All right, come on.
Hey, listen, come on. Okay. Are you okay? On my leg.
You can make it with the car. Let's go.
Oh. Come on, hurry.
But why Reno, Dave? Tell me. Reno's over 1,000 miles. There ought to be someplace closer we can light.
I say it's Reno, and that's final.
After all, Blake, he got us out, didn't he? If Dave wants Reno, I say okay. Any place he wants.
Well, I just want to know what he's got in mind.
I got plenty in mind. Only the first thing is for you two to get rid of those monkey suits.
Yeah, that would help.
We ought to be over the line into Oregon by the time the store's open. I'll buy you some clothes there.
Yeah, what about guns?
I got a couple for you in the trunk.
No kidding, Dave. Hey, this is sure whitey you everything.
Don't worry about it, kid. You'll pay me back. With interest.
So, Don, the criminal David Blackwell broke back into prison and delivered 2 of his prison mates from Monroe Reformatory in the state of Washington. The 3 of them headed immediately for Reno, Nevada, where they planned to spin the wheels of chance with their lives in the balance. They placed their bets, and the wheels stopped on red. Blood red.
Tide, Tide. You've never used anything like Procter & Gamble's amazing Tide. Tide is different from even the newest products for washing clothes. Nothing you can buy will wash clothes as clean as Tide. That includes all your family wash, your good linens as well as your greasy work clothes. Tide, with its amazing new suds, leaves clothes free from dirt and removes dingy soap film, too. Yet, with all this miracle cleaning power, Tide is truly safe for all your washable colors. In fact, Tide actually brightens those soap-dull colors. And in hardest water, Tide gets your white things whiter than any other washing product known. What's more, Tide keeps them white week after week, never turns them yellow. So get Tide. Get the only wash day product known that gives you all this. The cleanest, brightest, whitest wash you ever hung on the line.
Tide's in, dirt's out. Tide's in, dirt's out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Now back to Gangbusters.
You were telling us, Chief Greason, that 3 escaped convicts led by David Blackwell headed for Reno, Nevada, where Blackwell promised them a spree of robbery and plunder.
Oh, that's right, Don. In the afternoon following their arrival, the 3 criminals were sitting around a table at a bar on Center Street. Their conversation covered by the music from a jukebox and the gaiety of the resort town crowd.
What is your rush, Dave? We drove 1,000 miles. I've been cooped up 2 years. Reno ain't such a big place, you know. I want to enjoy it a little before we get red hot here.
Ah, Blake. You didn't come to enjoy the sights, Blake. I can't keep dishing out dough to the two of you. You got to earn some.
Well, give me a chance to get my bearings. How about it, Arnie? Don't you think we ought to do a little relaxing first?
Well, I'd like to, but Davis got a point. After all, he came and fetched us. We ought to do what he wants.
Look, do you think because he came after us I'm going to bow and scrape all my life? If you do, think again.
Nobody's asking you to bow and scrape all your life, but we're going to get that job done this afternoon.
Come on, Blake. Be reasonable, will you?
Okay, have it your way, Dave.
That's the only way I will have it.
Well, what is it you got in mind, Dave?
There's a saloon down the street. Charlie's, it's called.
What's in a saloon? You want whiskey, buy it.
You keep your mouth shut and listen.
Yeah, Blake, cooperate a little, huh?
Okay, let's have it.
It ought to be a cinch. We use the new car. You stay behind the wheel, Blake. I'll go inside first and I'll play the slot machine.
What about me?
A minute or so later, you walk in, Arnie. You go to the far end of the bar by the piano player. I'll walk up to the barkeep and ask him for more change. When he opens the register, pull out your heater. Okay?
And if I didn't like it, so what?
It's okay with me, Dave.
All right, let's finish up our drinks. Then we'll hit Charlie for a touch.
Captain Geach.
Sergeant Glass, Captain. You know that Buick with the Washington plates we found parked on Sierra Street?
Yes, what about it?
Well, Washington State Police just answered our wire. It was stolen in Seattle last Sunday.
Oh?
Well, that's not all, Captain. They add the car may be the one that was driven by some escaped convict. Broke out of Monroe Reformatory up there night before last.
Have there been any cars reported stolen here in Reno since we found that Buick?
No, Captain. Nothing's been reported.
And there's a good chance those guys may still be in town.
Washington police sent along pretty good descriptions of them.
Okay, Al. You get a hold of Cowan and Reed. Between the 3 of you, check all the hotels. See if you can turn them up.
Yes, sir, Captain. Right away.
Hey, barkeep.
Right with you, buddy. What'll it be, buddy?
Give me some more quarters for this.
I'll give you a tip about that slot machine, buddy. That's for the house.
Give me the quarters.
Okay, but don't say I didn't...
Okay, everybody, get him up.
Hey.
He said get him up.
Okay, take it easy.
Tell that piano player we want music.
Go on. Play the piano. All of you, don't move.
Get what's in the till, pal.
Right.
And none of you move.
Hey, boss, it's loaded with dough.
All right, grab it and let's get moving.
It's 2 big bags of silver.
Okay, throw one on the bar. I'll carry you. Stay still there, mister. You're asking for trouble.
Here you are, boss.
Okay. Let's go out the back.
Yeah.
Come on, make it snappy. Go check the back door.
Right.
Now, listen, all of you. Stay still 5 minutes. Don't move. And you, keep that piano going. Come on, boys. Right with you.
Captain.
Yes, Al?
A stick-up Charlie's Cocktail Lounge in South Virginia Street.
Oh?
2 guys inside and apparently a third in the car. They got nearly $2,000 in cash. Nobody saw the car.
You think those are the same ones who abandoned that stolen Buick? The Washington escapees?
Well, the second man in the deal answers the descriptions, but the one giving the orders was a 6-footer. Then they apparently had a third one waiting in the car. We only got a report on 2 escapees.
There was a Chrysler reported stolen a little while ago.
Oh, yes, Captain, I heard about that. Nobody in the neighborhood remembers seeing a Chrysler pull away.
All right, let's go on the basis that it is these Washington fellows. And get busy on that hotel check. If these boys haven't flown out of town already.
Who is it?
What do you think it is? Open up.
It's Dave. Okay, Dave, just a second. Come in.
Well, I've been nosing around town a little. Hello, Blake.
Hi. Did that little job cause much talk?
Sure it caused talk. And we're hotter than beer at noon.
Do you think so, Dave?
We're not hot.
Oh, no? This is the biggest little city in the world, but it's still little. I said we ought to pick up another car and get out of town as fast as we can.
We'll get out of town, all right. We'll get out of town after we knock over one more joint.
Are you kidding?
Would I be saying it if I was kidding?
What are you trying to do, get us nabbed? We should have been on our way as soon as we knocked over that saloon. We had no business staying holed up in this hotel.
Have you said your piece, Blake?
Blake, you shouldn't fly off like that.
Well, it's a stupid. But I don't like something I speak out.
It's a good idea. Always speak out. I always want to know what's on your mind. But we take the other joint.
Now, listen.
Blake, cut it out, will you? Didn't he crash us out? Didn't he risk his neck to do it? We ought to listen to him.
Okay, I'll listen. But because I listen, it don't mean I'll do.
If we pulled another deal, they couldn't want us any worse than they want us now, could they?
We ought to be on our way. Cops catch up with us, I'll have time in Nevada plus time in Washington. Why invite trouble?
If a cop catches up with me, only one of us is going to walk away from it.
No.
Hey, what are you talking about, cops catching up with us? I don't even want to think about it.
This new deal is more of a cinch than the last one.
Yeah, they're all a cinch. Till you get nailed.
And we kiss Reno goodbye tomorrow morning.
I got your word for that?
Didn't he tell you?
You got my word.
Okay, what's it all about?
There's a place on East 4th Street, the U.S. Highway 40 Tavern, they call it.
Yeah, I remember seeing the place when we drove in.
The cash paychecks are loaded with cash. We'll take them at midnight. Okay, we'll make the touch.
And blow Reno in the morning.
Yeah, and blow Reno in the morning.
Captain H.
Hello, Captain Sergeant Glass reporting.
Glad you called, Al. The Highway 40 Tavern was just stuck up with the same guys. Now, I want you to get...
When did it happen?
Well, about 20 minutes ago. Why?
I'm calling from the lobby of the Carlton Hotel. There's 3 guys checked in here. 2 of them answer the descriptions.
In their room during the last hour or so?
No, Captain. They just walked in the lobby a minute ago and went upstairs right before I called you. They were in a hurry.
They could be the ones, huh, Al?
I'd give odds they are.
What's the setup there?
They've got a 2-room suite on the 3rd floor, and there's only one door to the suite that's far enough away from a fire escape.
Okay. You stick around the lobby there. I'll bring Cowan and Reed over, and we'll give you a hand. If they try to leave the hotel in the meantime, pick up all 3 of them.
And if they don't?
We'll give them a chance to get asleep. Then we'll wake them out of their slumber.
T-I-D-E, Tide. There's never been anything like Procter & Gamble's sensational Tide. No soap, no other suds, nothing else you can buy anywhere will wash your clothes as clean as Tide. And here's why. Tide, with its new Miracle Suds, not only leaves clothes free from dirt, but removes dingy soap film, too. And that's only the beginning of the miracle. With all its amazing cleaning power, Tide is safe, truly safe, for all your washable colors. What's more, Tide actually brightens soap-dulled colors. And listen to what Tide does for white things. In hardest water, Tide gets them whiter than any other washing product known. And Tide keeps them white week after week, never turns them yellow. Try Tide next wash day. Start using the one, the only wash day product that gives you all this. The cleanest, brightest, whitest wash you ever hung on the line.
Tide's in, dirt's out. Tide's in, dirt's out. out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Arnie.
Yeah. What do you want, Blake?
A couple of words with you, that's all.
Oh, I can't wait until morning. I gotta hit the sack. You know, Dave has got the right idea. Get plenty of sleep. That's what I'm going to do, too, and then I'm going to
Sit still a minute, will you?
Oh, what is it?
Now, look, I got a sneaking hunch Dave wants to pull a third job here in Reno.
Now, you know that ain't so, Blake. He promised we'd pull out tomorrow the first thing.
Yeah, he promised. But something tells me he's got other ideas.
Well, if that's the way he wants it, I ain't been doing so bad stringing along with Dave. Well, good night,
Sit
Blake.
still a minute.
Hey, look, I'm asleep on my feet, Blake. What do you want?
If he says another job here, you're with me. We pull away from him.
Pull away from him?
That's what I said.
Yeah, but he knows what he's doing.
Maybe, but he don't know when to stop. I did enough time. I'm not risking doing any more.
Blake, you gotta have... Hey, who's that?
Get it down.
Cops. You don't think it's cops? Maybe we ought to wait, Dave.
Get Dave. Get your gun out. Get behind the door.
Yeah, but if it's cops...
If it's cops, Dave can't help us. Now, come on.
Listen, Blake. Dave, shut up.
Yeah? What do you want?
We're police officers. Open up. Open up.
Okay. What's the idea, mister?
I'll tell you what the idea is.
March it, Captain. There's one behind the door.
Come on, man.
Hey, look out. Come here, you. Let go of me. Shoot, all right. This one will hold you.
He's out.
All right, mister. Talk and talk fast. Where's the other one?
What other one?
Come on, where is he?
Okay, he's in there asleep.
You're sure he's asleep?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, we'll see. Where's the light switch in there?
Right inside the door, on the right.
Con, Reed, watch these two.
Gotcha, Captain.
Glass, let's go.
Right with you.
Okay, you open the door. I'll reach in for the light.
Yep.
Sound asleep. Come on over to bed. Let's pull back the covers.
Watch him, Captain. He's not asleep.
You said I'm not. That ought to hold you two for a while.
Everything okay?
No, it ain't okay. Here's one for you.
Why, you...
Now, settle down.
Take it easy, copper. I'm through. I'm hurt bad.
You said it. You're through. Reed, get an ambulance. Get two of them.
And that, Don, was the disastrous ending to this case. Two heroic Reno police officers, Captain Leroy Geach and Detective Sergeant Alan A. Glass, were shot and killed by this desperate criminal, David Blackwell. Blackwell himself was shot, but he recovered from his wounds and went on trial on first-degree murder charges a few months ago. He was convicted and sentenced to death in the Nevada gas chamber. The other criminals, Arnold J. Thomason and James Blake, received maximum terms of 50 years each in the Nevada State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Chief Greason, for telling us this case history. And now, Gangbusters is privileged to present the Honorable Paul V. McNutt, former High Commissioner of the Philippines and Governor of Indiana, speaking as Vice President of the National Probation and Parole Association. The Honorable Paul V. McNutt.
We have heard a dramatic story, a tragic story. In one form or another, it is a story all too common in America today. What can we do about it? Law enforcement? Yes. Efficient police work is essential to protect you and me and all of us. But we must do more than catch criminals and send them up. We must prevent crime. We must do everything possible to reclaim young offenders before they become criminals. Firm guidance from understanding judges and probation officers and from parole officers in cases involving parole can help to avoid lives of crime and tragedy. Trained men and women, such as the members of the Western Probation and Parole Conference who have heard the program in Phoenix tonight, are needed in every court dealing with young and first offenders. To provide such guidance, to assist those skilled and sincere workers with beginners in delinquency, the National Probation and Parole Association is working today through its offices from coast to coast with trained specialists in the field of crime prevention. It is a non-profit organization supported entirely by voluntary contributions, and its services are available to your community. It's ready to help you and your courts and probation officers, the agencies in your town, and in turn, it needs your help and support to carry on its great work. If your community needs help in these matters, or if you can help the association in its program, get in touch with it. The National Probation and Parole Association, with offices in San Francisco, Chicago, and New York. Here is its platform: effective treatment of delinquency and prevention of crime throughout America. In short, protection for you and a square deal for youngsters in trouble.
Thank you, Paul V. McNutt, for this message of vital importance.
Next week, the case of the war bride bandit who used the tactics of the wartime underground to rob her victims, but who found that in peace as well as in war, the loser's penalty is sure.
Next week, same time, same station, the case of the war bride bandit on Gang Busters. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss, directed by William Sweets, with Ken Lynch and John Larkin in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gang Busters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Improved K-Sight tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike.
Improved K-Sight tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Yeah, probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently.
Improved K-Sight tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Sight tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Sight tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Now, Gang Busters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gang Busters presents the case of the Quincy killers. Who didn't know that a railroad ticket in the hands of alert detectives could be a one-way ticket to the gallows?
Gang Busters has asked the Honorable Peter F. Hartman, former Chief of Police, Quincy, Illinois, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Chief Hartman, before we begin, I'd like to remind our listeners about a special feature at the end of tonight's program. It shows how a girl of 12 and a boy of 14 helped capture a dangerous kidnapper.
I'm quite anxious to hear that myself, Don Gardner.
Well, Chief Hartman, let's get to tonight's case.
Well, Don, it's not very often that a situation such as this arises in society. I've been a police officer myself for 23 years, and this was the first time I ever ran into anything like this case.
Well, why don't you start right in, Chief Hartman?
All right, Don. Let's begin in the city of Quincy, Illinois, one spring evening a few years ago. In a small two-story frame house near the International Shoe Company factory, a man sat on the living room sofa. He was there calling on Mrs. Angela Brooks Stover, already twice widowed. Angela was seated at the old melodeon, and the music coming forth seemed to be a hymn.
Left for me.
Angie.
What?
Don't you know anything except church music?
It's music, isn't it? I learned it when I was a child, and I've never learned nothing since.
Well, you ain't a child now.
My husband's liked my playing. Both of them.
Is that what killed him?
Will Heinze. I'm never going to invite you back for another evening.
Don't then.
Will.
Huh?
I baked a cake this afternoon.
What kind of cake?
Chocolate, with white inside.
Well, let's have some.
You know, I baked every day for both my husbands.
Is that so?
Every day.
Now, look, Angie, you're not hooking me for number 3, so if you're going to make hints, good night.
Will, what's the matter with us getting married? Is there something about me you don't like?
No, Angie, it ain't that, but...
Certainly time he was getting married.
Well, it's my father. There'd be nobody to look after him.
Since when's he sick in bed and look after himself? It's you that's clinging to him.
Now, wait a minute. I can take care of myself.
If you didn't have that old goat to drag around with you, maybe you'd get someplace in this world.
Pop is plenty smart. He's smart enough for me to listen to.
You're just scared of him, that's all. Like any minute he was going to take you out in the woodshed. Like you were still running around in knee pants.
That ain't so, Angie. You got more company?
No.
Who you expecting?
Nobody. I don't think anybody.
Well, don't stand there. See who it is.
All right. Yes, what? Oh, Mr. Heinze.
Yes, Mr. Heinze.
Will, it's your father.
I guess Will knows me when he sees me.
But won't you come in, Mr. Heinze? I was just about to serve chocolate cake.
Well, I like chocolate cake. If it's good. Will, I want to talk to you.
Angie makes good chocolate cake. Huh?
The best. And I got some coffee up.
Well, then go get it. Don't stand here talking about it. The eating is the proof of the pudding.
All right. Make yourself at home, Mr. Heinze.
I will.
Well, what's the matter, Pop?
Well, if I was a younger man, I'd take a stick and pound some sense into your head. Sit down.
Oh, Pop, I don't really mean to marry Angie.
Angie, huh? There was 2 policemen around the house looking for you. They said Klinger's hardware store was broken into, and they think you did it. Now, did you?
Pop,
Did you?
Well, yeah.
All these years I've been teaching you, all these years I've been trying to make a man out of you.
I'm sorry.
Too late to be sorry. Got no respect for your father. Why don't you at least wait until I'm in my grave?
Pop, don't talk like
Breaking
that.
into hardware stores. How many times have I got to tell you not to break into anything? Unless I say so.
It looks so easy.
It looks so easy. Now you're in trouble. Every time we got in trouble. Every time it's been on account of you running off and doing something like that.
Oh, Pop.
If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have spent that time in the Missouri State Prison. And that 5 years in Iowa. You're not much better than a child.
Pop, I told you I was sorry.
Being sorry is not going to chase them 2 detectives away from the house there. They're waiting for you.
Uh-oh.
I tell you, it's lucky for you your father has a good mouth on him. I told them I'd go out and find you. Bring you to the police station.
Oh, no, Pop, you're not.
Well, I sure ought to.
Yeah, but you ain't, Pop.
It's just lucky, Will, that you're my flesh and blood. It's just lucky for you.
What are we going to do, Pop?
Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do some traveling again. To a resort. To Spirit Lake.
Spirit Lake? Where's that?
It's up in Iowa near the Minnesota line. I saw an ad in the paper. The people that runs the cottages there need a couple of handymen.
Handymen? We're not going to work, Pop.
Just long enough to get a good look around the resort. Now, we leave tonight.
Spend all day chopping wood just so somebody can burn it up. Fine job we got.
Will?
What, Pop?
Put that axe up, Will. Mrs. Miller says dinner's on the table.
It's about time. Where have you been all day?
What's eating you, Will? A little work never hurt nobody.
It can't hurt you. You never do anything.
Will, you have some respect.
Well, I thought you said we'd only be around here long enough to find out where they keep their money. I thought you
Don't think so much. Now, come on inside.
You know, the first guests will be coming soon, Pop. When the cottages get rented up, it'll be tougher and tougher to do what we gotta do.
You just leave all that to me. I'll tell you when.
We can handle the Millers, all right. They won't be no trouble.
Wipe your feet off.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Come in. It's on the table.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
We got lamb stew. It's getting cold.
Lamb stew sounds pretty good, don't it, Pop?
Yeah, it's awful good. Don't you think you ought to wash your hands, Will?
Oh, yeah, Pop. Hey, excuse me. I'll be right back.
Yes, sit down, Pop.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
Sometimes Will calls you Pop as if you were really his pop.
Well, I Yes, it's natural, him not having a father and not together so long. My, everything sure looks good.
Well, help yourself.
Ain't Mr. Miller going to eat with us?
Oh, Mr. Miller went to town. He went to arrange for the bus. First guests are coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, that's it's kind of early, ain't it? Nights are still pretty cold for vacationing.
Oh, we get lots of early guests. Oh, now take some more of that stew, Pop. That little bit isn't going to hold you till supper.
Well, I'm all washed up.
There, sit down, Will. Oh, and help yourself.
Thanks, Miss Miller. Oh, that lamb stew looks awful good.
It is good, Will. Will, the first guests are arriving tomorrow.
Oh, no kidding.
That's right. We're in for some real excitement.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Oh, that must be Mr. Miller calling from town. Excuse me, I'll get it. Help yourself to everything. Don't be bashful.
Say, this lamb stew is good, Pop.
Hang the lamb stew.
Well, it's good. Mrs. Miller's a good cook.
Guests coming early ruin everything.
What can we do about it? They're coming.
I tell you what we can do. We can finish our business tonight.
Tonight?
That's what I said.
Yeah, but we don't know where Mr. Miller keeps all the money.
Well, we'll find it.
But how are we going to have time to find it with them around?
That's easy. We kill him.
Kill him?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Pop, that ain't good.
Now, you look here. Did I ever put you wrong yet, Will? The only times we've been in trouble is when you did something on your own. That's the only times.
Yeah, but do we have to kill him?
If we're going to find out what we want, yes.
When?
Tonight. After supper. In the parlor.
But, Pop...
Will, I made up my mind.
Okay, if you made up your mind.
You're right, Will. Mrs. Miller does make good lamb stew. Very good lamb stew.
So, Don, if the afternoon seemed like an eternity to Philip and William Heinze as they waited their moment, the events that night must have seemed to occur in a split second. But sometimes split seconds are remembered better than eternities by murderers and their pursuers.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Hartman, that the criminals Philip and William Heinze, father and son, planned to murder and rob their employers, Mr. and Mrs. Miller, operators of a lakeside resort in northern Iowa.
That's right, Don. And that night after supper, the two criminals were in the kitchen, about to enter the parlor, where, as usual, they were invited by the Millers to spend the evening.
You do like I told you, and we'll come out all right.
Oh, but, Pop, do we have to kill them?
I told you we did. You just watch me for signal. Good evening, Mrs. Miller.
Oh,
Miller?
good evening. Good evening. Have a chair.
Thank you. You will.
How'd it go in town today, Mr. Miller?
Fine, Will, just fine.
Are you finished with the sports section, Miss Miller?
Yes, there it is on the couch.
Oh, thank you.
Big rainstorm in Chicago, it says.
Is that so, Mr. Miller?
Yes, it... Oh. Where'd you get that gun?
I'm going to use it to kill you, Mr. Miller.
What? No! Wait, you old fool!
Take care of her.
You maniac!
Take care of her, I said.
You crazy fool! Quiet!
Hit her again. Yeah. Now, here. Shoot her.
Oh, no, Pop, you do it.
So I have to do everything? All your life I've been doing things for you. Now, here, you shoot her yourself. Go on. Shoot her.
Pop.
I said shoot her.
And she might still be lying out there, her unconscious and Mr. Miller's body, if the bus driver hadn't come by with the guests.
I think we've got a case, Sheriff.
Well, this is Cousin's furniture store here. Oh, before we go in, besides being the leading furniture merchant and undertaker, Mr. Cousins is also coroner of the county. He'll probably want to talk to us about holding the inquest.
I understand.
Well, let's go on in. Afternoon, John. Afternoon, Sheriff. Mr. John Cousins, this is Agent Ike Welburn of the Iowa Bureau of Investigation. He came out from Des Moines to help with the case.
Glad to have you. We got a mystery on our hands. Sit down here any place. It's all second-hand stuff.
Thanks. I hope I can help you solve that mystery.
Well, Corpus delicti is back in the undertaking department. How's Mrs. Miller?
Well, the doctors give her a 50-50 chance, John. We got the slugs out of Mr. Miller's body. Looks like they came out of a 32.
Both of them. We'll send them down to the laboratory in Des Moines for a complete ballistics check. What about these two men, the suspects?
Well, the only time they were seen in town was the day they got off the train.
When was that?
10 days, 2 weeks ago. They asked Chet North, the station agent, for directions to the Miller's place. Chet phoned out, and Miller drove in for him.
I guess Mrs. Miller could give you more information about them than anyone else.
Well, apparently Mrs. Miller won't be able to give that information for a while.
If at all.
If they'd already been hired by the Millers, must have been some correspondence between them.
Well, my men certainly couldn't find anything. No payroll book, nothing.
Nothing at all.
You know, it's strange how the young one and the old one seem to travel together. Mr. Miller was talking about them at the feed store one day. He had an idea they were some kin, but he never asked.
Wasn't the nosy kind, as long as they did their work.
They did their work all right. Come on, Sheriff, let's walk over to the depot and talk to that station agent. I want to see if I can make certain of the exact day they got off the train.
When the lights are dim. All right. Just a minute. Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Angie. Will.
Will. Well, where have you been? Where'd you disappear to for 3 weeks?
Oh, Pop decided we should take a little trip.
Can you go away without telling me?
Well, ain't you going to invite me in?
Come in, Will.
Much obliged, Angie.
Now, tell me, was that nice what you did to me?
No, Angie, it wasn't, Angie.
I don't know whether I even ought to ask you to stay.
Angie, I'm through listening to my Pop.
Oh.
I'm going to start doing things on my own.
It's about time.
More than about time.
Will, just by coincidence, I made a chocolate cake today.
You did?
Would you like some?
Later. But right now, would you play one of those hymns for me?
A hymn?
Yeah.
Well, sure, Will. If you want.
Angie.
Yes?
Sometime in the near future, would you care to marry me?
Oh, Will, I don't know what to say.
Well, say what you said to the two before me. Say yes.
Yes, Will. Yes. Oh, come to the church in the wildwood.
Oh, come to the church in the vale.
These phones would be best to put the call through on, Sheriff.
Well, you can tie this one up as long as you want, Wellborn.
Thanks.
Yes, please.
Operator, I want to place a call to the chief auditor, Rock Island Railroad, Chicago, Illinois.
Yes, sir. I'll call you back.
Thanks.
It looks pretty hopeless to me, Wellborn. The railroad takes up thousands of tickets every day.
I know they do, but each one of them is handled and audited individually. Now, if we can trace the ones these two men used for their passage to Spirit Lake, we might know where they came from. That's a big step in the investigation.
I grant you that, but suppose they changed trains at Des Moines or someplace. Then where are we?
If they bought their tickets through to Spirit Lake when they left home, it doesn't make any difference how many times they change. The stamp of the originating office is on the back. If the railroad can locate those tickets, we've got a chance.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe you've got something.
Sheriff, it's all we've got.
Where have you been, Will? You had me worried. The Quincy cops might still be looking for you on account of that hardware store.
Just over to see Angie.
But I thought I told you to stay away from her. She's been widowed twice and proposes to make you number 3.
I asked her to marry me, Pop.
You what?
Angie and I are going to get married.
You won't marry her as long as I'm alive.
I ain't listening to you no more, Pop. You got me in trouble all my life listening to you. Steal this, steal that.
Will.
Turn me loose, Pop.
You're my boy. You'll do what I say.
Turn me loose.
Will. Push your poor old father, who's been nothing but good to you all your life.
Oh, good to me? That's a laugh. Making me spend years and years in jail, making me steal and kill.
You wouldn't have known what to do if it weren't for me. You wouldn't have known nothing.
I wouldn't have killed nobody.
You didn't even do a good job at that. I told you to kill her. You messed it up. You never did anything right.
I can kill, Pop, if I want to. Angie and me are getting married, and if you step 1 foot in the way, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
Agent Welborn.
Mr. Welborn, Detective Watson, the Quincy, Illinois Police Department is ready to talk now.
Well, good. Put him on.
Hello, Welborn.
Yes, Watson. How are you?
Okay. I've been thinking about our phone conversation last night.
Any ideas, Watson?
You say those two definitely bought their railroad tickets here in Quincy.
That's what the railroad says.
Well, I don't want to make any promises, Welborn. Maybe I know the men you're looking for. Father and his son.
That could be.
The name's Heinze. We've suspected them in a couple of burglaries around here. They disappeared about 3 weeks ago. But I could start checking around for them.
It's a good idea, Watson. You start checking and I'll start driving. And I'll see you there as quick as I can make it.
Come to the church in the vale. No place is so dear to my child.
I never heard such pretty music.
Pop?
Evening, Mr. Heinz.
You get your hat, Will. We're going.
How did you get in here?
I got a knack of getting places, Will. You know that. You get your hat.
Go on, Angie. Finish playing.
But will I?
Finish playing.
Will, tell him to go home. I can't stand the sight of him.
You're coming with me, Will.
No more. You're not telling me what to do.
Will.
You stupid oaf.
Stay away from me, Pop.
Will.
Put that gun up.
Stay away, and you too, Angie.
Oh, Will.
Shut up, Angie. All these years I've been taking lessons from you, Pop, so right now I'm going to show you what I learned.
Well, you wouldn't shoot your own father now. Not after all we've been to each other.
You've never been anything to me. All my life I've been scared of you. Now I'm not scared no more.
Will, don't
you
shoot
get
him.
some sense, boy.
I'm
Get some
just
sense.
beginning to get some sense, boy. Sit down, Pop. I'm going to shoot you just like you shot Mr. Miller.
Will, my boy.
Sit down.
Will, don't do this to me.
Hey.
Police officer, don't move.
Yeah, what up?
Don't move. I have a dozen guns on you.
Oh, Will.
You lady, open the door.
Don't do it, Angie.
Open the door.
All right.
One side. That's it. Just keep your hands up.
Hey, he's my son, officer. We were only joking.
I wasn't either joking.
If there's any humor in this situation, it's beyond me. And you won't think it's so funny either when you face the judge and the jury.
That, Don, was how this strange pair of killers, father and son, were apprehended. They were returned to Iowa, where they were found guilty of murder in the first degree. On March 29th, 1946, Philip and William Heinze paid the extreme penalty for their crime on the gallows at Fort Madison State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Chief Hartman, for this most unusual case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the police officers whose brilliant investigation brought this pair to justice. Now, as a special feature, Gangbusters presents an interview with the two young listeners who are responsible for the apprehension of the dangerous kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg, whom they recognized from the description given on a gangbuster's clue. Here they are from the studios of KEX, ABC's new 50,000-watt outlet in Portland, Oregon.
Hello, I'm Pauline Virgin, age 12. I'm a Girl Scout.
And I'm Navarre Smith, 14, Andy Boy Scout.
Well, Pauline and Navarre, you've had quite an exciting week. And now you're on Gangbusters. Why don't you just go ahead and tell all these millions of people just how it happened?
All right, Mr. Hunter. You see, we live in Gerhardt, Oregon. And everybody...
Gerhardt's about 80 miles from Portland. Isn't that right, Pauline?
Yes, sir. Well, you see, I took riding lessons from Cowboy Jim.
Mm-hmm.
And, Saturday night when I was listening to Gangbusters, I heard the description of him. And it said that he had the limp and the tape on his fingers.
Mm-hmm. What was the description that they gave in Gangbusters? Did they say he had his fingers taped?
Yes, he did.
Oh, I see. And then this Cowboy Jim had his fingers taped, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were pretty suspicious then, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, what did you do about it?
Well, I told my cousin Navarre Smith.
Oh, I see. Navarre, how did you feel about this whole thing?
Well, I thought if the FBI wanted this kidnapper, that the best thing to do was to turn him in. I went over to Seaside and turned him in to the policeman there.
You turned the kidnapper in?
No, I asked him where I could get in touch with the FBI, but...
Oh, I see.
He asked me why, and I told him, and so he says that he would do it for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you talk to your mother about it, Pauline, at all?
Yes, I did, and she kind of laughed.
Oh, I see. Well, you didn't let that bother you at all, though, did you?
No.
Well, you say the policeman now was going to do what for you?
He was going to turn him into the FBI for us.
Well, I see, and he certainly did from all the activity we've seen around here in the last week. Agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation did some checking, and they found out that Cowboy Jim really was the kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg. And they found him hiding under the baby crib in a friend's house last Friday night. Tell me something, Pauline. What did your mother say after it was all over?
Well, she was kind of thrilled about it. She didn't think it could happen.
Well, she kind of admitted, too, that kids can be right sometimes, didn't she? Well, you and Navarre certainly were right, and observant, too. And now, on behalf of Gangbusters, I want to present each of you with a check for $100.
Oh, boy.
And we hope you'll continue to be observant young citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
Now, this is Ben Hunter, transcribed from the studios of KEX Portland, Oregon, switching you back to Gangbusters in New York.
Thank you, Pauline Virgin and Navarre Smith. And Gangbusters, congratulations to both of you.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best, when it comes to coffee, is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase & Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase & Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today, our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase & Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase & Sanborn, too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase & Sanborn coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our fighting men. War fraud.
In every war, there are two battlefields. One where guns are fired and one where guns are made. We have been victorious on this second battlefield. We have been winning in our factories, our plants, in all our arsenals of supply. But there have been a few men who have fought the war of supply, not for us, but for the enemy. Because to these men, war has meant only one thing, a chance to make money. They have been caught. Sooner or later, these men are caught by the FBI. Because the workers in their plants are also working for this country. In one case, a war profiteer was caught because of a worker who was only a cleaning woman. A middle-aged woman who swept the floors in a plant which manufactured hand grenades for the government.
Say, hold on there.
What?
Well, where are you dumping that stuff?
In the trash barrel.
Oh, that doesn't go in the trash barrel.
But it's just the sweepings from the floor.
I know, but...
It's trash. Trash goes in the trash barrel.
What's your name?
Anna Waco. What's yours?
Rockland.
Oh, Mr. Rockland. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mrs. Waco. How long have you been working here?
3 months, sir.
Surely you know by now that any sweepings with powder in them go in that box over there.
But this powder isn't good for anything, Mr. Rockland. It's all mixed with dirt and shavings.
Mrs. Waco, this is my plan. I'm manufacturing hand grenades for our government. One of the duties to anyone working for the government is to conserve material.
But this powder...
will you let us worry about it? We have ways of sifting the powder from the dirt. We must conserve.
Well, I've got 2 sons over there, and I'd hate for them to get a hand grenade with powder like...
Mrs. Waco, any sweepings from the floor which have powder in them are to be dumped in that box.
Yes, sir.
After all, there's a war on, you know.
The war that is being fought on the second battlefield, the war fought in the factory, is a vitally important one. And industry and labor have been fighting it triumphantly. Soon after Pearl Harbor, however, the Attorney General of this country realized that there would be a few dollar patriots to blot the record. A greedy few who would try to make huge profits at the expense of the government. And so a war frauds unit of the Department of Justice was created. And to the FBI went the job of tracking down the criminals involved. That's why, when Mrs. Anna Waco became suspicious of the Rockland Powder Company, she went to the offices of the FBI.
Maybe he has got a way of getting the dirt out of the powder, but there are other funny things, too.
Like what, Mrs. Waco?
Well,
Don't be afraid, please. Anything you say is just between us. The FBI will never do anything to endanger your position.
Oh, I'm not afraid, Mr. Daly. Not for myself, anyway.
Who, then?
My daughter-in-law. She works in the plant, on the assembly line, putting in the powder charges. But they don't care how much powder goes in.
Who doesn't care?
Mr. Rockland or one of his sons.
How many sons does he have?
4. And they're all nasty boys. One of them's Ruth's foreman, and he just keeps saying, hurry up, speed it up. He doesn't care if the grenades are any good. He just cares if they're getting out a lot of them.
Mrs. Waco, you must know the government has inspectors checking those grenades before they leave the plant.
Sure, I know.
Well, if the grenades don't come up to specifications, they're not any good. Those inspectors are going to reject them.
I know.
Well,
what happens to them after the inspectors turn them down?
What do you mean?
Mr. Daly, those Rocklands are just out to make all the money they can. They wouldn't be in such a hurry to turn out bad grenades unless they had some way of using them.
Well, what way?
I don't know, sir. But they're always talking and talking about conserving material.
Yes.
Well, good or bad material, I'll bet they've got some way of getting those rejected grenades out of that plant.
Special agents were sent out to check the Rockland Powder Company, to delve into the past of Andrew Rockland and his 4 sons, to interview the government inspectors who examined the hand grenades made at the Rockland plant. From the inspectors, FBI agents found that each day, a large number of grenades did not come up to government specifications and had to be rejected. These faulty grenades were supposed to be sent back and fixed. But whether they were or not, the inspectors didn't know. They had no way of knowing. But the FBI had a way of finding out. The inspectors were asked to mark a small red X on each rejected grenade. And then, after a few days, a case of hand grenades made by the Rockland Company was given microscopic examination.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, Mr. Daly.
What's new?
You mean, have we heard anything from your hand grenades yet? The answer's yes.
Fine.
Not so fine.
What do you mean?
How much do you know about specifications for hand grenades, Mr. Daly?
I've learned a lot in the last few days.
Well, it seems that each of these grenades is supposed to have 4 individual powder charges.
Otherwise, it won't go off correctly.
That's right. Now, here. Look at a cross-section drawing of this one grenade.
All right.
You see?
Yes. That's only got 1 charge.
If a soldier tried to use that grenade to save his life, well...
No.
We found 22 like this one, Mr. Daly.
How many were examined altogether?
136. Now, here.
54 with only 2 charges. 37 with only 3 charges.
And out of the whole lot, exactly 25 that met with specifications.
Wow.
That's not all.
Not all?
No. To be really efficient, the powder charges have to be compressed into the grenade under a pressure of from 5,000 to 6,000 pounds.
That means using a machine press.
Yes. Some of these were made with a hand press. You know something?
What?
The powder in every one of these grenades made with a hand press is full of dirt and shavings. Almost as if...
The powder had been swept up from the floor.
Yes.
Bill, let me see one of those grenades.
Yeah. What are you looking for?
A little red X.
Oh, you won't find any on those, Mr. Daly.
What?
The Foley ones made with a machine press, they all have the red X on them. The others, the ones with the dirty powder and made with a hand press, they don't have any mark on them at all.
A special agent of the FBI can get into a war plant by showing his credentials. Entrance, however, is not assurance that he'll be able to see what he's looking for. That he'll be able to see how 40 grenades are packed and shipped out anyway. How other 40 grenades can be made with hand presses and dirty powder. And can be packed and shipped without ever being inspected, without ever being seen. The special agent who visited the Rockland Powder Company had no trouble getting in. He showed his credentials, he waited a few minutes, and then a young man appeared.
Mr. Daly?
Yes?
I'm Fred Rockland.
Oh, how do you do?
Hiya. My father's waiting inside for you.
Oh, that's fine.
Just a few steps down this hall.
What's that?
Oh, just testing the burglar alarm, I guess.
Oh.
This way.
Thanks.
Oh, Dad.
Yes?
He'll take care of you, Mr. Rockland.
Thanks.
So long.
So long. Hello, Mr. Rockland.
How do you do, sir? You're from the FBI?
That's right.
Well, glad to be of any help I can to a representative of our government.
That's nice of you.
Anything in particular that you want to see, Mr. Daly?
No. No, I don't believe so.
Just want a general look around, huh?
Yes.
Well, this building you're in now is just one of the places where we assemble the grenades.
How many buildings do you have in all, Mr. Rockland?
We have 5. Do you want to go through all of them?
If it's not too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. Glad to do it.
It's nice of you.
I just wondered if there was anything particular you were looking for.
No. No, nothing.
I realize you boys have to be a little close-mouthed about your business.
Just a routine look around, Mr. Rockland.
I see. Well, if you...
Are those people over there government inspectors?
Yes. That's a pretty routine job in our plant, I am glad to say. This way, Mr. Daly.
5 buildings made up the Rockland Powder Company. The owner himself took the special agent of the FBI on a tour of all 5. The agent could neither see nor hear nor find anything to indicate that Andrew Rockland was deliberately trying to perpetrate a war fraud against the government of the United States. On the surface, everything was in order. Everything was up to standard. Except that every time the agent approached a new building, an alarm bell rang.
I suppose this is the last building?
Yes. You've seen them all now.
Well, I must say it seems to be a fine place.
Thank you. We think it is. We're all pretty proud of our little contribution to the war.
I'm sure you are. Tell me something. If 1 or 2 of the grenades happen to be faulty, what happens to them?
Oh, they're set aside and remade.
I see. I noticed that you have special boxes set aside for the rejects.
Naturally. We don't want them to get mixed up with the others.
Naturally. I was just...
We can get out this way.
Thanks.
After you, sir.
Yep. And very nice of you to show me around, Mr. Rockland.
Oh, not at all. I'm always glad to be of service to my government or any... What's the matter?
Didn't you say you had 5 buildings?
Yes.
Well, isn't that small one over there...
Oh, that one isn't used.
I see.
That's where I originally started my plant. But it's too old to be good for anything now.
You suppose I could see it?
Certainly. Some other time.
Oh, as long as I'm here now,
I'm afraid not, Mr. Daly. I do have a business to run, you know. I can't spare any more time.
Well, perhaps someone else could take me around.
I don't think so. We all work very hard here. There's a war on, you know.
Yes. Of course, I couldn't go through it myself.
No. No, I think you'd have a little difficulty in doing that. Good day, sir.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on war frauds. We'll return to this case in just a moment. At the end of tonight's broadcast, let's suppose that you open your evening paper and turn to the stock market quotations. The name Equitable is fresh in your mind, so you decide to find out what the Equitable stock is selling for. You look under the E's, but the name Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is not there. Why? Well, it's not there for a very good reason. There is no such thing as equitable stock. You can't buy it because it doesn't exist. This society is owned entirely by its policyholders, not by stockholders. And therefore, in the very truest sense of the word, the Equitable is a society in which all the funds are put to work for the benefit of all the members. Furthermore, the dollars entrusted to the society are employed in ways that benefit the entire nation. They're invested in war bonds and American industry. They promote the business of farming, and they encourage home ownership. By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Andrew Rockland, war profiteer.
Agents of the FBI don't force their way into private property. Neither into a house, nor into a building, nor even into a war plant where they are fairly certain criminals are working, and working overtime. In the Rockland case, special agents attempted to get into the plant by working there as employees. The plant, however, suddenly announced that even though it was speeding up production, it was not hiring any more workers. That was also an announcement that Andrew Rockland was on guard. The FBI had no actual proof, no conclusive evidence that Rockland and his 4 sons were deliberately defrauding the government. They needed proof, and they knew it must be within that plant. They knew that somehow they had to get into that single unused building. But how?
Daly?
Yes? I'm Harvey Berkeley.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Well, the boys over at the American Legion said you wanted to see me tonight.
Yes, have a chair.
Thanks. Always glad to sit after all the walking I do. And
Mr. Berkeley, I wanted to see you because, frankly, we need your help.
You need my help? The FBI needs my help?
Yes.
Will I tell my wife?
We'd rather you didn't say anything to anybody.
Oh, sure. But why me?
We want to get into the Rockland powder plant.
Oh.
We need an employee to help us. Someone who's patriotic and can be trusted to keep quiet. We checked with the Legion and got your name.
Did you check on me?
We're satisfied.
Well, name it, and if I can do it, no questions asked.
Thanks. You're the safety engineer at the plant.
That's my title.
Just what do you do?
Oh, pretty much what I think has to be done to keep the plant safe.
You can get into all parts of it at any time.
Sure.
Can you get me in?
Without anyone knowing who you are?
Yes.
Sure.
What about the guards at the gate?
Well, if you wear old working clothes, I can take you in with me.
How?
Well, I'm allowed to take on an extra man if I think I need one for special precautions.
Mr. Berkeley.
Yeah?
Would too much snow on the roofs of the plant buildings be considered a reason for special precautions?
Why, sure. If it gets too heavy, there might be damage. Why?
I was thinking. You might say you needed me to help shovel snow from the roofs. There's a lot of it now.
Well, I could figure out an easier way. Less work for you.
I'd rather do it that way. I'd like to shovel snow off the roof of that unused old building.
Oh.
You see, I want to get into that building. And I think the roof's probably the best way.
At 11:30 the next morning, Harvey Berkeley and a rather dirty-looking helper climbed a ladder to the snow-covered roof of the old unused building on the grounds of the Rockland Powder Company. The guards saw them, watched them shovel snow for a few minutes, and then forgot about them. At noon, Harvey Berkeley and his helper quit for lunch and left the roof of the building. Not by the ladder, however, but by a trapdoor that took them inside.
Sure is dirty in here.
Yeah, this is just an old loft, Mr. Daly. Hasn't been used for years, as far as I know.
No. Nothing around but cobwebs. What's downstairs?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Let's take a look.
I don't know how we're going to get down there. The door's all boarded up.
Oh, I don't want to get down there.
What?
I just want to be able to see down there. Got your hammer?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks.
What are you going to do? Pry up those boards?
Yes, they'll loosen up.
I don't know what you're up to, Mr. Daly, but you sure seem to pick the hard way of doing it.
Oh, no, this is an easy way. There.
Get a good view of the place, all right.
What are all those crates?
Oh, I don't know, but the Rocklands have sort of used this as a general junk storehouse ever since the new buildings were put up. You see that machinery right below us?
Yes.
Well, they're the old hand presses they used to use in the beginning. They're no good now, so they just store them here.
I don't think they're just stored.
What do you mean?
Take a good look around this loft. Then look down there.
Okay.
See any difference?
Well, it looks cleaner down there.
A lot cleaner. No cobwebs, no dust, no boards over the door. That's not a storehouse down there, Berkeley. That's a little factory.
But who uses it?
I don't know, but I'm going to wait here till I find out.
Well, what happens when you do?
Wait and see.
For almost 10 hours, Special Agent Daly sat quietly and alone in the dusty loft of the unused building. For almost 10 hours, he waited. For almost 10 hours, he crouched by the loosened floorboards, waiting for someone to enter the room below. Waiting to see if his suspicions were right. Waiting for proof that men worked in that room below to defraud the government of the United...
Berkeley? Is that you, Berkeley?
Sure is dark in here.
Hurt yourself?
Nah.
Anybody see you come up?
No, but I had to wait till the guards got out of the way. Here.
What's this?
Some sandwiches.
Oh, thanks. You pick up that box for me?
Yeah. What's in it? Who's down there?
Wait till they turn on the...
It's old man Rockland.
Those his sons?
Yeah. What have they got in that big box?
Haven't you ever seen it before?
It looks... Say, that's the box they use for powder sweepings from the floor. What the devil are
Look.
They're making grenades with that lousy powder in the old hand presses. Why those...
Do you know what's in the other crate they're bringing in now?
Look like grenades from here. But what for?
Those are the rejected grenades, Berkeley. Let me have that box you picked up for me.
Here.
Thank you.
What are they going to do with rejected grenades? Hey, is that a camera you got?
Yes. 16-millimeter movie camera.
You're not going to take...
Yes, I'm going to photograph Mr. Rockland and his 4 sons at work cheating the government.
We've got plenty to take pictures of down there.
I'm glad the hand presses are right underneath, with Mr. Andrew Rockland working them and giving me a nut.
What's the matter?
Rockland's looking right up here.
Probably heard the camera. Turn it off.
No. He probably isn't sure what the sound is. If I turn it off, he'll know it's coming from up here. We've got to leave it on and take a chance.
Sounds so loud. He's calling one of his sons over. Mr. Daly, if they...
Shh. Too late now.
Mr. Daly, there.
Gosh. I'm back on the hand presses again.
I thought for sure he spotted us.
The son probably told the old man he was hearing things.
That's a break.
It sure is. Now we're really in business.
Say, these are pretty darn fine pictures, Daly.
Thanks. There's a shot coming up. There. Two of the patriotic Rockland family packing rejected hand grenades for shipment.
Look at the old man telling him to work faster.
Oh, he cracks a whip over them.
How long do they keep it up?
Till 3 in the morning. My film ran out before then.
Well, that doesn't matter. You've got enough proof here for any jury.
That's all.
That's plenty. Those Rocklands are a fine bunch of loyal citizens, aren't they?
What gets me is that a few men like that can hurt the reputations of other patriotic businessmen.
Yeah.
Just as one strike gives all labor a black eye. And they've both been doing an A1 job in this war. Well, I'll leave the film with you.
Where are you going?
Wind up the case. I've got orders to pick up Mr. Andrew Rockland personally.
Like many criminals, Andrew Rockland posed as an ardent patriot. And part of that bogus patriotism was not driving a car to work, even though he could afford one. In the evenings, Andrew Rockland drove a car to parties and to the movies. But during the day, when he was a loyal, hard-working businessman, he took the interurban train from his house to his factory and from his factory to his house. At 5:35 one afternoon, Andrew Rockland stood on the interurban railway station platform, waiting, as usual, for the train that would take him home after his day's work had ended, and before his night's work began.
Dad.
Freddie, I thought I told you to
I'm glad
stay.
I found you.
What's the matter?
I was afraid you'd
For
left.
heaven's sake. What's got into you?
Dad, they're after us.
Who?
The FBI.
What?
They're at the plant now.
Oh, nonsense. They can't get in if I left.
They don't want to get in. I'm trying to tell you, Dad, they don't have to get in.
Freddie, will you make some sense?
They've got warrants for all of us. They've arrested Pete and Tom and Joe.
Calm down.
I ducked out the back. And they're looking for you, too.
Well, let them find me.
Dad, don't you understand?
Yes, I understand. But so what? There isn't anything they can prove. Not one single solitary thing. And until they get in the old building...
They've been in the old building.
What do you mean?
Last night, one of them was up in the loft watching us while we worked.
Oh, let him try to prove it.
But he wasn't alone.
I don't care how many witnesses...
Dad, will you listen? He had a camera with him. A movie camera. They've got pictures of us working.
Freddie.
It's true. I heard them telling Pete.
A camera?
Yeah, a movie camera. Dad, what are we going to do?
A camera?
Where can we go? They've got us dead to rights. Dad, where are you running? Dad!
In every war, there are two battlefields. One where guns are fired, and one where guns are made. We have been victorious on this second battlefront. Industry and labor have been winning the battle in our factories and in our plants. There have been a few men, a few greedy men, a few criminal men who have tried to defraud the government in order to make enormous profits. These men have been caught by the FBI. And if there are any others, they too will be caught by the FBI. Because none of them can run a factory single-handed. They need to have people working for them and with them. People who know that working in a factory today is fighting a war. People who are fighting the war not because they want to make money, but because they want to win a new world for themselves and all those who will come after them.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Since VE Day, the members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, along with their fellow citizens, have been filled with conflicting emotions. We're tempted to rejoice because complete success has at last crowned our military efforts in Europe. But our deep satisfaction in this victory is tempered when we remember the gold stars in the windows of so many American homes. when we remember the boys who still faced death in the far Pacific. We honor the fighting men whose courage and steadfastness have made possible one of the greatest military achievements in American history. But our hearts go out to the parents of those American boys who will not return to the homes they died to defend. So we believe that this is a time for prayer. It's a time to stay on the job, to resolve that we will not relax our efforts until final victory in the Pacific is ours. To that ardently desired end, the Equitable Society, speaking for its management, its employees, and its 3,200,000 members, pledges its unswerving and untiring support. Next week, a crime against society, grand larceny. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's case, Andrew Rockland was played by Jack McBride. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production.
All right, everybody, it's time to sound off for Chesterfield.
Sound off! Sound off! Sound off for Chesterfield! From Maine to California, smokers are changing every day. All over America, there's a swing to Chesterfield with this great new thing. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. No unpleasant aftertaste in Chesterfield. That's right. Science discovered what you can prove. You better get into the smoking groove. For Chesterfield now sets the pace with no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield. 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 Milder, 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 milder. Chesterfield. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. So here's what we want you to do. Right now. Yes, here's what we want you to do. Right now. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfields. Do it. Today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society, grand larceny.
There is no such thing as a typically criminal face. A criminal can look like the most respectable citizen. Beneath the surface, he may be a counterfeiter or a pickpocket or a safecracker. But on the surface, on the physical surface you see, he may look like an accountant or a mechanic or a salesman. A few criminals have been smart enough to take advantage of this fact by leading double lives, by actually pretending to be a respectable citizen without anyone knowing differently. Neither the police nor the community, nor even, in one case, the criminal's own wife.
Dan, I hope you're going to finish that pudding.
Oh, honey, I really don't have time.
Oh, come on now. How about just a little more,
Well, okay. Well, the way you try to fatten me up, I'll have to start going to a gym.
Well, you need your calories, Dan, with all that night work you do.
Pays dividends, honey. Pays dividends.
Oh, I know. I ran into Mrs. McKinney downtown today, and she said her husband said you were the top salesman of the company.
Is that what she said?
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, you know what we get if I top all sales for this month.
No. What?
A trip to Mexico, all expenses paid.
Daniel.
Yep. Hey, I'd better be getting underway.
Oh, are you working again tonight?
Got a good prospect I think I can land.
Oh, Dan.
I hate leaving you alone again, honey, but business is business.
Oh, I don't mind that. I just don't like to see you work so hard.
It pays dividends.
Well, I wish there was some easier way of getting to Mexico.
Honey, believe me, I'm getting us to Mexico the easiest way anybody could. Now, wait up.
To his wife, to his community, to the world, Daniel Hawley was a hard-working citizen. And he was a salesman, a good one, during the day. At night, however, Daniel Hawley was something else. On the evenings when he wasn't with his wife, when he wasn't busy being a model citizen, he was at work in a store or an office or a shop, at work in a building which had a safe.
Dan?
Johnny?
Where the devil you been?
Well, I had a late dinner.
Got the blanket?
Of course. And the nitroglycerin. There. Well, this is going to be an easy job.
Yeah.
It will. I studied it very carefully the other afternoon. Very easy.
Glad you think so.
Here, take the blanket.
Thought you were going to call me this afternoon.
I didn't have time. There was a prospect I had to see.
You don't say.
Yeah, I think a small charge will be enough to blow this.
I finally got tired of waiting, so I tried to call you.
I thought I told you never to call unless it was absolutely necessary.
I didn't know whether you were going to show up tonight.
I told you I was.
Anyway, there was no answer.
Oh, we've got a new number.
Oh, that's great. I suppose all your prospects know it but me. Where am I going to call if I need to?
Here.
What's that?
One of the company pencils. The number's on it.
Okay. If you think
Come on. Get the charge set. We haven't got all night.
No, you got to be on the job bright and early in the morning.
That's right.
What's the percentage in it?
Free trip to Mexico.
Huh?
You wouldn't understand even if I told you.
No, I'm stupid. I only like to have one job at a time.
You finished setting that charge?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have the blanket.
Here.
There.
The car outside?
Sure. Now, you know what you have to do right after the safe pops open.
I know.
Okay, then. Stand back.
There can't be a perfect crime because there isn't a perfect human being. Criminals, like the rest of us, make mistakes, but theirs are more costly. And that safe which Daniel Hawley cracked with jewels for military precision instruments belonging to the United States. They weren't worth much, but just by taking them, he made one small mistake. One very little mistake, which was the worst he could make. He violated a federal law and thereby challenged the FBI.
Did you get all the evidence the sheriff had, Will?
Yes, right down to fingerprints.
Any good ones?
Not too good from this last job. But there were very clear ones from some of the others.
Oh?
They're being checked in the laboratory now.
Say, how many jobs has this fellow pulled, anyway?
Well, there's no way of knowing yet whether he was in on all of them. But in the last 3 years, there have been 14 burglaries in that district.
All safe tracking?
Yes, and all done in the same way.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Helen.
Here's a teletype on those fingerprints.
Fast work.
Did you get anything?
We sure did. Here's the file we have on the gentleman.
Thanks, Helen.
You're welcome.
Well, seems he's an old hand at the game.
Really?
His record goes back to 1930. Between then and 1938, our friend was arrested 4 times.
Oh.
Petty larceny, attempted assault, burglary.
What about after 38?
Nothing. He got out of prison then and apparently has just disappeared.
No record of his possible whereabouts.
No.
What's his name?
Kaler. Joseph Kaler.
Description?
Yes. 5'10" and a half, Heavy set, brown hair, brown eyes, no distinguishing marks.
Just average looking.
Yes, that's what he looked like in 1938, 7 years ago.
So about all we know is that he has a record.
And the sheriff doesn't have any more on him either.
Nice blind alley.
Well, he made the mistake of leaving his fingerprints around. He made the mistake of violating a federal law. Maybe he's made another one we don't know about yet.
Well, if he hasn't, maybe he will.
No maybes about that. They always do.
If there are 5 steps involved in the committing of a crime, then there are 5,000 mistakes the criminal can make. Some are even made after the crime is committed. Many criminals, for example, take a curious pleasure in walking by the doors of a police station, in returning to the scene of the crime, in deliberately courting danger. The most common mistake is that criminals cannot stop. If he gets away once, the professional criminal tries again, thinking he has learned more, but not realizing that the more crimes he commits, the more chance he has of being caught, because he is bound to make more mistakes.
Daniel?
Yes, dear?
Are you very busy?
Not too busy for you. What is it?
Well, I've been trying to straighten out my accounts for the month.
All right. All right.
Oh, it's not what you think at all.
Bank doesn't add right.
No, the baking company doesn't. They sent me this bill for $5.80, and we really owe them $9.80.
Are you sure?
Well, of course, I know what I bought.
Well, then what's the trouble?
Well, they're a big company, and if they can't get their bills
Laura,
paid...
make out the check for $9.80.
But, Dad...
Honesty may not be its own reward.
Daniel, I wasn't really...
Oh, dear, but for $4, you'd have it on your conscience. I'd have it on mine. It's not worth it, Laura. It's never worth it.
You mean sooner or later they always find out?
That isn't the point.
Oh, I know, Dad.
Anyway, they don't always find out. So it's just a question of your own honesty.
Daniel, I'm making out the check for the right amount.
That's my girl.
Just a drop in the bucket.
What do you mean?
Oh, that company does a wonderful business. Harriet's cousin told me. She works in the Ohio office, the one just across the river.
Huh? What'd she do there?
Keeps books or something. But she said that at the end of every month, they always have at least $9,000 or $10,000 in the safe in that office alone.
You don't say.
Well, you can ask her yourself at the party tomorrow night.
Huh? What?
I said you'll see her tomorrow night at the party.
Oh, Laura, about that party, I don't think
Now, Dan, I thought you said definitely you wouldn't have to work tomorrow night.
Oh, but, honey, there's that trip to Mexico, you know.
Oh, Dan, you said...
I know, dear. I'm very sorry, but I just heard of a prospect. A particularly good one. You ready, Johnny?
Yeah.
Okay, stand back. Nice and neat, John. Nice and neat.
Not bad. I hope there's as much dough inside that safe as you think.
Why shouldn't there be?
Baking company?
Well, there's only one sure way to find out, and that's by... Well, how do you like that?
What?
Look, got a small safe inside the big one.
You sure cased this job, didn't you?
Shut up.
Oh, come on. Let's put the blanket over the little one.
There isn't time.
What?
There isn't time. The watchman will be back again on his round.
What are we going to do? Chalk it up to experience?
Shut up. Let me think.
While you're thinking, I hope you don't mind if I just...
Hey, wait. Come on.
Where?
Help me lift the little safe out.
We can't carry that out of the building. First place is too heavy, and then the second
We
place...
can carry it 10 yards, can't we?
What if we can't?
There's an elevator over there that'll take us right down to the basement.
Then what?
The basement's really a loading platform. The company keeps its delivery trucks down there. We put the safe in the truck.
Okay, let's lift
Yes.
it.
Not so heavy.
Heavy enough.
All right, this way.
You know how to work the elevator?
Sure. All right. Set her down. Easy there. There. Now, shine your flash.
What for?
So I can find the starter for this. Oh, here you are.
Hope that watchman's hard of hearing.
Yeah, just hope he's on the other side of the building.
Thought you said he was.
That's where he's supposed to be.
Which truck?
Shh. Hmm? Okay. Let's pick her up and dump her on the back of this one.
Lifting wallets is a lot easier on the back.
Yes, but there's a lot less in them, too. All right. Now set her down. Easy, easy, easy.
You gonna drive?
Sure. All right, slide in.
Hey, Dan.
What?
Ignition keys.
What?
Where are the ignition keys? How are you gonna start this thing?
Well, they always leave them in the truck somewhere.
Where?
Usually on the little ledge under the...
Watchman?
Yeah.
Shutting his light around.
Shut up.
Where are those keys?
Will you shut up?
And suppose...
All right, got him. Now, hold on tight, because the minute he turns, I'm going to move fast.
Just started.
You ready?
Danny's shining the light on the elevator.
Too late now.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Choke it.
Who's in that truck?
Come on.
Get out of that truck, Doc. Hold on tight. Okay. As we pull out of this alley, we're in the clear. Keep your eye out, Johnny, and you... Johnny. What do you know? Got you. Well, I'm sorry, friend, but there's no room for excess baggage on this trip, so... Out you go!
This is the way you figure it, Will. I lifted the small safe out here, and then carried it over there to the elevator.
Sure.
Anything yet on the one who was found, Tom?
No, except he wasn't the one we were looking for. The description doesn't tally.
Maybe his partner is the one we're looking for, either.
Well, he left fingerprints all over the steering wheel of the truck and all over the small safe. We'll know soon enough if they match the others.
Even if they don't, he's a case for us.
How do you mean?
Well, we drove a stolen truck across the river and over the state line. Did you find anything on the body of the other one?
No, just the usual things. Keys, wallet, a pencil from some company, a bar of candy, and, of course, his gun.
Nothing to give us a lead.
Nothing that looks so good.
Well, they did a neat job on this safe.
Well, they had enough practice.
I wonder where they got the nitroglycerin.
Probably homemade. You know, Harvey? I knew it. I knew sooner or later our little friend would make a mistake.
What have you got there?
You know how these boys always cover a safe with a blanket when they crank it?
Sure.
Well, here's a piece of that blanket. This time, Mr. Kaler, or whatever he calls himself, left his visiting card.
Momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation's file on Daniel Hawley's thief. We'll return to this case in just a moment. If you believe in democracy, then you believe in life insurance. They go together. First, let's consider the typical owner of life insurance. A man who says to himself, look, I believe in taking care of myself. If I die, nobody else will have to look out for my family. When I get old, nobody else will have to support me. Men of that breed, right-thinking, independent, self-reliant, make democracy work. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, a mutual organization, is dedicated to cooperation with such men, to help them make democracy work. The Equitable is owned by its members, that is to say, by its 3,200,000 policyholders. And all the Society's funds are put to work for the benefit of all its members. Finally, remember that these equitable funds are so invested that they promote the system of free enterprise on which our democratic economy rests. And so by serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Daniel Hawley,
Peace.
Crimes which would have been left unsolved years ago can be solved today and solved quickly for one reason: laboratory work. That's why the FBI has built up its own laboratory until it is now the best in the world. Years ago, a small piece of a blanket would not have been a clue. But in the Hawley case, it was the lead the special agents had been waiting for. They sent the piece of cloth immediately to the laboratory and had it analyzed. Had the texture, the weaving, the thickness, the dye, every conceivable element in that piece of blanket analyzed until they found who manufactured it. From the manufacturer, they found in what areas that type blanket was sold. They kept narrowing down the hunt until at last they found the only store in the vicinity of the burglaries which had that blanket for sale.
We don't have that blanket anymore. It's wool, you know. Wool blankets are hard to get these days. How long has it been since you've had it in stock? 2 years now, maybe even more. And I guess you wouldn't remember who you sold it to. No, but I could find out. You could? Sure. That was a pretty fine blanket, you know. When they came in, I called all my charge customers and said, grab them while you can. Did they all buy blankets? No, sir. I didn't have enough to go around. My one customer alone bought half a dozen. Who was that? Well, I couldn't tell, except it was one of the charge customers. How many charge customers did you have then? Several dozen. I see. Do you have a list of who they were? Sure. But how are you going to pick out the one you're looking for? We'll pick him out. There's 34 names. I know. But I think we'll pick out the right one.
There are 36 names, actually, Will.
I know.
It'll take quite a while to check all of them.
Yes, I was thinking about that. Of course, we have his description.
Or a description of him 7 years ago.
And probably over a dozen men on that list could fit it. Let me see it again.
Sure.
Benton, Crockett, Andy, Green, Holt. That name.
What about it?
I've seen it someplace before.
It's not a very unusual name.
No, but I've seen it someplace.
Where?
But I'm trying to remember. Hawley. Oh, that name was in the local paper this morning. A salesman named Dan Hawley won a contest.
Yeah, I saw it, too. He works for... Wait a minute. Have you still got the stuff that was found on the other man's body?
Sure. Right here in the drawer. The pencil.
Right.
Here it is. Killer's product. That's who that salesman works for.
Daniel Hawley.
Alias Joe Keeler.
Oh, we can't be sure.
It's too much of a coincidence.
We still can't be sure.
I know, but we've got Keeler's fingerprints. They match the prints on the steering wheel of that truck. And if Hawley's match...
Well, suppose we visit Mr. Hawley and see if we can get his print.
Sit down, gentlemen. Mrs. Hawley's upstairs, but I can get her down and...
That's quite all right. There's no need of bothering her.
How about a drink?
No, thank you.
You, sir?
No, thanks.
We're really here to ask you a few questions, Mr. Hawley, if you care to answer them.
Why, I'd be delighted to, sir. Delighted.
How long have you lived here?
Well, let me see now. Almost 6 years, I think.
And before that?
Before that, I was in New England.
Where?
Oh, over. I was a salesman there, too. Once a salesman, always a salesman, I guess.
Pretty cold up there, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I was glad to get back here.
I have an aunt up there now. She's just freezing, she says. Can't get enough blankets.
Well, I don't wonder. It's hard to get now. Yes, sir.
Are you one of those lucky people who stocked up while you could still get blankets, Mr. Hawley?
Well, frankly, gentlemen, I have to admit I did buy a couple.
Blue wool, weren't they?
Yes, matter of fact, I believe there were.
Do you think we can see them?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Mrs. Hawley's got them all packed away in mothballs for the summer, and you know how women are.
Yeah.
I understand you're a top salesman over at Peerless for this area, Mr. Hawley.
Well, hard work and lots of luck will always do it, I say. Mainly luck.
Do you have any cards or You always give out pencils like this.
Here, is that one of my pencils?
Here.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Do you mind if I hang on to it?
No, not at all, sir. Pleasure. Here.
Thanks.
May I ask where you got that pencil, sir?
We found it on the body of a safecracker who was shot.
What? You don't say.
Yes.
Well, those pencils sure keep bad company, don't they?
They certainly do. Well, I think we'll be getting along, Mr. Hawley.
I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help.
Goodbye, Mr. Hawley, and thanks for the pencil.
Not at all, gentlemen. Goodbye.
Daniel, what in the world are you doing?
Why,
Are you packing? Why, Daniel Hawley, where are you going?
To New York.
New York?
Yes.
Well, I thought those two men
What two men did?
were the ones that just left. I saw them from my window, and I said to myself, Laura, that's just going to mean more work for Daniel.
Well, it's pretty nice work, honey.
What do you mean?
They just came to talk to me about my winning that trip to Mexico. I've got to go to the New York office first to go to some kind of official ceremony.
Well, it seems awfully funny to have to go to Mexico by way of New York, but as long as you're going to get there.
Oh, I'm going to get there, honey. Don't you worry about that.
The FBI never makes an arrest until it is sure of its facts. But at the same time, a suspected criminal is never left on watch, is never left free to disappear before absolute proof can be obtained. Daniel Hawley knew he had left his fingerprints on his own pencil. He knew those prints would be matched with those he'd left on the steering wheel of the stolen truck. He knew the FBI would soon have absolute proof. And so he packed his bag, got in his car, and drove to the town railroad depot.
When's the next train?
Why, hello, Mr. Hawley.
Hello. When's the next train?
There's one due in right now.
Let me have a ticket.
Ticket?
Yes.
Don't you care where she's bound for?
What? Oh, of course.
Well, maybe you won't want to take her.
Well, where is it bound for?
Let me see now. Yes. New Orleans.
That's fine.
Just where you're going, eh?
Yes. Let me have a ticket.
Well, now, ain't that a piece of luck?
Look,
now?
will you let me have a ticket or I won't make the train?
Yes, I'm getting it as fast as I can. Hey, you sure are upset today, Mr. Hawley.
Hurry, that's all. I'm just in a hurry.
Well, here's the ticket. That'll be...
Don't worry, keep the change.
Well, Mr. Hawley, don't you want the balance of the change here?
Take your bag.
No, that's all right. I'll handle it.
Keeler.
Yes?
Going someplace, Mr. Keeler?
Well,
Or should I say Hawley?
You better get aboard, sir. We're pulling out.
He's changed his mind.
Yes, I don't think I'll be going after all.
Like the rest of us, criminals make mistakes, only theirs are more costly. One small mistake can mean years in prison. But the worst mistake a criminal can make is to violate a federal law. Because when that happens, he finds himself up against the very thing that all criminals try to avoid, the FBI. Criminals don't try to stay clear of the FBI, don't try to avoid any encounter with it merely for melodramatic reasons. They have one simple, practical reason. They know that sooner or later they will be caught by the FBI. And once caught, they will be convicted.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. In this, the opening week of the 7th War Loan Drive, I should like to read an important message from Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. I quote, "In every war loan drive, America has never failed to go over the top. And one factor in this unbroken record of success is heavy bond buying by life insurance companies. In both the 5th and 6th war loan drives, the equitable subscription was larger than that of any other life insurance company. Larger, in fact, than any other single subscription of any kind. In the present drive, the Equitable will again be one of the leading subscribers. In addition, funds of this society are heavily invested in the great industries that have broken records manufacturing weapons of war, and in the railroads that have done such a tremendous job of wartime transportation. That is why we say that in wartime, equitable dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against our war effort. Draft dodgers. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Foreign service, starting mileage 6428, 6428. Detectives Perkins and Walter. The police recorder Don Reed. Central District Patrol, tour of duty 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the night watch.
Check 54, mileage 6428, patrolling Central District 6:04 p.m., starting night watch.
This is Don Reed. I'm a police recorder. The sounds you are listening to are real. This is a police car reporting in service for night duty. You will actually ride with this detective unit and follow the activities of the police officers in this car. You will watch and listen with me as the cases unfold. And as you listen, remember the people you hear are not actors, and all the voices and sounds are authentic. For this is Night Watch.
Night Watch. For the first time, through the medium of network radio, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you to car 54, now on patrol, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Just checking our log. At 6:31 p.m. this date, we took a stolen car report and arranged transportation home for the victim. 7:32 p.m. assisted West Los Angeles police at the scene of a traffic accident. Cleared. 8:22 p.m. It might be interesting to note...
All units in the vicinity. At 2091 Hazleton, that's 2091 Hazleton, a 459 there now. Unit 54, handle the call. Code 2.
5-4, Roger, we're rolling. Well, there's our call. And I reported 459. That means a burglar. A burglar is in the house and has been cited by some citizen or perhaps even the victim. We don't know. We have no further information on it. And we're taking off and moving as rapidly as conditions allow. Now, code 2, which we are running, means we just have our red light on. We're not using a siren for quite obvious reasons. We don't want to tip off our presence. Now, one thing in particular that I can feel as we're running in here on these last few seconds, I can feel the tension that has suddenly come over the car. I know I personally feel it. A moment ago, we were cruising along, the conversation was casual, and suddenly comes this call, a burglar, which in the terminology of the police department, of course, is a 459. We're coming into the area now where the burglar has been reported. We've traveled perhaps, I'd say, 2.5 to 3 miles since our call was originally received. Our car is now watching for the street. We'll turn off to the right when it happens. And as a matter of fact, this is it, I believe, up ahead. Our red light has been turned off now. We're in second gear, slowing down. No, apparently this is, yes, it is too. This is the street. And now our car lights have gone off. We're driving completely in the dark. The officers are watching both sides of the sidewalk to see if we can see any person at all of suspicious nature. And this apparently is the house right off to the right. I noticed the officers observing. And we're coming in now, moving out as quietly as possible. The officers are getting out of the car, and we'll be right along behind them. Going up the walk as I'm talking. Up on the front porch, there's a gentleman who is motioning the officers into the house. Let's move right on in. Standing across from me in the bedroom door is a middle-aged woman clutching a bathrobe to her throat and appears to be in a very highly nervous condition. The officers are questioning her about the prowler. Let's move right on over.
Whoever he was, he came in, and I went into the bathroom, and he was in this room, and I thought it was my daughter. And then I was in the bathroom, and he walked right in the bathroom, and I went to go out, and he gave me a shove. And I started screaming. Naturally, then my husband ran out of here, and my daughter just came in. Mm-hmm. See? And he was gone by the time she came back in.
Could you tell me, what did you look like, ma'am?
He was taller than you was, because he pushed me, and he had a white shirt on and a tie.
Was he a young man? Old
yes,
man?
He was a younger man. When he went to shove me, I screamed. And he wasn't going to let me out of the bathroom, you know. And whenever, as soon as he pushed me, then I noticed he had gray trousers and a white shirt and a tie, and he was taller than you are. He must have come in this room first and dropped his coat. I don't know whether he knew these houses or whether he mixed them up. They don't get much alike.
Oh, we found a coat. The officers discovered a coat with a name in it, unquestionably. I'm moving out of the house now as I'm speaking, and that was the mother of you. Heard the description of it. I'm moving away now, and unquestionably we will go on an investigation and determine just who and what this man is. The officers now are checking to see if he is still in the neighborhood. Right now, we'll move back to our car. Here in our police car again, and I've just been informed by one of the officers that while we were in the house on this investigation, Control 1 has received a second prowler call just a couple of blocks from here, as a matter of fact. Another car has been dispatched to that location, so...
and all units in vicinity. At 2036 Evergreen, they're holding a prowler there now. 5-4, this may be your 459 suspect wanted on your present call.
5-4, roger. Well, this very possibly is a tie-in somewhere on that case. But where is that, Sergeant?
It's right down at the end of this block, Don. I think it's a house there with a light on, right at the corner.
Right, check. We're coming to a stop now. And sliding in, our lights are out. We're skidding into a stop. And now let's get out with the officers and determine exactly what's happening. This very possibly...
he's right in there, officer. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Come on, Don.
Following the officers on into the house now as we're going into the main room. And this very possibly may be the suspect that we're looking for. He is in the bedroom, or rather the bathroom, of a private home. The officers are in with him, and he is standing in the nude at the present time. The officers have called for a blanket. He's putting up quite a fight about this whole thing. And let's see if I can move in there. I can't quite get near enough to him now to pick up his voice, because, as I said, the man in this case, the suspect, is completely nude, and they are throwing a blanket around him.
All right, fella, you've been placed under arrest. Let's go.
Well, the prisoner is being escorted out of the house, and I'm tagging along behind now as I'm speaking. He is handcuffed with just a blanket pulled up around him. Outside of the door now. The prisoner is being placed in the back seat of Unit 5-0 with an officer guarding him. Well, that means for us, next stop, police headquarters. It's 10:05 p.m., and I'm standing here at the booking desk in the Culver City Police Station. The suspect was positively identified by two of the victims a few moments ago. The suspect is being brought out of the detention room now. You probably can hear the cell door open, and two of the officers are directing the prisoner toward the booking desk. And incidentally, he is still handcuffed, and his only clothing is that blanket pulled around him. Sergeant Perkins is about to book the prisoner.
What happened tonight? What happened tonight?
Yeah. How'd you get involved?
Chapter, his name is Murphy, your sergeant's name is I don't know what. Add the two together and you have how I got involved.
How'd you get in that house down there?
The house belonged to me, Sergeant.
How about the other two houses?
They too belong to me, Sergeant.
You own property, do you?
Indeed I do.
Where are your clothes?
Officer, may I ask you a question? Have you ever, in your house, this is your own individual house, ever gone to the bathroom without your trousers on?
Sure, my own house.
Right. That house in which this particular officer and officer, is it a sergeant? There are about 5 or 6 properties in the city of Santa Monica that I own.
This is the city of Culver City, not the city of Santa Monica. These people are signing complaints against you.
Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, then I suggest that you check with the people themselves.
Well, here is your property slip.
Okay.
What property you don't have. You're being booked on suspicion of 459, which is burglary and attempted assault.
Right.
What?
I say I am fully aware of that.
Okay. Take his handcuffs off and put them on back into the
Would I be going too far to ask for a pair of trousers?
We don't have any. Our buddies are going to try to get some for you.
Just a second, please. May I finish talking? Okay. Would you do me one favor?
What's that?
Call district.
You know the district attorney?
No, not directly.
Well, I'm sure that you wait till Monday morning then.
No, I don't think so either. I think perhaps you better call now.
Take his handcuffs off and put them back in the cell.
May I say one thing? I asked you. I made a request.
We'll call him Monday morning.
Wait a minute. Before you go any further, I have committed no crimes. Remember this. I have asked for a request to call the district attorney, and you have said no, right?
Take him back.
That's all. Thank you. When you're demoted Monday morning, come see me.
We have moved over here to the Night Watch Commander's office, where he and Sergeant Perkins have been conferring on the many reports necessary in this case. I think we're about ready to clear, right, Sergeant?
In just a minute, Don. By the way, you might be interested in one or two other developments that have occurred.
Really?
A friend of the suspect came to the station a short while ago and brought some clothes for the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
And incidentally volunteered the information that the suspect did not, to his knowledge, own any of the property he claimed he did during our interrogation.
I see.
And by the way, he also stated the prisoner had been a guest of honor at a stag party given earlier this evening.
Really?
Yeah, he was scheduled to be married tomorrow.
You are listening to Night Watch. For the first time through the medium of network radio, the on-the-scene activities of a detective unit on their tour of duty. The people are not actors, and the voices and sounds are authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. And now to continue the action on Night Watch, we return you to Police Recorder Don Reed on patrol in Police Car 5-4.
It's well past midnight on the Night Watch, and I'm speaking from the Culver City Police Station. We've been out on patrol until a few moments ago when we were advised to report back to headquarters. Once again, we're returning to the office of the Chief of Detectives, Lieutenant Bob Conlon.
Hi, Lieutenant. Did you call me?
Yes, Perkins. You know, we had a homicide here a short time ago. I'm working on another angle of the case, and we have two new witnesses. I want you to take their statements, then re-question the murder suspect. When you're finished, report back to me.
Where are the witnesses?
They're waiting in the next office.
Right, Lieutenant. Evening, gentlemen. I'd like to have a statement from both of you. I'd like to talk to you first, if I may, sir. Now, I understand that you met this man in question earlier tonight in a bar. You had a conversation with him. What did you say to him?
I said, come on, have a drink. So he said, all right. He said, what do you have? And he said, whiskey sour. So I went and bought the whiskey sour, and he said, I'm going to kill that woman. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill him. So I said, after all, I said, you got a wife, you got a kid. And I said, your daughter. I said, would you want your kids to think you was a murderer? He stomped out the side door, and that's all I saw of the man.
Has this man ever threatened her before? Do you know?
Yes, he did. He told me he was going to kill her before he told me that.
Well, I'll tell you what I would like to have you do is to write down in your own words just exactly what you told us here, and so that we can use it on the coroner's inquest.
The first witness is going over to a table in the corner. And it's interesting to note that the statement just heard may be the first step in changing the entire complexion of this case. And now the sergeant is going to continue.
Now, as the second witness, I'd like to have your statement, please. How long have you known this man?
Well, I should say I know him around about 12 or 15 years.
About 12 or 15 years. Have you ever heard him threaten to kill this woman before?
Yes.
What words did he use? Do you remember any of the words?
He called her wino. He said, I'll kill that old drunk wino some of these days if she don't get to doing better. He said, I'm trying to raise her up and build her up to do something right. I said, and you can't do it by killing her.
How long ago was this?
Well, that's about the last week.
About last week. And what else did he say?
He said to me, I think it was Thursday. He said, that old bag of bones is the kill of my life. He says, she's a ruin. He said, I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her. It was the last thing I ever do. I told him, I said, listen, I said, you've got 2 children. You've got a boy that's grown up. And you've got a girl that's about 12 years old. I said, don't you ever think about them? I said, why don't you walk off?
He has committed physical violence on her before, is it?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to have you do, if you'll do the same as this other gentleman, and just write down in your own words just what you told us here, so that we can use it in the coroner's inquest.
The 2 witnesses are just leaving the room now, and glancing down the hall, I can see the murder suspect arriving in custody of an officer. And in these last few seconds, I'd like to point out the very unusual situation. Now, you've heard both witnesses state that this man had threatened to kill the woman. But entering the door now is the irony of this case. Because it's the woman that shot and killed him.
Can you sit down over here, please? Right here, ma'am. There you are. Now, I'd like to have you tell me in your own words just exactly what happened last night.
I went around and turned all my lights on like I do to try to keep him scared away. And I put my kittens to bed early because I have to take them to the garage. I got them in and locked the door and got in. So then naturally I don't figure to get out no more. I'm afraid to even go out in my yard. And I was going to take a bath. And something, I don't know, I just felt afraid to even strip off because I never know when he's going to be at the door, you know, and I just seemed to have that feeling. So I decided, well, I'll soak my feet and then I'll take my bath and shampoo my hair in the morning. So I went on up to go in the kitchen to fix some coffee, because I always drink coffee again after dinner. And I'm in there, and I had this light right in that patio there by the kitchen. And all of a sudden the light went off. You just turn it like that. But I could see him clear, you know, just right there in my face. And began to threaten me. And he says, I told you I was going to get you, and I've come to get you tonight. I've come to kill you tonight. And I made the remark then. I said, you know, I got a gun too. So I said I wouldn't talk like that. And I figured maybe he got afraid. And he went up the wall and started up the street, and then he had his car that time, and he sat there for quite a while. I opened the front door. The screen door was hooked, and I opened the front door and stood there. But I'd say he sat there a good 10 minutes, or it seemed that long or more. And then he come to this other window.
This is the window on the driveway in the bedroom.
Yes, and he came to that one.
Where were you at that time?
I was in my room. I had already stripped off, and I was sitting on my bed.
That is in the front bedroom.
Yes, I thought, well, I got to go in there and see if I can get him going again. And I went in and I talked to him, and he said, I'm coming in after you. And he had the screen either off or pulled out at that time, even when I went in, you know. In other words, he was clear to me through that hole. And so I kept talking to him. He said he wasn't leaving, he was coming in. And I said, I've got a gun here. And I even showed it. I held it right out in front.
Where was the gun at that time?
It was laying right there on that dresser right by the window. I said, see, I've got a gun in my hand. I said, if you try to come in, I'll shoot. He said, go ahead and shoot. He says, you haven't hit together, you wouldn't do it, or something. I don't know the words he said. He said, anyway, I'm coming in after you. And he kept on coming.
He started coming to the window then?
That's when he started to make his lunge in. And I pulled the trigger, and then he started cursing me.
And how far away were you from him at the time that you fired?
Well, I couldn't have been very far because I was right up there talking, you know. I'm standing there by the dresser.
How many feet were you from him? Roughly?
I couldn't say. The window stayed like that, and the dresser...
About 3 feet away?
Couldn't have been any farther than that, I don't think. I just reached here, and the window there, and I'm standing there, as I said, I held it, and I said, I showed him the gun. And...
Well, after you fired, what did he do then?
He started cursing me, and then he takes off up the drive to the front door.
And then what happened?
Well, I come from it when I heard him do that. I didn't even know I'd hit him. So I come through, and I laid the gun up here where they picked it up, and I walked up to watch, because I've got a double lock on the door, and he'd have a pretty hard time getting in the door. And I come up, and the porch light was on, and I looked, and he was at the door, but just about the time I got there, he just went back like that.
He fell back, did he?
He fell back.
And he collapsed on the front porch?
Right there, and I must have hit him because he fell.
And then did you call the police after that?
Yes.
And then the radio car came, is that it?
Outside, so they came.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
It's 1:45 a.m., and we're back here in the office of Lieutenant Conlon, where he's been studying the statements given by the two witnesses that Sergeant Perkins interviewed a short while ago. Well, does that wrap up the case, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Don, that's about it. Sometimes a police investigation may point up a person's guilt or clear them of any connection with a crime. Or, still again, as in this case, may tend to show the suspect's action to be justified.
Well, with that, it just means completing formal reports and submitting them to the district attorney for action. From then on, it's up to the courts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Police Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case of the prowler tonight, he was subsequently booked for violation 459 of the Penal Code, which is burglary, and Section 240 of the Penal Code, assault, the penalty of which is 1 to 15 years in the state prison for burglary, or up to 6 months in the county jail for assault. In the case of the homicide involving the woman who shot the man as he attempted to break into her home, the Detective Bureau, under Lieutenant Bob Conlon, submitted their reports and testimony to the Los Angeles County coroner at the inquest, where a verdict of justifiable homicide was rendered. In turn, the suspect was released from custody. Over 100,000 people come through our city each week, making our city one of the most heavily populated in the state of California. My department is cooperating in bringing you the activities of the night watch in the interest of public security. No police department can be effective without the combined efforts of the citizens and the realization of the problems encountered by their officers. If, through this program, our department can further that cause, then our efforts will be well rewarded in bringing you the night watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard, through the medium of network radio, on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Police Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by Police Recorder Don Reed.
It's 2:30 a.m., and we're just pulling into the police garage. Well, that about wraps it up, huh, Sergeant?
Yeah, except for making out the laws.
Control 1 to 5-4. Are you clear?
Excuse me a minute, Don. 5-4, Roger. You're clear and reporting out of service.
Check 5-4. 2:31 a.m. End of night watch.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, But circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergen helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Powered by Foreign Service, starting mileage 8531, 8531. Detectives Perkins and Southwick, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the night watch.
954, 6:04 p.m. starting night watch.
This is Don Reed. I'm a police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit reporting in service on the night watch. As you go along with us tonight, remember, this is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 5-4 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
We've been patrolling now for a little over 3 hours. Things are pretty much routine. A few moments ago, we took a stolen car report, but at the present time, we're cruising west on...
At Venice and Elma Drive. That's Venice and Elma Drive. A traffic accident. Advise if an ambulance is needed. Your call is code 3. Car 5-2, this is 5-4 at this moment.
5-4, 10-4.
We were headed west on Venice Boulevard when we received this call. As soon as we round this curve up ahead, we should get the location. Hold on, now we're making a turn. One more intersection to go now. There goes our siren for the intersection. In fact, there it is, directly ahead. Appears to be just one car involved. At least I don't see any others. That one is upside down and resting on its roof. Doors flung open. Out on the street now. Officers Ellis and Edwards in car 5-2 are already checking out the smashed vehicle. Strong smell of gasoline in the air. Apparently just one person involved.
Driving the car?
Sergeant Perkins is checking out the victim.
I was coming down the street, and somebody's coming against me, and I turned to avoid the collision. And that's what happened.
Came over here. Did you skid over here or what? Lose control of the car?
Well, I can't really tell you what happened. The car lost balance.
Car lost its balance.
Yeah.
So you're injured at all?
Pardon?
Did you get hurt at all? Are you injured?
No, sir, I'm not.
Been drinking tonight?
Yes, sir, I have.
How much you been drinking?
I had a couple of beers.
Had more than a couple, haven't you?
That's all.
Just 2?
Yes, sir.
How long ago?
Oh, about 2 hours ago.
You're very fortunate to get out of this accident without being killed.
Well, my car's out of balance. The guy that I bought it off of, we're going to have it fixed up tomorrow, see? The wheels are out of balance.
Well, your car's out of balance now, that's for sure. You take a good look at that.
Just stepping back for a moment. The officers are involved in considerable double talk with the driver of the car right now. But in the interest of getting the facts, they're going along with it. At least for the moment, anyway. And then again, there is the possibility the officers may be subpoenaed into court to testify regarding the accident, and the victim is entitled to have his version presented. And speaking of him, the subject in this case is waving his arms right now and gesturing wildly, trying to explain to the officers, who, by the way, are from time to time doing a little ducking. So, having had a little experience in the art of self-defense myself, let's move right back on in. Well, you're very fortunate that you weren't hurt and somebody else wasn't hurt. That's the main thing.
Who was hurt?
I say you were fortunate that nobody else was hurt.
No, I avoided the other car. I got fool like cut out of the way. And I'm over here upside down like I fool like I didn't even know where I'm at.
Now, if you hadn't been drinking so much, you probably wouldn't even come close to an accident.
Are you kidding?
No,
that guy was on the wrong side of the street and he was coming at me.
Well,
what am I going to do?
Seems to me that you ended up on the wrong side of the street.
What was I going to do?
What side did
I
he
had
pass
to
you?
cut out of him.
Did he pass you on your left or your right side?
He was coming at me straight ahead. I had to use my own judgment. Cut right or cut left.
Okay, look. You've told
And I
me
cut
three...
left.
Oh, wait a minute. You've told me 3 times he was coming straight at you. Did he pass you?
No, he was coming straight at me.
Well, he had to pass you, or did you just stop and watch you roll over?
No.
Well, did he
come
pass
straight
you?
at me.
Did he
come
pass
straight
you?
at me.
Well, did he hit you?
No.
Then what happened to him? Did he go up the opposite direction and pass
I
you?
don't know what happened. After I cut out, you might have gone wherever you wanted to.
You're so drunk now, you don't know what happened.
Look, you want a conviction or something?
What do you mean, a conviction or something?
I want to go home. If you want a conviction or something like that, you see the way my car's coming. Now you're trying to tell me I'm going this way. I'm not. My car's coming this way.
All we go is on the physical evidence that shows.
Look, tell me so I can hear you.
I just said all we go on is the physical evidence.
All right, then what's the physical evidence see?
Right there. Look at you.
I was coming this way?
You got a brush knocked down, and you got skid marks right by the curb.
Okay, then how did my car get like it is?
I don't know. I
It
didn't
went
see
over endways.
Oh, come on, cat. You're beginning to sound like Frankie Alberts now. I'll go to jail and I'll rot in jail. But I go that way. That's where I live.
You may live there, but I have a
I
feeling
don't
that you're
care.
going
I
the
don't
other way
care. I don't
because
care. I don't
jail
want no
is that way.
sympathy. I don't want no sympathy.
Well, that just about winds things up here. So, let's make our way on back to the car here. You know, Sergeant, I couldn't help but be amused at that fellow back there. I know it isn't very funny.
Don, you remember the drunk we had last week, the one that hit the telephone pole?
Yeah.
Remember when we had to go up and tell his wife she was a widow? It wasn't very funny either.
Well, we've been back on patrol for the better part of an hour. Let's see, a few moments ago, we thought we were in pursuit of a hot car. At least, it was on the stolen car list, but it turned out to be a gentleman who forgot where he parked his car, reported it stolen, and then remembered where he left it and forgot to call the police. So the result was a very surprised driver when we hauled him over to the curb. You never know, do you, Sergeant?
No. Don, you notice that young boy walking across the street there?
Where?
One of the newspaper owners are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see him.
I'll bet you 10 to 1 he stole that newspaper.
What do you mean?
Well, I've stopped that boy at least 15 times the last year. Same thing, stealing newspapers, magazines, petty things. Let's go over and have another talk with him.
Okay. Well, let's get out and see what this is all about.
Where did you get the newspaper you got in your hand?
At the stand.
On Washington Boulevard?
Yeah.
What did you use for money?
I just wanted to read the paper. I would bring back.
Did you put any money in there?
No.
How many times have I told you about this taking of newspapers and things that don't belong to you?
I was going to return it as soon as I read the
What time
comics.
did you take it?
All around 6:30, 7.
Around 6:30, and it's now 11:30, and you're going to take it back. You think that they're going to be able to sell that newspaper now?
Yeah.
You think they will?
I just wanted to read the comics.
What are we going to do with you on this taking of things that don't belong to you?
It's only 10 cents. I mean 7 cents.
It doesn't make any difference how much it is. Would you like to have somebody take something from you that's worth 10 cents and keep doing it all the time?
No.
Well, then why do you do it with somebody else?
I didn't think.
We ought to put you someplace where you'll do a little thinking. I think we'll start by taking you home to your mother.
It took us about 3 minutes to get to this young fellow's home. We're pulling into the curb, and apparently that's the boy's mother standing out in front. Now, let's get out with the sergeant.
Come on, son. Where's your son?
Where was he?
He was walking down from the theater. There's a newspaper that he took off of the stand without paying for it. And what are we going to do about him?
This is stealing? And you're supposed to be home at 10? Well, what am I supposed to do with you? I thought you were a good boy. What made you change? Why do you do what you're not supposed to do? Didn't I explain to you that even though you see a straight pin and you think it's nothing, any kind of a thing that you think is nothing, it's still, if it belongs to someone else, that might be precious to that other person. And you can't steal. It's one of the 10 Commandments. Don't you believe anything I tell you? Yes. Well, why do you do those things? Do you realize that what you did tonight, I don't care how small it is, that's a mortal sin. God didn't say how much or how little to steal. He says, thou shalt not steal, didn't he? Even if you'd starve to death. God wouldn't let you starve. He'll take care of you. But you don't have to steal. I don't understand. I don't know whether I say the right things or not sometimes.
Here is the newspaper. I would suggest that tomorrow morning he go put 7 cents in the stand where he got it. And then I think maybe both you and your son should come down to the next juvenile hearing, which will be next Wednesday night. Let's find out what's going on and see what we can't get this boy straightened out.
Could you look in once in a while?
Sure.
That might help.
Sure. I'd be very happy to.
Appreciate it.
Very happy to.
Thank you, Paul.
All right. Don't worry about it. We'll work it out.
Okay.
You let me know if you got any problems. Okay? Good night, man.
You are listening to Night Watch and following a detective unit on its tour of duty. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's cases at the conclusion of the Night Watch. We take you now back to car 5-4, somewhere in the field, and police recorder Don Reed.
We're back on patrol again. We may run into a bit of weather before the night's over with. Just kind of glancing out the window, a strong wind is whipping the trees along the street. It could be we're in for some rain before long. We're cruising in the area.
All units in the vicinity and car 5-1. 211 just occurred in the market at Jefferson and Dover.
Red light.
Here's a red light, Sergeant. Rolling on that call. It's a 211. That's a hold-up. Cutting in our siren now. Since we're a detective unit, we carry the lens in the glove compartment of the car, and consequently, we had to put it on by hand just a moment ago. We'll continue this Code 3 run to get us through the traffic, but as soon as we get in the area, we'll cut it off and go in with just a red light, because there always remains the possibility we may be able to intercept the suspects leaving the scene. Holding on now, because we're approaching this intersection. The sergeant is using second gear as we come in now. This gives us added power we need in case of emergency, and at the same time it sort of acts as a brake. Now we're approaching the area. Siren is cut off. We'll go the rest of the way on our own. Checking the streets as we go to see if there's anything of an unusual nature, fast-moving car, perhaps someone running. And looking ahead, down the street several blocks, I can see the red lights of another one of our detective units rolling in from the north. In a moment, we'll be swinging into the curb. There's the market, off on the right. A group of people are milling around the front door. Just inside, a couple of clerks are standing by, apparently waiting for us. They'll probably be the victims of this holdup. Here we are. Let's get right in there. Sergeant Burke of the Police Department. This is Lieutenant Collin. Here's our identification.
You had a robbery in your store just a few minutes ago.
Yes, just a few minutes ago. Can you tell me what happened, sir?
Well, I ran up while the young fellow was just then stepping back away from the register after she had slammed the drawer on his fingers when he tried to reach in. And as I got there, the elder fellow was standing at the end of the check stand. He drew his gun and commanded the younger fellow to get back in and make her open the register.
You're the clerk of the store, ma'am. What did you observe?
Well, they walked in and asked me for where the peanut butter was. And I showed the young fellow where the peanut butter was. And he came up the check stand. And as I opened the drawer, he put his hand in the drawer. I slammed the drawer on his hand. He pulled back and walked away, and I locked the register. The elder fella pulled a gun and asked the young fella to open the register. He couldn't because I had locked it. Therefore, he asked me to get busy and open the register, as I did. And he grabbed all the money out of the register.
Approximately how much money did he take, do you know?
$190.
$190. And when they got the money, did they walk out the front door? Or what exit did they make?
Yes, sir. They ran out the front door.
Man with the gun went first.
Man with the gun went first?
First, and the young fellow followed.
Or did you see a car?
Yes, we could see a car, and I ran out the door. And they were just leaving, and, I took it for about a 46 Olds or Dodge, old model. I got the numbers, but I don't know if I had them correct.
Got the license number?
Yeah, I don't know if they were the right ones, but they were getting away then.
Okay, sir. If you'll let me have the license numbers of the car, I'll broadcast it right away, and then if you'll stand by and give a detailed report to the uniform officers.
At present, I'm riding in an undercover car with Detective Sergeant Ward and Detective Walter. About 4 hours have passed since the holdup, and here's how the investigation has progressed so far. Using that license number obtained by a citizen, we telegraphed Sacramento and located the registered owner, and he has a police record. And we've identified him as the younger one of the pair. Sergeant Perkins and his partner have gone to downtown Los Angeles to check out some fingerprints found at the scene. We ourselves here in Car 55 have checked out 3 known places frequented by the suspect, but we've had no luck so far. That is until a few moments ago when Control 1 radioed the younger of the 2 suspects was sighted in the Bay City and known to be heading for an address in Los Angeles. Detective Walter is contacting Control 1 by radio.
55 to Control 1. Would you contact the West Los Angeles station and get a hold of Sergeant Barr of the felony detail and tell him that we're en route to the location to stake the place until we get there.
10-4.
About 15 minutes has passed since we received that radio message, and we're in the area of the suspect's house now. Turning a corner, this should be his street. Now we're cruising by the house and checking cars as we go. There it is. There's his car over on the left-hand side, and just looking back at the license plates, that's it, all right. A little tension is building up in the car. I can feel it. Coming up to the corner, and across the street in the shadows are a group of officers, some plain clothes and some in uniform. That would be the L.A. felony unit. Now we're pulling into the curb, and in just a moment we'll get out of the car. Now we're crossing the street. There's a slight rain falling right now, and the wind makes it icy cold. Let's cross on over now to the officers.
I'll brake for it. We'll be able to follow him in the car.
Do you know him, Mike?
Yeah, I booked him once. Well, why don't we start all these automobiles where we can use them?
Well, suppose the uniform men take the car, because they got a red light and siren, they're in uniform. And the rest of us guys take the apartment.
Okay. In case that car takes off, you guys don't let nobody
and he's
take
paid
it away.
for.
Okay?
He's paid for.
He's paid for, okay.
Okay. That means he's the one. He's armed, considered dangerous.
They're going to
Don't take any chances.
Why don't one of you call the city boys go with our guys?
Was there just 2 of you?
Two of us. Well, one of you guys ought to go with us, and
I'll go with Ward, and Walter, you go with the sergeant.
Okay, fine. Okay. You know the guy.
Yeah.
Following the officers down the street now. Shotguns are out. We're walking very rapidly. Officers are running now. So am I, to get out of the light. Try to get under the cover of these trees. Here's the picture. I'm back in at the trees. 2 plainclothes officers circling the house from the rear. 3 are out in front. Now let's wait and see what happens. There goes 2 officers in the front door. Just across the way from me. I can still see 2 officers staked out in back. And from my position, they're in the dark, but I can see their shadows. Incidentally, the revolvers are drawn. There's the signal. They've got him. Let's go. Across the lane, the suspect is pinned to the wall and is handcuffed. Apparently, he was taken by surprise. Let's see what he has to say.
Take these off. I ain't gonna go no place.
Where's the gun at now?
He's got it with him.
What kind of gun was it?
I don't know.
Where was he at when you left?
He was with me. He had a gun on me.
When you left, where was he at?
When I left where? Up there, you mean?
Yeah.
He was in a hotel there.
Look, let's take him on down to the station and get away from all this confusion. John, check out the rest of the rooms, will you, and try to find that gun? Okay, fella, let's go. We are located now in the Detective Bureau at Police Headquarters. Here's the picture. The suspect we just put under arrest at his home is sitting at a desk and is being questioned by Sergeant Ward, with Sergeant Perkins and Detective Walter taking notes. The interrogation has been going on for about 30 minutes. Now, just a point of clarification. We have 2 bandits involved in an armed robbery. The young suspect we have in custody. The older suspect is still at large. Now, Sergeant Ward is questioning the younger one here at the office about his part in the robbery, and at the same time is trying to get more information regarding the older suspect.
And he said, pull into the store there, so I turned left and stopped. You know? And there was no other car there then. And so we just got out, and I just got out and walked in the store normally, and he said, he stood there at the gate door, you know, waiting for me, you know. So I asked the lady, I said, where's the peanut butter at? And she said, over here, and she handed me a little jar, you know, and I said, no, I want the big size. So she gave me the big one, and I walked to the cash register, and he whips this gun out, and he says, okay, lady, stand aside, get the money. I reached out, and the lady shut the thing, and she said, you go and get out of here. And I stepped back, and I started to walk out, and then she started calling. This guy was working there. He looked at me, and so I just pushed it like that, and it wouldn't open, and he said, open the cash register. And I just took the money out. And I looked at him, and he said, okay, go on, get in the car, you know.
Where'd you put the money? In your pocket?
Right here in this pocket.
You didn't put it in a bag or anything like that?
I just stuck it right in this pocket. And so I walked out to the car, and then he jumped in the car, and he said, you're in this just as bad as I am. Now, I said, you better get out of here. So I started the car, I got scared, and I took off. So I told him, I said, well, you're going to get caught. I said, because the guy got my license number. And he said, well, maybe you're going to get caught, but I'm not going to get caught. And so he says, the best thing for you to do, he said, you better get out of town until you get some money, you know. Because he said, if you want to get 10 years, it's okay with me. So I drove down the street, and I parked in front of my house, and he said, okay, give me the money, you know. So I reached in my pocket and pulled it all out and gave it to him, you know.
How about any other jobs that he told you about? He said he'd been doing it for a long time?
He said he'd been doing it ever since he was 16 years old.
Perkins. Well, it's probably just as well you didn't try to go out that back window. Probably wouldn't be talking to us now. The suspect is being escorted out of the office, and I've just been handed a note stating that the 2 victims of this robbery are here at the station, and in just a moment, we'll head for the cell block and the lineup.
Speaking now from the cell block here at the police station, and directly ahead of me are 5 individuals lined up. 2 of them are detectives, 1 is a clerk, a citizen, and the suspect. And now, in just a moment, as I'm speaking, Lieutenant Conlon, Chief of Detectives, is going to bring in the 2 victims of the holdup, and they will attempt to pick out of this lineup the suspect they believe that held them up. Now, bear in mind that the suspect we are holding here in the cell is wearing a green jacket and a white shirt.
Look over this group here and see what you can see if you reckon. Fellow in the middle, is that the one you...
green jacket on?
Yeah. The green jacket. Your posse? Positive. That's the one that was in the place whenever your cashier was held up.
Right.
And you're positive with identification. Okay. Just a minute, I get it. Would you look over those men there and see which one took the money from the cash register?
Yes, the one with the green jacket.
You positively identify him?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
The witnesses are leaving the cell block now, and Sergeant Perkins is taking the prisoner back to the cell. Well, Sergeant?
Well done. 1 down, 1 to go.
You have been listening to actual investigations as recorded from Detective Unit 5-4 on The Night Watch. And now back to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case tonight of the person involved in the automobile accident, the officers themselves did not observe the suspect driving the vehicle. Therefore, he was arrested for violation of City Ordinance 447, which is plain intoxication. In the case involving the young suspect in an armed robbery, he was booked on violation of Section 211 of the Penal Code, the penalty of which is not less than 5 years in state prison. The Detective Bureau, under Lieutenant Bob Conlon, had the full identity of the second suspect involved in this robbery, and a crew of detectives are working on the case at the present time. As you heard tonight, no police department can be effective without the combined efforts of the citizens and their realization of the problems encountered by their officers. If, through this program, our department can further that cause, then our efforts shall be well rewarded in bringing you Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Police Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by Police Recorder Don Reed.
Where there's light, there's fun. At a concert or a show, in your own backyard, wherever you go. But like the feeling for folks to know where there's light, there's Budweiser.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Car 5-4 in service, starting mileage 9421, 9421. Officers Perkins and George. Tour of duty 6 p.m., 2 a.m. on the night watch. 5-4, 6:09 p.m., starting night watch.
This is Don Reed. I'm a police recorder. You're riding in the detective unit reporting in service on the night watch. As you go along with us, remember, this is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 5-4 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
It's 6:09 p.m., and we're just starting out patrol on the Night Watch.
By the way, Don, I think we'd better keep in pretty close touch with Control 1 tonight.
Anything cooking?
I don't want to jinx anything by saying too much, but do you remember that holdup we had in the market last week?
Yeah, we got one suspect, and the other fellow flew the coop. So?
Well, Warden Walter is still working on that case, and we might get some action before the night's over with. By the way, you got a cigarette?
I thought you quit smoking.
You know how it is.
Control 1 to 5-4. Contact the officer at Gunnison Sterling Way, holding a shoplifting suspect. 6:11 p.m.
5-4, 10-4. All right, you've just heard that call. I should judge. We're taking off now. I should judge we're just a block or two away, actually, from where this call has been reported. Now, we have nothing further than just what you heard over the air, that a shoplifting suspect is being held, apparently by one of our officers. We're not very far away. We're coming right into a business section, and as soon as we slip along past a few cars, we'll be able to turn onto the boulevard that should produce the scene here. As a matter of fact, we'll have to stop for a boulevard stop, slowing down now and making a turn. Now we're on the street, and it should be in this next block. Isn't that right, Sergeant?
Yes, there's the officer right up there.
Yeah, all right. Here he is, directly ahead. We're coming into the curb now. I can see the officer standing there. He has a suspect in custody. So let's go along with the officers now.
Officer Cameron, what happened up here?
Well, I was walking beat when I walked past Grants. The manager came out and talked to me and says that one of his sales lady observed this woman placing 15 shirts in a paper bag. And when the woman noticed that she was spotted, she immediately placed the shirts back and started out. However, the manager talked to me and pointed out the woman, and I stopped her, and after interrogation, I called you.
Is that the woman over there?
Yes, it is.
Let's go over and talk to her.
I can see the shoplifting suspect standing in the archway of this store in custody of another officer, and she's dressed in a short-sleeved sweater with a light blue skirt. As I'm entering this alcove, I have the feeling I'm talking in a tunnel. Well, now, here's the picture. The suspect is unusually nervous and has a strange blank stare, almost as if she were looking at you, but she didn't see you. Now, the sergeant is questioning her about shoplifting 15 shirts. But I can tell by the expression on his face. There's something wrong here.
I don't know. That's why I put them back.
Have you ever been arrested before?
Yes, I have. I don't know what it was. It said offering or soliciting or what. I don't know, but one or the other. Just one.
I noticed that you have some marks on your arms there. What are they from?
I fell about 2 weeks ago.
What about this scar on this arm over here?
I don't know what that scar is.
Have you ever used narcotics of any kind?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever been arrested for narcotics?
No, I haven't. No.
It's very similar. I noticed on this one here, and I noticed a little mark up here.
That is where I fell.
This scar is comparatively new.
That's where I picked it. I fell.
2 marks in there in addition to the scar.
No, sir, there are not no marks. It's where I fell and scratched my arm on the
How about
fence.
this one right here?
I don't know what that is. I guess it's just a pimple like over here on this other one.
Well, there's 2 little points right on that one there.
The skin of it is there. It's not a pin mark. See there?
I think that you're going to have to be held on a narcotics charge.
Oh.
Until we can have this checked.
Well, why? It's not a narcotic. I mean, that's not no narcotic. That's when I sprayed my arm on the fence when I fell with the baby, where you can even see here.
You also have other marks. You've got a mark over this arm here.
But that's not no narcotic mark.
Well, you can
It's
feel
not a narcotic mark.
You can feel the rays on it right there.
These scars been on here I don't know how long. I don't even know what they're from. I don't recall what they're
What about this blue
from.
mark right here?
That's the mole. I have them all over me. There's another one.
This one is blue right in the vein.
Here's another one right here.
Well, I think we're going to hold you until we check on it.
Oh,
Now that's so unfair.
The suspect is being taken into custody now by Sergeant Perkins and is being escorted to our police car. Now, we've observed there is sufficient evidence of the use of narcotics to warrant further investigation. So now, back to headquarters. I am speaking now from the Detective Bureau and Police Headquarters. And Sergeant Perkins has already explained to Lieutenant Conlon, Chief of Detectives, the circumstances regarding the arrest. The suspect is being brought into the office now by the matron and is being seated across the desk from Lieutenant Conlon. Let's get in behind and listen to this interrogation.
Well, I'll ask you something. Have you ever used any narcotics?
No, sir, I never have.
Are you positive of that?
Yes, sir, I am positive.
Did you ever smoke any marijuana?
Yes, I have.
You smoke marijuana?
Yes, I have.
About how many sticks did you smoke a week?
Maybe 2.
2?
That's the most that I recall.
Did you ever feel like that you would like to go to something a little bit heavier than marijuana?
No.
Do you mind if I look at your arms?
No, sir, I don't.
You see this snake that runs from here down to here?
Mm-hmm.
What caused that? See
no,
here?
Just here.
Right here. There's a continuous snake that runs all the way down your arm on this main line down here. Here's a bruise spot here.
That's the most.
What caused this?
I don't know. At different times I've hurt myself. That's all.
And you mean to tell me this is caused from a cut?
I have proof. That's nothing stuck in me.
I know that you have smoked marijuana, which you told me you have smoked marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And there is every reason in the world to believe that you have graduated to H.
I see it is.
And you don't know what caused this scar here.
I don't know if I scratched myself at some time or something. It's been a long time ago. I know that whenever it happened. I haven't had anything on there recently.
How many people do you know that smoke marijuana now? Tell me the truth now.
I'm thinking. Did I actually know? Did I know that smoke marijuana? Maybe 5 or 6.
What do you think, Lieutenant Conlon?
Well, I think that she's definitely addicted to narcotics. Her arms show so. She has a snake that runs about 6 inches through the main part of her arm, and she has one in the bend of her arm near the main line, which indicates to me that she is a user of narcotics of some form or other.
Okay, well, shall we take her down and book her on narcotics?
Yeah, take her down and book her for an addict, 11721 of the H&S code, and see that she's booked and searched by the matron.
Okay, we'll do it, Lieutenant.
Well, policewoman Pinkston is taking the suspect out of the office and down to the booking desk. Well, what happens now, Sergeant?
You know, Don, we can get help for her if she wants it. But if she doesn't, well, it's her life.
We've been back on patrol for better than 30 minutes. And a few moments ago, Car 5-3 received a prowler call. Since we're the only detective unit in the area, we're rolling in to see if any assistance is necessary. The only information we have is, of course, that radio transmission which said that there's a prowler on the north side of the building. We don't have anything further at all on that. Incidentally, we're approaching the area now. Sergeant, just cut the lights, just in case. There's our uniform car directly ahead. And looking over, the 2 officers have a suspect in custody. Everything seems to be pretty much under control. Now, let's get out and check this out with the officers. Out of the car. The suspect is well dressed. However, now that I get a closer look at him, it appears that he's been walking on his hands and knees. And incidentally, the entire left side of his body is bent way over to one side. Frankly, it's difficult to see how he remains standing. Officer George and his partner are questioning the suspect. Let's move in a little closer.
Don't live no place, sir, but I am staying at the hotel. So you live at the hotel now?
No, sir, I do not. Tonight I do. Yes, sir.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing around those apartments back there, a couple blocks back? Wandering around behind them.
I don't believe I was, sir, but if you say I was, you have it.
The situation
your way,
is obvious. The suspect appears to be under the influence and is listening to the port side, I'd say about 30 degrees. Consequently, when he tried to walk down the street, he wound up going up someone's driveway in the dark, bumping the sides of buildings. Result, a prowler call.
What have you been drinking?
Scotch and water, sir.
How much?
I dare say $5 worth.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, he's in no condition to take care of himself.
Definitely.
Suppose he get in the police car.
Right, sir. But why make...
Because you're under the influence of alcohol in public.
May I go home and not have it, May I get up tomorrow and not have it...
Personally, I don't think you can make it home. The way you're walking, the way you're standing... I'll tell you what. You see this line right here?
Yes, sir.
See this line?
Yes, sir.
Can you walk down it like this? Put your heel to your toe just like that and walk straight down it like I'm doing?
I'll try, sir.
All right, try that until I tell you to stop.
I dare say I won't be able to do it.
Well, go ahead and give it a whack.
Well, I'll give it a try. I know in advance I shan't be able to do it, sir.
Okay. Arrest me. Do this then. Put your...
This business, maybe I can do that. But if you're going to arrest me, I'm sorry.
Well, we're sorry, too. Suppose you get in the police car.
All right.
That more or less speaks for itself. The suspect is under arrest and is being placed in Unit 5-3. So, let's get back to our car and continue patrol on the night watch.
You are listening to Night Watch and following a detective unit on its tour of duty. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's cases at the conclusion of the Night Watch. Defense of our country is not a responsibility just for the military. It's up to every one of us to help. The Air Force has formed the Ground Observer Corps as a nationwide civilian component of the Air Defense Command. Sign up to become a Ground Observer Corps volunteer in your locality. Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now we switch you back to police headquarters and police recorder Don Reed.
Police Department, Officer Lang? Yes, sir. Yes, just a moment. He's standing right here. Sergeant Perkins, for you.
Thanks. Perkins? Yeah. Oh, good. When'd you pick him up? Okay, well, bring him on into the station, and we'll meet you at the Dix Bureau. Okay. Looks like our information was correct, Don. Yeah, how's that? Well, remember that second suspect we were looking for? The one that stuck up the market last week? Yeah. Ward and Walters got him, and they're bringing him in now.
It's 11:40 p.m., almost an hour since we received that phone call. We're located now in the Detective Bureau here at headquarters. In just a few moments, the 211 suspect we were referring to will be brought into the office. Incidentally, 211 in police terminology means armed robbery. It'll be a moment or two, so let me fill you in on the picture. Last week, two men held up a market. Fortunately, an alert citizen got the license number of the getaway car. Result, one suspect was captured that night. That was last week, you may remember. However, the second suspect, or the older one of the pair, managed to escape arrest when the two split up that night. He went into hiding, and when he became confident that he had made a clean getaway, the suspect returned to his old haunts, trying to find his partner. Well, that's where he made his mistake, because tonight he walked into the arms of two detectives. The prisoner is being brought into the room now.
by Detective Walter. Sergeant Perkins will take notes, and Sergeant Ward will question him.
Robbery in the Culver City Market down there.
I robbed it.
Tell us about it. How'd you get the idea to stick that place up?
Well, we looked around, and it was a market, you know, with a cash register in the front. And not having any experience, I said, well, now that's the place to go right there. Oh, it's easy, you know. Anybody could do it. It's not too good. Fact is, I've been a pretty good man, but I'm not anymore. Now, the way it happened, we went in. I said, you take the money and I'll watch everybody, you know. So this guy, he gets a jar of peanut butter. Said, how much is that? She told him. And he reached in his pocket. Said, you got change for 10? He didn't have a dime. She said, yeah. And she opened the cash register. So I pull out this gun. I said, all right, get the money. She said, quit that. I guess it didn't look much like a gun to her, but it was. Pretty good imitation, at least. I said, here's your head. Open that thing again.
You got real mean. Huh?
Oh, yeah. So she opened it. Of course, I wasn't shot. But anyway, she opened it, and he took the money, and that's all there is to it.
What was the motivating factor of it?
I'll tell you exactly the whole story. I'm a robber. I came out of the Veterans Hospital, and I said, well, now, I've got to loaf a while before I go to work. I had a little money. So I went over. They got a son. I said, he's AWL again. 4 times since you saw him. He's been drafted in the Army, and he's been AWL 4 times. Said he's married. He's got a wife here. He's going to have a baby in about 3 weeks. Well, then I met his wife. Looked like she's falling apart. I said, y'all send her to the hospital. I sent her. I ain't got no money. I said, you can get out and make some, can't you? You're a great big boy now, 21, in the Army. I thought, that's a shame. Can't even go to the doctor. Hasn't got a dime. I said, well, look, you're no good. You've never been. He's a, purse snatcher. Snatches purse from women, thing like that. And he's a big husky, too. But anyway, I said, well, why don't you do something and get some money? What can I do? I said, I'll show you. I said, you got a gun? No. I said, I'll go get one. We'll rob somebody. We'll put the girl in the hospital and take care of her. Okay. Said, they won't do no more for you that than they will for robbing women. Got me an old, pretty good imitation of a gun and went down. And I said, let's go. How we do it? I can just pick a place. Rob them, that's all there is to it. I ain't never had no experience at all. Now, he claimed he had, but now you'll find that's a lie. He said him and Bulldog, the guy that's in jail for forgery, in prison rather, he said him and Bulldog used to rob these places. You'll find that's a lie. I bet you $10 he never robbed a place before in his life. I don't know, I didn't. But anyway, we went in, robbed the man, took the money, and drove on home. I said, now go in and give your wife the money. Tell her to go to the hospital and so. No, he said, I got to get out of town. They might have got the number of this car.
How much money did you get?
I don't know. He had it. Now, as it was closed, I'll tell you what, I can tell you within $20 what it was. Okay. It was between $180 and $200.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Did he keep all that money?
Oh, no. We split it up.
Split it up 50-50.
Boy, evenly, 50-50. Uh-huh. But there was between 180 and 200.
How long did you shop around before you figured that you'd hit this Culver City market?
Quite a while. What I mean, we looked over 3 or 4 places. At least 2 that was undecided about.
Both of them markets?
Yeah.
Remember where they were?
No, I don't even know where this one was. I could find it again,
Uh-huh.
But I don't even know where it was.
What made you pick this particular place? Any particular reason?
No. Now, he picked where he's appointed, And I just picked this one because I was looking for a market. And I picked this one I guess because I thought it was easy, you know. It looked like it just, well, it was. It was awfully easy to rob a place. Anybody could do that. That's nothing.
You remember going into market 15 minutes before you stuck the place up?
We went in there. It wasn't 15 minutes or something. I'd say half an hour before. Yeah, I went in there and he bought some chewing gum.
What were you doing then? Sort of casing the place?
Sure, looking over.
Well, when you both went in there, you both knew that what was going to happen.
Oh yeah, we went in there to rob it and did rob it.
I mean, you discussed it before you went in there.
Sure.
What if that guy in there would have...
But I still went to jail because I was going to tell a man. That's the first time in my life I ever took anything from anybody. And do you know what I can do? I can make your eyeballs bug out.
With what?
With a gun. And I wouldn't shoot anybody for anything in the world.
Are you a good shot with a gun?
I'm not only a good one, but the best.
With a pistol, huh?
Our rifle. I was 7 years an instructor in the Marines.
Is that right?
Teaching that every day, shooting every day. We have a bob and target. If either one of you in service, you know what a bob and target is. It doesn't go up and down like it sounds, but it goes this way. You know, it's made of cardboard. A silhouette. Well, each time it turns, every 3 seconds, you see. It's 3 seconds toward you and 3 seconds away. You shoot that one time, then once you're ready, you shoot again. I was working on it range for about a year, and I said to Thomas was world champion at the time. I said, how many times could you hit that on one turn if you wanted to? He said, I don't know. 2 or 3, I guess. I said, let's try it. So we come up when it turns, blam, blam, blam. Get 3 hits on it, you know. I said, if a man practice that, he can get fast. I said, it might help a man sometime. You know, you get down in the jungle. So we start practicing. And Thomas, he said, well, we don't do that in the national matches. You know, at Count Perry, you don't do that. So he didn't fool with it. But I kept on. And I could put one shell in the chamber, 7 in the clip, and on one turn, I'd hit that 7 times straight, and one time it would be turning, one long one, you know. I could hit her 8 times in 3 seconds. So I used to watch, and fellas come up with these blue and gold badges. That's distinguished, you know. I'd say, after they'd shoot this, that's the last thing you shoot at, so you bob and target. One time every 3 seconds, you know. I'd say, if you wanted to, how many times could you hit that on one turn? I don't know, 2 or 3, I guess. Let's try it and see. So I'd tell the man, all right, run it again. He'd run it, and the guy'd blam, blam, maybe 3, sometimes 4, you know. I said, it seemed to me like a man ought to get that 6, 7 times. No, that's too fast. I'll tell you what I'll do now. I don't know, but I'll bet you I can hit it 8 times in 3 seconds. I'll bet you a dinner at the club. That's a bet. I used to eat dinner every day on some poor sucker, you know, because I practiced it over a year. Well, one day our captain come down. His name was Colony. And he said, what kind of racket you got here? And I said, I don't know what you mean. He said, every day I see you in the club eating. You never pay. I said, oh, I get these suckers, and I bet him I can hit that bob and target 8 times in 3 seconds. 8 times? Yes. He said, well, meet another sucker. And I said, I bet you can't do it. I'd like to see it. So I eat off of him, too.
What would you have done if that guy in the store would have pulled out a gun?
I'd have shot it out of his hand, shot his arm. I could hit his arm easy. I could hit one eye. I told a man one time, and I wasn't lying to him. I said, I'll shoot out your right eye or your left one, and I'll drill you another between them, just whichever you want.
Did you have any shells for that gun?
No. It wouldn't take a shell.
Well, now, wait just a second. You said this man had pulled a gun on you. You'd have shot the gun out of his hand. How could you...
Yeah, I'd have hollered bang, bang. Hey, now listen, fellas. I'm going to plead guilty to robbing the man, please. I am. I'm going to plead guilty. I won't make no excuses, and I won't tell nobody I was doing it for somebody else because I wasn't. And
everything you told us is...
Everything I've told you is the truth. I'm just going to plead guilty.
What about this $3,000 market job that you told this kid that you were in on?
Oh, I've never told him nothing like that.
That's what he says. Did you ever stick up any place else?
No, never have.
Did you ever tell this kid that you stuck up?
No. No, he was the one that was sticking up, and I told you. I said, I bet you $10 he'd never stuck up a place in his life. He was green as I was, greener.
When you bought this gun, did you have any intention of using it for...
That was what I was going to do with it.
You fully intended to
Oh,
use
yeah.
Well, you bought the gun after you met this kid or before?
Mm-hmm.
After you met him?
Yeah. After we'd planned to rob his place. Some place, not this one. Just rob a place.
Okay, we'll take him back and lock him up for the night then. Right.
I'm sorry I caused you guys some trouble, but...
That's all right. We get paid for it.
You have been listening to Actual Investigations as recorded from Detective Unit 5-4 on The Night Watch. And now back to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case tonight of the woman arrested on the charge of shoplifting and suspicion of being a narcotic addict, the department store manager dropped the shoplifting complaint in view of the seriousness of the narcotic charge, and in order to help this department obtain the proper treatment for her. The last case heard tonight cleared our records of the market holdup, with both suspects admitting their participation in the armed robbery. I might mention at this time the penalty for this crime is a minimum of 5 years in the state prison. One of the keys to the quick solution of this case was an alert citizen taking the license number of a suspicious car. Given this information, our Detective Bureau under Lieutenant Bob Conlon followed the trail for over a week before finally locating and arresting the second suspect. Our city presents a difficult problem of police work because of our geographical location. We are located in the heart of a large metropolitan area. My department is cooperating to bring you the on-the-scene action of the night watch to show you the important part that you as a citizen can play in keeping your police department an effective organization. If through this program we can further that cause, then our efforts will be well rewarded.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
Sit right here, Mr. Hunter.
How many men will we look at?
31 altogether. Our men probably won't be any of these, but we want to cover every possibility.
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant, not Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, then name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right. Come on. Move it up to the end of the stage. Right on up to the end, that's right. Now turn and face front, hands to your sides, and look straight ahead. Now when I ask you questions, talk up so the people in the back can hear you. All right, number 1, John Nathey, robbery. Face front and talk up. Where do you live, John?
66 on River Street.
What's that?
Siemens Hotel.
Don't look at me. Look right out front so the people can see you. What do you do, John?
Ship's cook.
Anybody arrested with you?
No.
Any weapons?
Yes, sir.
Pistol, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
What kind of pistol?
32, I think.
38. I know.
Yes, sir.
Have a car?
Yeah, Chrysler.
Well, sedan, a coupe, or what?
Sedan.
What color?
Black.
Okay. Number 2, David Moore, assault. Where do you live, Dave?
205 South Main.
Can't hear him, Matt.
Now, look, I don't want to tell you boys again. It's a long way to the back of the room, so you got to talk up. Come on now. Where do you work, Dave?
Fisherman Sons.
What do you do? What's your work?
Tom.
Your landlady says you hit her.
Yes, sir.
With what?
A hot plate.
Something you cook on?
Yes, sir. I was cooking. She said I was smelling up the building.
Why did you hit her?
Oh, it's a long story, Sergeant. You'd have to know my landlady.
Okay, number 3, Ivan Cyberling, drunk and disorderly.
Any of these men, Mr. Hunter?
No.
Clay Park. 644 North Hodgson Place, Sergeant.
Don't tell me. Tell the people out there.
Yeah.
What do you do, Ivan?
Construction engineer.
You were pretty drunk.
Yes, sir.
The arresting officer said he's had complaints before.
Yes, sir. She has complained for a week.
Who's she?
My wife.
You live at 644 North Hudson?
Yes, sir.
The report says you broke a window at that address.
The door was locked. I broke one other night, too, when she locked me out. I will keep right on breaking them until she leaves door unlocked.
Maybe you'd better stop drinking.
Yes, sir.
Any questions or identifications from the audience?
How about it, Mr. Hunter? Number 2 was picked up in your neighborhood.
No.
Any questions or identifications from the
Okay,
audience?
we'll look at the next bunch. Nothing, Matt.
All right, sir. All right, run them off. Bring on the next line.
Cup of coffee, Mr. Hunter?
Thank you.
Yeah, we won't keep you much longer. There you are.
Thank you.
Sergeant Greb should be here any minute now.
Hi.
This is Mr. Hunter, man. Sergeant Greb.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Hunter?
Sergeant, grab a chair, man.
Thanks. Say, I voted for you in the last election, Mr. Hunter.
Good.
Yeah, didn't you spot anybody in the line at all?
No, I didn't.
Coffee, man?
No, thanks.
Mr. Hunter can't think of anybody who'd want to kill him.
And you can't remember seeing anybody suspicious hanging around your house?
No, I can't, Sergeant.
Well, none of your neighbors saw anybody either.
Here's the report from the lab. Bomb was a time bomb. Found pieces of an old alarm clock. From the size of the explosion, must have been about 8 or 10 sticks of dynamite.
Sure lucky you and the family were in the back of the house.
Very lucky.
And we'll do our best to catch whoever it was, sir.
Probably just a crank. A man like myself, politics, public figure, makes a lot of enemies for one reason or another. Maybe this one didn't vote for me last election, Sergeant. Come to think of it, maybe.
Well, we may want to talk to you again, sir. Oh, pardon me. Guthrie. Yeah? Oh, yeah? How long ago? Anyone hurt? Right, sure. Another bombing.
What?
Friend of yours, Councilman Adams.
Well, was he hurt?
Yeah, both he and his wife. They're in the hospital.
They've got a child.
No, the child's all right. Ruined the house.
Were Adams and his wife hurt badly?
Well, I don't know. Ambulance took him away. I'll have to check with the hospital.
This is awful. Everybody should certainly be warned.
Well, they will be, including the mayor. We'll put a man with you and your family, Mr. Hunter. In the meanwhile, we'll go and look at Mr. Adams' house.
Here's Klein.
I got a man over here who thinks maybe he saw the guy who planted the bomb. Oh, well, let's go talk to him. Go over and talk to Chief Anderson, Matt. See what he's got to say about the damage.
Sure.
This man's a neighbor. His name's Crump. Mr. Crump.
Yes, Sergeant?
This is Lieutenant Guthrie. Hi, Mr. Crump.
Oh, glad to meet you, Lieutenant.
Let's move over here where we can talk.
All right.
All right. Now, tell the lieutenant just what you told me, Mr. Crump. Well, about 4:30, I was working in my backyard mowing the lawn, and I saw Mrs. Adams get into her car and drive out of the garage. Well, about an hour later, I went around front to get the hose, and I saw an old truck pull up across the street. I saw a man get out, kind of an old man, old clothes. He went around the back of the truck and took out something that looked like a box. It was about this big, I guess. Yeah. Then he headed for the Adams house. A couple hours later, I was sitting in my living room, and I saw Mr. and Mrs. Adams pull up in front of their house and go in. A little while later, my wife and I were having dinner, and the explosion happened. Busted most of the windows in our house. I didn't think about the old guy with the box until I found out what had happened, and I remembered reading about this other bombing yesterday. Figured that box the old guy was carrying might have been the bomb. Yeah, I see. Can you remember what this old guy looked like? Well, maybe if I saw him again. Mm-hmm. And what kind of a truck was he driving? Oh, it's a real old one, really beat up in an old Ford or Chevy. You know, one of those pickups. What did you say? I said you didn't get the license number. Oh, no. Why would I get it? I didn't even think anything about it until after the explosion. Well, if you saw him again, do you think you might recognize him? Yeah, I think so. Well, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Crump. We'll keep in touch with you. Oh, glad to help. Fine. Get Mr. Crump's phone number and anything we might need. Right. I'll be up with Matt.
Okay. Ben.
Yeah. Oh, Chief.
Hello, Guthrie. Quite a mess, huh?
Yeah. A bomb do all that?
Bomb and the fire. Used more dynamite than the last time. Blew this room sky high. Oh, watch out for the glare.
Yeah.
Center of the explosion was right about here.
Uh-huh.
Probably walked up to the side of the house, stuck the bomb into that opening in the foundation. Surprised nobody saw him.
Well, somebody thinks he did.
Well, you better catch this boy. He hasn't killed anybody yet, but he's trying pretty hard.
Paper says snow. How'd you make out with Crump?
Nothing. He looked through the whole mug file, not a thing.
I talked to the hospital this morning. The Adams is going to be all right.
No luck on that old Ford pickup?
Why don't you turn up the heat?
Oh, okay. Say, I'll bet we get a blizzard. We're due, you know.
Guthrie? Yeah? And what was he wearing? Well, that sounds like him. We'll be right down. Well, maybe we got the bomber.
Yeah?
20 minutes ago, picked up a man wearing old coveralls and a dirty leather jacket coming out of the state building. Spotted him, followed him 3 blocks before they grabbed him. He was climbing into an old Ford pickup with 30 sticks of dynamite in the back of the truck. All set, Matt?
Yeah, Ben, I got Crump sitting out front.
How many men are you going to show?
3 besides the suspect.
Okay. I'll go sit with Crump. Hello, Mr. Crump?
Hello.
Oh, Lieutenant Guthrie, I couldn't see. Yeah, well, we want you to look at some suspects.
Oh, that's what Sergeant Greb said.
Yeah, we think one of them might be the man who planted the bombs.
Well, I hope I can help.
All right, Ben, run them on.
Yes, sir. Lights. Bring them on, Twine. All right, come on, move out to the end of the stage. Come on. End of the line.
You all got on coveralls and leather jackets. Now, take a good look.
All right, now, turn.
The man on the end, Lieutenant. Yeah, what about him? Yeah, that's the man, no doubt about it. I remember better than I thought I would. He's the one that got out of the truck, all right, the one with the box. All right, Matt, run him off.
Yes, sir. That's all. Pile off.
Now, we'll need a statement from you, Mr. Crump.
Oh, sure. What were the others arrested for?
They weren't, Mr. Crump. 3 others were police officers.
Edmund O'Brien, who plays the title role in Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, will be on his latest case tomorrow night over most of these same CBS stations. In one of his most thrilling investigations, Johnny Dollar goes to London to join forces with the men from Scotland Yard in the Hatchet House theft matter. How that London trip adds Johnny Dollar's famous old expense account. Don't miss Johnny Dollar on Wednesdays.
Be a tough nut. Arresting officers couldn't get a thing out of him. We've got men over there talking with people in the state building. So far, nobody remembers seeing him come in.
Yeah. Name's Lewis Black, huh?
Yeah, driver's license gave his address at 1910 East Flower. Asher's over there now checking. I wonder what he was doing in the state building.
Yeah, I'm worried, too.
I wonder if... Oh, no. No, he couldn't have.
A big building. I hope you're right. Hello, Lewis. I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Greb. Quinn?
Yeah.
We'll see you upstairs.
Right.
Sit down, Lewis. I want to talk to you about these bombings.
We know you made those bombs.
A man saw you walk up to the Adams house with one of them.
It's sheer cold in here, isn't it? Yeah, it started to snow.
That's right.
Why don't you tell us about it?
Well, I made him. Sure.
Why?
I made him. I don't have to tell you why.
You put one of them under George Hunter's house. Do you know him?
Know who he is.
But you don't know him personally.
No.
Did you know Adams?
No.
Well, then why try to kill him?
Isn't there a heater in here or something? I've been out of work.
Been out of work long?
Yeah.
Hunter or Adams have something to do with it?
You sure want to know why I made those bombs, don't you?
We'd like to know.
It's no fun being out of work. I've been out of work for a long time. You ever been out of work?
Yeah.
Well, then you know it's no fun.
You tried to get a job?
Oh, sure, I couldn't. I kept trying. Just couldn't get one. Look, do we have to sit in here? It's really getting kind of cold.
We'll get out of here as soon as you tell us about it.
Don't try to push me. I don't like being pushed around. I can stand it down here just as long as you can.
We're not trying to push you.
No?
No. We don't like this any better than you do. It's just a job. If it weren't us, it'd be somebody else.
Okay.
If you had a job, you'd try to do it the best you could, wouldn't you?
Well, sure. I used to have jobs all the time. I always did the best I could.
What kind of jobs did you have?
Oh, all kinds of them. Minor once. I worked in Pennsylvania.
Is that where you're from, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I done all kinds of jobs once. Then I couldn't get a job. Nobody would give me a job. That's the trouble. There's not enough jobs. I got to do something about getting jobs for people. A bunch of dirty politicians. They don't worry about guys like me. They make speeches, sure, yeah. They get elected. They don't do nothing.
Like Adams and Hunter.
You're darn right. Adams, Hunter, the whole bunch.
Even the mayor.
Sure, the mayor.
And the governor.
He's the worst one of the bunch. He's the biggest. He could do something if he wanted to, but he don't. See, I ain't had a job in 3 years.
You'd like to take care of him like you did Adams and Hunter, wouldn't you?
No. I'm not going to tell you anything. You think I'm going to tell you something, don't you? But I'm not.
What were you doing in the state building?
Why don't you try and find out?
Look, Lewis, we don't want you to get into any more trouble than you're already in.
I don't want to talk anymore. I want to go back to my cell. I'm cold.
You can go back to your cell as soon as you
Oh, Lieutenant, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, Clark.
Sergeant, can't we have some heat in here? I'm cold.
Ben, we've got a janitor upstairs from the state building. You remember seeing Lewis Black come into the building by the side entrance. He says Black was carrying a big box.
Holy. Look, see that the state building's cleared as fast as possible. Rope off the street. Step on it.
Right.
Lewis, I just found out that you planted a bomb in the state building.
I don't care what you found out. I'm not going to tell you.
I'm tired of playing with you. Where's that bomb? Where did you put it?
Oh, sugar, you can do anything you want. Get rough. Beat me. I won't tell you where I put that bomb.
Well, at least tell us when it's set to go off.
What time is it?
It's 6 minutes to 5.
You won't find it.
How much time?
About 40 minutes, I guess.
Everybody's out of the building. You find out where he put it?
No, he wants it to go off. We got him over in the car with Waldo and Asher. They'll keep working on him.
His army car. Captain Phillips, demolition expert.
I'm Phillips.
Guthrie, hope we can use you.
Know what kind of a bomb it is?
Quiet will tell you all we know. We've got to get into that building and try to find it. 30 men are there now, covering every floor. Who's in charge? Harrison. He's in the basement. Come on, man. What time is it?
We've got about 25 minutes, more or less.
Any luck?
Not yet, Lieutenant.
Harrison's still in the basement?
Yeah, downstairs.
Thanks.
All right, Bill, be sure to check it out. Yeah. We'll take it thorough now.
Harrison.
Yeah, over here, Ben.
Well, any luck?
No. How much time we got?
Less than 25 minutes. What orders did you give?
Well, if the bomb's found, it's to be taken directly to the street. We've still got any time left. The car will drive it to a safe place. That army man get here?
Yeah.
Well, this is the way I want it to go. It's 5:13 by my watch. Now set your watch.
Right.
Now at exactly 5:25, order your men out of here. Tell them they've got 10 minutes to get clear. We'll go tell the rest on the other floors.
Right, Ben.
All right, men. Come on. Let's come to the stairs.
Can you run an elevator, man?
Well, sure.
Now take the second floor. I'll take the ordnance, third, fifth, and so on. Be sure they set their watches with yours.
Right, Ben.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
You got a watch?
Yes, sir.
Set it with mine. In 5 seconds, it'll be 5:14:35. Now. Okay. Have all your men off this floor by 5:25.
5:25, yes, sir.
Ben.
5:25.
Everybody's out.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do?
That's a good question. If Black wasn't lying, we've got something like 10 minutes. Matt.
Yeah?
Go out to the car and get Black.
Huh?
Go out and get Black. Maybe the last thing I do, but I'm going to find out where that bomb is.
Go on, get in there.
No.
Hold on. I won't tell you. I won't.
Give me a little trouble.
All right. Get out of here, man.
What?
Get out of here.
Wait a minute. Suppose you find out where the bomb is. Who's going to watch Black while you get it?
I'll worry about that when I get to it.
I'm staying.
Okay, I can't argue. How about it, Black? You want to tell us where it is?
You never find it.
What time is it?
5:28.
You can't scare me. You think if you keep me here, I'd tell you where the bomb is, huh?
About 5 minutes, huh?
I guess so.
You're not very smart, are you? I said 40 minutes. Well, maybe 40, but maybe not. I can't be sure. Might go off in a second.
I guess so.
Who are you kidding? You won't stay in here. You're scared.
Listen, Black. You're downright we're scared. But so help me, you're going to tell us where that bomb is, or it's going to blow all of us sky high. Now, shut up unless you want to tell us.
I'm not afraid to die.
Well, you're going to have a chance.
8 stories in this building.
Yeah.
If it's too far away, we may not have time anyway.
Let me out of here.
Reverend, you're not going anywhere. Come here. You're going to stay right here until you tell us where it is.
I'll tell you, I won't.
Well, then shut up.
$5.29.
Black, you're not doing anything but wrecking a building and killing yourself. You can't get the governor. He's been taken out.
Don't make me tell you.
Okay.
How much dynamite's in that bomb, Lewis?
50 sticks.
Hope you guessed right about the time.
Ben?
Yeah?
I told you it would snow.
Oh. Gonna be a big one. Lewis, why don't you tell us?
I can stand it if you can't.
5:30.
All right. I'll tell you. It's in the basement.
Show us.
All right.
Step on it.
How much time is it?
Not much. Can you stop it?
Yeah.
Now, where?
It's up there. On top of the big pipe. You see in the back?
How did you get up there?
Here with the ladder. Where's the ladder? Everything's been moved.
Forget the ladder. Show us the spot.
Right about here.
Give him a boost up.
Come on. Put your foot in my hand.
Go.
No wonder we couldn't find it. You see it?
Yes.
Well, grab it. All right, hand it down. Okay.
Let's get out of here. Let it go off. We don't care. We might not have time to stop.
Can I tear off these boards without setting it off?
Yeah.
Well, explain it to me while I rip them
I
off.
don't know. Remember, please, let's get out of here.
If you want to get out of here alive, you better remember.
This is dynamite. It's an old alarm clock. It's batteries and breakers. But the alarm goes off and causes a circuit in the batteries.
Okay. Now take it apart.
No. Let me get out of here.
You're going to stay right here.
Pull us all up with you.
Now, you settle down. Come on, Louis. Tell me what to do.
The wires from the batteries at the dynamite. Pull them loose.
These?
Yes. Go.
Okay. Now, you sure that does it?
Yes.
All right. Let's get it out to the street.
Can you make it all right, Ben?
Yeah. All right, let's go. All right, Louis. What's that? What is it?
That's the alarm clock. Those wires.
Give me that thing.
It would have.
Oh.
It would have gone off.
Ben, I may be late to the station in the morning. I'm going to take my alarm clock and throw it as far as I can.
Before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again an hour earlier, a week from next Thursday, when we will again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your
The Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Grebb, is written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Howard McNear was heard as Louis Black. Featured in tonight's cast were Jim Backus, Hy Everback, Sidney Miller, Peter Leeds, Joe Duvall, and Harry Lang. The Lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Beginning next week, The Lineup will be heard on a new day at a new hour. Thursday nights at 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. This is Dan Cubberly inviting you to join us July 5th, a week from next Thursday, when we will again bring you The Lineup. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CRESTA, BLANCA, Cresta, Blanca, Cresta Blanca.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment the Lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in the great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
We can take any one of these seats, Damon.
All right. You think you found the man, Lieutenant?
Well, hard to say. We picked up a couple of men who were seen in that area. One of them knows Dr. Simpson.
Who is he?
And I want you to identify him. Tell me if he's the same man you saw walking up and down in front of the house.
Oh, I hope you got him. Dr. Simpson was such a fine man.
I'm sure he was.
I worked for him for 15 years. I don't think he had an enemy in the world.
Well, he must have had one. Somebody killed him.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the language.
For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. The delicious, long-lasting real mint flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The good, smooth chewing helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So indoors, outdoors, at work or at play, enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Wrigley's Spearmint. Refreshing, delicious. We now return you to Sergeant Matt Greb and the lineup.
I'll call off a number, then name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the washroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get an actual tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers, as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, keep it moving, boys. Right over here to the end of the stage. That's it. Now turn and face front, hands to your side. Now when I call you, step out and talk up so everybody in the room can hear you. Okay, number one, Robert Mockler, robbery. Where do you live, Robert?
1745-10.
What's your business?
I'm a pipe fitter.
Who do you work for?
I'm not working. I used to work for Acme.
You have a car?
I don't own one.
Did you use a car on the job?
Yeah.
Well, what kind?
A Henry J., new one.
Where'd you get it?
Used car lot, so let me take it out for a demonstration. The job only took me 20 minutes. I had the car back in 30.
What color was it?
Light green. Good car. I'm thinking about getting one.
Afraid you'll have to wait a few years.
Yeah.
All right, number two, Yusuf Latos, assault. Where do you live, Yusuf?
I didn't mean to hit him. He's my friend.
Tell the people where you live, Yusuf.
First Avenue, 6654, 1/4 with my wife. She tell you I didn't mean to hit him.
Where do you work?
Steel mill. Open house. His job for strong man.
You had a fight in a bar.
Yeah, but first one in 3 weeks, Sergeant.
You broke a man's jaw in 3 places.
Yeah, I hit him. But he was my friend.
What'd you hit him with?
Hit him with? My hand I hit him with. What do you think? My feet.
Well, if he was your friend, why...
Yeah, sure he's my friend, but we got drunk a little.
That seems to be a habit with you.
Just after work. What's the matter with that, Sergeant? Couple drinks after
The
work.
drinks we don't care about. It's the broken jaw that makes us a little unhappy.
It ain't yours.
Could have been. I could have been in that bar.
I gonna hit you? I don't even know you. Why I gonna hit you?
All right, Houston. Number 3, Thomas Wilson, drunk and disorderly. Where do you live, Tom?
Hotel. Some joint on 5th Street. I don't know the name. Just moved in yesterday.
It says here you live at 409 West Adams.
I lived there the day before yesterday. Moved out.
Why?
My wife. She made too much noise.
Your wife says you hit her.
Big deal. Sure, I belted her. You should have to listen to the racket she makes.
You beat her up pretty bad.
She just got sore because I moved out. 4 years, the same sloppy kimono. Hair up in curlers. Always up in curlers. Looks like she just landed in a saucer.
Were you drinking?
I always drink when I'm home. Yap, yap all the time. I gotta get oil so I don't hear it. Then she hides the bottle and I gotta tear the joint apart. And she yaps. So I belted it. Big deal.
All right. Number 4, Everett Sweezy, loitering in suspicion. Where do you live, Everett?
Lieutenant?
Yeah, is that the man?
You'll have to
that's
talk
him.
up, Everett.
That's the man that was in front of the house.
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Hold number 4 for interrogation.
You hungry?
Oh, a little.
Well, when we
this guy. Let's get some dinner.
Sure.
Hi, Matt.
Hello, Quint. Get a load of that tie, Ben.
What's the matter with it?
Are you kidding? Easter's a long way off, pal.
I think it's very colorful. Ah, come. How's Sweezy?
Just like his name sounds. Funny little guy. Reminds me of a rabbit.
Well, we'll have a talk with him.
Will you need me?
No.
Why not, Ben? That tie would scare Rasputin into a confession.
Oh, that's funny.
Go get yourself some dinner.
Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Sweezy.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant. Why am I here? You think I've done something?
We just want to ask you a few questions.
I was just out walking and a policeman arrested me. Why did I get arrested? I haven't done anything.
Do you always take walks at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I like to think. I take walks and I can think. I'm all alone and walking helps. It's peaceful early in the morning.
You do it often?
Oh, yes. There's nothing the matter with that. What's wrong with that?
Do you know a Dr. Simpson?
Hmm?
Dr. Simpson, do you know him?
A doctor?
Simpson.
No, I don't know him.
Well, he was the doctor who operated on your wife.
My wife, she's dead.
Yes. We're sorry.
I live with my sister now. I couldn't live in the house anymore. Jeanette's dresses hanging in the closet. Dr. Simpson?
Yes. You were arrested 5 blocks away from the doctor's house.
I don't know him.
But he operated on your wife.
My wife's dead. Could I have a glass of water?
Sure, Matt.
Sure.
I don't feel very well. I haven't been well for a long time.
And what's been the trouble?
Headaches. My stomach's been upset, too. Haven't been able to sleep. I don't know. I guess I'm sick.
There you are.
Thank you. Is it a clean glass?
Well, sure it is.
So many germs. I'm very careful. I have so many colds. Thank you. Water tastes funny.
If you haven't been feeling so well, Mr. Sweezy, why don't you go to see a doctor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll clean it up.
You're liable to cut yourself. Be careful.
It's okay.
I'm terribly
Now,
sorry.
don't worry about it. Mr. Sweezy, Dr. Simpson was killed this morning around 3:30.
I feel just terrible. Couldn't I lie down for a while, please? I've got a bad headache.
I'll just dump this in the way.
You can lie down as soon as we finish talking to you.
But I don't know anything. I haven't done anything.
Dr. Simpson's servant saw you hanging around the neighborhood yesterday afternoon.
I don't know where I was yesterday afternoon. I went walking.
Dr. Simpson was killed in his car in front of his house at 3:30 the next morning.
I've got such a bad headache. Could I have another drink, please?
No glass.
The doctor was shot through the head with a .32 caliber automatic.
I'm just too tired to talk anymore. I feel so bad. My back aches.
Well, why don't you tell us about it? Then you can sleep.
I can't tell you anything. I just want to lie down for a while. I'll be all right then, and you can talk to me.
Look, Dr. Simpson operated on your wife. You were at the hospital. We checked.
I'm going to be sick.
Catch him. I guess he really is sick.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Everett's sister, Miss Sweezy.
Okay.
Go right in, Miss Sweezy.
How do you do, Miss Sweezy?
Hello.
Sit down, please. This is Sergeant Graham.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How is Everett?
He's in the infirmary.
They said he was sick. Why was he arrested, Lieutenant?
Suspicion.
What does that mean?
Did you know Dr. Simpson?
Yes. Yes, I knew him.
When Sergeant Quine talked to you this afternoon, you said that Dr. Simpson operated on your brother's wife.
Yes. Mr. Quine said Dr. Simpson had been killed. Is that why you arrested Everett?
Your brother was seen loitering in front of the doctor's house.
Everett takes walks.
Yes, we know
He
that.
was probably just walking.
Well, tell us something about your brother.
Well, there's nothing much to tell. He's always been sensitive. He paints. He's never really been well since he was a child, but he's a gentle person.
You don't think he'd kill anyone?
Oh, of course not.
He was very fond of his wife?
Oh, yes, yes. They'd been married for some time. He really hasn't been the same since she died.
She died of cancer, didn't she?
Yes. Oh, it was a terrible thing. Everett suffered almost as much as she did. And then when she died, well, it was almost too much.
And he moved in with you?
Yes. He put his house up for sale. Or rather, I should say, I did. Everett just wouldn't think about it.
Did he ever say anything about Dr. Simpson?
Say what?
Well, maybe that he might have felt that the doctor was responsible for his wife's
Oh,
death.
no, most certainly not. Everett wouldn't do anything.
Lieutenant, can I see you?
Excuse me.
Yes, certainly.
And what is it?
Everett Sweezy. He just tried to hang himself.
Think he can talk, Doc?
No, I think so, but you've got yourself a problem.
Oh, what do you mean?
He needs mental therapy.
Well, that was obvious right after we picked him up.
Now, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I say it was very definitely paranoia. If he did kill someone, I don't think he was responsible.
Well, we have to find out if he did first.
Then what?
That's a good question.
Hi, Ben.
Hi. Any statement?
No, hasn't said 2 words.
Everett. Lieutenant Guthrie wants to talk to you.
No, I'm too tired.
Everett.
I don't want him in here.
He means Quine.
He wants to write down what I say. I don't want him in here.
Quine.
Okay.
I don't want him listening outside, writing down what I say. If I go to sleep, I might say things.
What things, Everett?
I don't want him listening.
Well, he's not. He's gone.
I want the doctor. Where's the doctor?
Right here.
I don't feel good. I'm sick. Give me something that will make me sleep.
No, certainly.
What's the matter with me? I've got such bad headaches. I ache all over.
You'll be all right, Everett.
Doctor.
Yes, I'm coming.
There. You'll sleep now.
Thank you. Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I don't care now. It doesn't really make any difference.
What doesn't?
That I killed Dr. Simpson. I killed him. He killed Jeanette, and I killed him. Oh, I feel so terrible. I'm glad I'm going to sleep now.
For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth feels dry, when you're warm or tired, Wrigley's Spearmint is really refreshing. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you feel your best and do your best. So for chewing enjoyment plus pleasant refreshment, chew delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum.
Morning.
Hi. Did you get some sleep?
You know it, like I was dead.
Oh, me too. They moved Everett this morning, County Hospital.
Psychiatric ward?
Yeah, about an hour ago. Whew. Glad that's over with.
Yeah. Well, I'll have some breakfast and make out a report. You eat at home?
Just coffee. Molly had to take the kids to the park, some kind of a carnival or something. Sunday school's throwing it.
Uh-huh. Hey, Eddie.
Hey.
How about 2 in the water, 4 minutes, and some sausages?
Right, man.
Double it, Eddie.
Double it.
Will you give me some coffee now?
Right, man.
A cigarette?
Thanks. No, I smoked enough last night to give the city a smog problem. Hi, Quine. Have some coffee?
Well, he changed the towel.
I hate to do it, boys. Oh, now, look.
This is too hot.
We haven't even had our coffee.
Find us in a half an hour.
It's Everett Sweezy.
Yeah, what about him?
They were just taking him into the county hospital. He slugged the guard. Got away.
I wonder who thinks up the names for streets.
You're one of the strangest things sometimes. What's that number again?
224. It's the next block. You think Everett just came home and
Went to bed?
I doubt if he's that far off his rocker. Poor sister sounded scared to death on the phone.
Everybody's scared of cops.
I can't understand it. I'm such a nice fellow, really.
Ah! All the lights are out.
Yeah.
Maybe she's watching television.
Let's try the bank. Well, there's a light in there.
See anything?
Yeah. Fine way to treat your sister. Come on.
Huh?
Well, locked. I better bust a window. All right. Give me a boost. All right. Come in. I'll untie her. You take a look around.
Right.
I'll have you loose in a minute, Miss Squeezy. Yeah. There we are. Now, don't try to talk just yet. Just let me get your arms, legs free.
Everett, he's gone mad. You've got to help him, please.
Here, let me help you up. All right. All right, sit here. Now, Miss Squeezy, where's your brother?
I don't know. He was here when you called, but I couldn't tell you. He was like a crazy man.
Now, just tell us what happened.
He was here when you called. He was standing right over me with a gun. I was so frightened.
Did he say where he was going?
I'd have told you he was here, but I was so frightened. He was standing right beside me with a gun. That's why he came here, to get his
Now,
gun.
please, do you know where he went?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you. He went to kill Dr. Hanley. That's why he came for the gun. I wanted to tell you on the phone. But
Who's Dr. Hanley? What's his first name?
his first name is John Hanley. He said he was going to kill him.
Get on the phone. Where's your phone?
In the hall.
Call
When
Dr.
you
John
called, he
Hanley. Tell him not to leave the house. Get the address and tell him we'll be right there.
Right.
Oh, please, don't leave me. What if he comes back? What'll I do if he comes back?
He won't come back, Miss Weezy. Now, please, try to calm down. I'll send one of our men over to stay with you.
I've seen it coming ever since Jeanette died. I could hear him crying.
Did Dr.
all night.
Hanley take care of Everett's wife?
Oh, he did everything he could for Jeanette. He took care of her the best he could. I tried to tell Everett when he came for the gun.
Well, we'll stop him, Miss Weezy. Now, please
Dr.
take...
Hanley's a fine doctor. He's taken care of me for years.
The doctor's out on the call, Ben. His wife said, though. We better get going.
But I'm alone here. And if they took my car, he might come back. What'll I do if he comes back?
There'll be a policeman here in 5 minutes. And now, look, don't worry. We'll stop Everett before he does any more harm.
Oh, yes. Please. But don't hurt him. Try not to hurt him. Please. Yes.
We're the police, Mrs. Hanley.
You're the police. Why, come in, won't you?
Thank you. Have you been able to locate your husband?
Why, yes, I just told one of your men where to find him.
You did what?
Please tell me what's wrong. This is all very disturbing.
Mrs. Hanley, we're the ones who called you.
But a man came to the door just a few minutes ago.
Did he say he was from the police?
Well, I just assumed it. Well, that is, I asked him if he was the officer that called, and he said yes.
What did he look like?
Oh, he was small and slender.
That's Everett. Yeah. Where's your husband, Mrs. Hanley?
He's making a call on Arden Road, 1456 Arden.
Do you know the phone number there?
Well, they have no phone. You've got to tell me. Is John in trouble? Who was that man?
Well, it's nothing serious, Mrs. Hanley. We're just checking on the next patient of the doctor's.
Oh, I see. But who was the man who came here?
The ex-patient. Come on, Matt, let's go.
KQRA from 13J.
KQRA.
Code 5 at 1456 Arden Road. Suspect armed and dangerous.
KQRA. Roger.
I wish I felt luckier tonight. The timing's off, man.
Yeah. How much further?
A few blocks.
You know, doctors sure lead a rough life. Molly's uncle's a doctor. Poor guy never gets any rest.
We go over there for dinner once in a while, and he's never made it through his dessert yet. Always gets called away. I don't know how he keeps going.
Got a cigarette?
Yeah. I'll light it. Here.
Thanks.
You know, it's nice having a doctor in the family. When Molly was sick last year, her uncle took care of her. It didn't cost me a nickel. Except for the medicine.
Here we are.
Oh, relax, will you?
Yes, Quine. Glad you're here. Oh, this is a pip. We were already on our way here when we got your call.
Please, you gotta do something. You gotta get him out of there.
This is Mr. Stafford. He put in a call for us.
That guy in there is crazy. He says he's going to kill the doc. You gotta get him out of there. He's got a gun. My kid is awful sick, and that lunatic in there's with a gun.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Stafford. What happened?
Well, my kid took sick tonight, and I called Dr. Hanley. A few minutes after he got here, this crazy guy comes to the door and says he's looking for the doc. I told him the doc was with my kid, so he pulls out a gun and goes on in. I ran to the corner gas station and called the cops.
I see. Well, now, is there anyone else in the house?
Well, no, there's just my kid and me. Get that guy out of there, will you?
Which room is it?
That one there on the ground floor where the light is.
All right, now you stay out here, Mr. Stafford. We'll get him out. Come on, man.
You gotta do
You think we'd better go in? This guy's liable to...
Keep it quiet.
Okay. Everett, please listen to reason. This
Yeah, over
child
there.
is very ill. I've got to get him to a hospital.
What for, Dr. Henley? So you can let him die?
Oh, please, Everett, try to understand.
How come you're so anxious to make people live, Doctor? How come you care whether he lives or not?
I wasn't responsible for Jeanette's death, Everett, any more than Dr. Simpson was. There was nothing any of us could do. You must believe me.
You told me you could save her. Dr. Simpson said the operation would save her. Why did you let her die? Why did you tell me you wouldn't let her die?
Oh, Everett, please, I'll try to explain to you about your wife. I'll try to make you see that there was no way to save her, but don't let this boy die. Let me take him to the hospital. Then you and I can talk.
I don't want to talk about Jeanette anymore. I don't want to see her face anymore. I don't want to hate you anymore. I'm going to kill you, Doctor. Jeanette wants me to kill you.
What do we do?
All right.
See if there's another door into this room. Maybe from the room down the hall.
I can to the boy. Give me just a few minutes.
Okay, but don't do anything wrong to him. Be sure you do the right thing. Go ahead, help him.
I'll need my bag.
Where are you going, Doctor? You're not leaving here.
It's right here on the chair. Yes.
What have you got in that
There's
needle?
another way in. The bathroom connects this bedroom and the other one.
What's
Good.
the matter with
You
him?
go around through the bathroom. Count 10 from the time you leave here, then open the door and cover me.
His condition is very acute.
Now.
Go ahead.
One,
Give him the shot.
three,
I'm not going to wait
4,
much longer.
5,
Everett,
6,
take me out of here before
7,
you...
8,
At least
9,
take me to a phone.
10.
Let me call...
Drop it, Everett.
Stop that! Thank the Lord.
Call an ambulance, man. Let's get him to the hospital. He's on the third floor, Ben. 312. Okay. Did Gerson do the operation? Yeah. Said we didn't get him here any too soon.
Laura, please.
3, please. He was on the table for 2 hours.
Yeah? Well, if he pulls through this, it'll be one for the books.
Mm-hmm. If Dr. Hanley hadn't been there, he wouldn't have had a prayer.
Third floor.
I hope he's conscious.
Yeah. Wonder what he'll have to say.
Yes?
Police, miss. Is he awake?
Yes, but he's not too strong.
We'll only be a minute. Hello, Everett.
Hello, Lieutenant. Tell me, please. Am I going to live? Did you talk to the doctor?
You've got a good chance. The doctor did a good job.
Is this the same hospital Jeanette was in?
Well, I don't know, Everett.
Find out for me, will you? I have to know. I'm scared.
Okay, I'll find out.
If it is the same, I don't want to stay here.
Now, look, you better not talk anymore.
Lieutenant, how's the kid? The little boy, is he still sick?
No, he's fine, Everett. The doctor removed his appendix, and he's going to be fine.
I'm glad. I didn't want him to die. But, Lieutenant, come closer, please.
Yes, Everett?
He still may die. If Dr. Hanley takes care of him, you mustn't let Dr. Hanley take care of him. Dr. Hanley killed my wife, you know.
Remember, friends, for refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. There's lots of lively, real mint flavor in it to cool your mouth, freshen your taste, and sweeten your breath. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, at work or at play, always keep delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. The lineup, where before you passed the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum again bring you the lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers will took your name.
The lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Baer as Sergeant Matt Greb, was written by Charles E. Israel and edited by Blake Edwards and Richard Quine, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Parley Baer, Hy Averback, Jay Novello, Peter Leeds, Junius Matthews, Virginia Gregg, Gene Bates, and Mary Jane Croft. The lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, here's just one parting word to you folks. Next time you go to the store, get yourself some Lifebuoy, because you're going to like Lifebuoy's rich, purifying leather the first time you use it. And after you've used it a week, you'll never be without it. That's right. Now stick to Lifebuoy a while, and you'll be joining in with our gang here when you hear them sing,
the name of the soap is Lifebuoy. You gotta keep fresh with Lifebuoy. So always insist on Lifebuoy, for Lifebuoy really stops B.O. Yes, Lifebuoy really stops
B.O. Thank you, and good night, folks.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.